100 science facts everyone should know, but most people don't. The universe is vast, mysterious, and often overwhelming. From the swirl of galaxies billions of light years away to the tiniest particles dancing in the quantum realm, reality is packed with wonders that most of us barely understand. But here's the truth. Science is not just for scientists. These ideas, the ones that shape our world, our future, and even our daily lives, belong to all of us. The challenge. Too often, they're buried under layers of technical jargon and thick textbooks. Most people never get the chance to truly grasp them. And when we don't understand how the world works, we're at the mercy of those who do. Or worse, those who pretend they do. This audiobook is your shortcut to clarity. Inside, you'll explore the 100 most fascinating and important concepts science has ever uncovered, explained simply, directly, and in a way that anyone can follow. We'll journey from the birth of the universe in the Big Bang to the edges of black holes, from the building blocks of DNA to the mind-bending strangeness of quantum mechanics, from the mysteries of dark matter to the everyday miracles of the immune system. You'll discover how the laws of thermodynamics explain why time only flows forward, why the Fibonacci sequence hides in flowers, hurricanes, and galaxies, how CRISPR is rewriting the code of life, and what the Fermi paradox really tells us about our chances of meeting alien civilizations. We'll uncover the hidden patterns that govern chaos, the science behind resilience, and the technologies that could redefine what it means to be human. But this isn't just a list of facts. It's a map, a way to navigate the modern world armed with curiosity and understanding. Because when you can explain the Drake equation, or the theory of relativity, or why the aurora borealis lights up the night sky, you're not just repeating trivia, you're connecting to the deepest truths we've ever uncovered about reality itself. Whether you're here to feed your curiosity, to challenge what you thought you knew, or to see the world through new eyes, this is your invitation to dive into the grand story of science, the story we're all still writing. Narrated by Isaac Darlan. The Theory of Relativity. The theory of relativity, formulated by Albert Einstein in the early 20th century, fundamentally transformed our understanding of space, time, and gravity. It consists mainly of two parts: the special theory of relativity, introduced in 1905, and the general theory of relativity, published in 1915. Together, these theories reshaped the foundation of modern physics, providing a new framework for understanding the relationship between matter and the universe. Special relativity addresses the physics of objects moving at constant speeds, particularly those approaching the speed of light. One of its cornerstone principles is the constancy of the speed of light in a vacuum, which remains the same regardless of the observer's motion. This leads to profound implications, such as time dilation and length contraction. For instance, an observer moving at a significant fraction of the speed of light would measure time passing more slowly relative to a stationary observer. This effect has been experimentally confirmed using precise atomic clocks on fast-moving aircraft or satellites. Moreover, special relativity introduced the concept of space-time, a four-dimensional continuum that melds the three dimensions of space with the dimension of time. In this framework, the coordinates for an event encompass both its position and the time at which it occurs. One of the most famous equations derived from this theory is E=mc2, indicating that energy, E, and mass, m, are interchangeable. This relationship showcases the idea that mass can be converted into energy and vice versa. This principle underlies many nuclear reactions, providing insight into energy generation in stars and the workings of atomic bombs. The general theory of relativity extends these principles to include acceleration and gravity. Here Einstein proposed that gravity is not a force in the traditional sense, but rather a curvature of space-time caused by massive objects. According to this view, Earth orbits the Sun not because it is being pulled by a force, but because the Sun's immense mass causes space-time to curve, creating a well that the Earth follows. This is often illustrated with the analogy of a heavy ball placed on a stretched rubber sheet, which causes it to sag and curve. Smaller objects placed close to the heavy ball tend to move towards it due to this curvature. The general theory has produced several predictions that have been experimentally verified, including the bending of light by gravity, which was famously observed during a solar eclipse in 1919. Additionally, it predicts the existence of black holes and the expansion of the universe, phenomena that have been supported by astronomical observations. The detection of gravitational waves in 2015, ripples in space-time caused by massive accelerating objects like merging black holes, serves as another triumph for Einstein's remarkable theory. In conclusion, the theory of relativity encompasses profound insights that challenge our perceptions of reality. Time and space, once seen as separate and absolute, are interwoven in complex ways that reflect the nature of the universe. Einstein's work not only revolutionized physics, but also inspired generations of scientists to continue exploring the depths of cosmic understanding. The ongoing study of relativity paves the way for future discoveries in physics, cosmology, and beyond, illustrating that our quest for knowledge is ever evolving. Quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is a fundamental theory in physics that describes nature at the smallest scales, specifically at the level of atoms and subatomic particles. It emerged in the early 20th century to address phenomena that classical physics could not explain, such as the behavior of electrons in atoms and the properties of light. One of the pioneering figures in quantum mechanics was Max Planck, who, in 1900, proposed that energy is quantized and can only be emitted or absorbed in discrete units called quanta. This idea challenged traditional views and paved the way for further developments in the field. In 1913, Niels Bohr introduced his model of the hydrogen atom, proposing that electrons occupy specific orbits around the nucleus without radiating energy. This model successfully accounted for the observed spectral lines of hydrogen. However, it was soon clear that a more comprehensive framework was needed. In the 1920s, a new formulation of quantum mechanics emerged, largely attributed to the work of physicists such as Werner Heisenberg, Erwin Schrödinger, and Paul Dirac. This new approach treated quantum systems not as deterministic entities, but as probabilistic. The famous wave-particle duality concept was introduced, suggesting that particles like electrons exhibit both particle-like and wave-like behavior. One of the key pillars of quantum mechanics is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which states that the position and momentum of a particle cannot be simultaneously measured with arbitrary precision. This principle implies that at the quantum level, the act of measuring a system disturbs it, leading to inherent uncertainties. This notion fundamentally differs from classical physics, where objects are assumed to have well-defined properties independent of observation. Quantum mechanics also brings into play the concept of superposition, where a quantum system can exist in multiple states simultaneously until it is observed. This is famously illustrated by the thought experiment known as Schrödinger's cat, where a cat in a sealed box is considered both alive and dead until the box is opened and the system is observed. Additionally, entanglement arises when particles become correlated, such that the state of one instantly influences the state of another, regardless of the distance separating them. This phenomenon led Albert Einstein to refer to entanglement as spooky action at a distance, challenging classical notions of locality. The practical implications of quantum mechanics are profound and have resulted in numerous technological advancements. Quantum mechanics serves as the foundation for modern electronics, including semiconductors and computer technology. Moreover, it has given rise to the field of quantum computing, where quantum bits, qubits, leverage superposition and entanglement to process information in ways that classical computers cannot. Quantum cryptography, based on the principles of quantum mechanics, offers a potentially unbreakable method of secure communication. Despite its successes, quantum mechanics remains a source of philosophical debates regarding the nature of reality and the interpretation of quantum phenomena. Various interpretations, such as the Copenhagen interpretation, many worlds interpretation, and pilot wave theory, offer different perspectives on the implications of quantum mechanics. The ongoing exploration of quantum phenomena continues to shape our understanding of the universe and the fundamental nature of reality, bridging the gap between the observer and the observed in a way that challenges our classical intuition. The Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory is the prevailing cosmological model that describes the early development of the universe. According to this theory, the universe began as an extremely hot and dense point approximately 13.8 billion years ago and has been expanding ever since. This model is supported by a wealth of astronomical evidence and has transformed our understanding of the cosmos, influencing both scientific thought and the philosophical implications of our place in the universe. The initial conditions of the universe were characterized by high temperature and pressure. In this singular state, all matter and energy were concentrated into an infinitely small point, often referred to as a singularity. The Big Bang did not occur at a single point in space. Rather, it was an event that marked the expansion of space itself. In the moments following the Big Bang, the universe underwent rapid inflation, expanding exponentially in a fraction of a second. This inflationary period helped to explain the uniformity of the cosmic microwave background radiation and the distribution of matter throughout the universe. One of the key pieces of evidence supporting the Big Bang theory is the cosmic microwave background, CMB, radiation. Discovered in 1965 by Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson, the CMB is a remnant of the heat from the early universe, filling the cosmos almost uniformly. This radiation is observed as a faint glow detectable in all directions, approximately 2.7 Kelvin above absolute zero. The CMB provides a snapshot of the universe when it was just 380,000 years old, revealing insights into its temperature fluctuations and density variations. These measurements support the idea that the early universe underwent a hot and dense phase before cooling and evolving into the complex structure we see today. Another significant piece of evidence for the Big Bang theory comes from the observed redshift of distant galaxies. Edwin Hubble's observations in the 1920s showed that galaxies are moving away from us, and the farther a galaxy is, the faster it is receding. This phenomenon is interpreted as a result of the expansion of the universe, consistent with predictions derived from the Big Bang theory. By studying the redshift in light from distant galaxies, astronomers can estimate the age of the universe and its rate of expansion, leading to important cosmological parameters, such as the Hubble constant. Moreover, the Big Bang theory accounts for the abundance of light elements in the universe. Predictions about the relative proportions of hydrogen, helium, and lithium made by the theory closely match the observed abundances of these elements, supporting the notion that they were formed in the first few minutes of the universe's existence during a process known as Big Bang nucleosynthesis. The formation of heavier elements occurred later through processes in stars, further complicating the cosmic narrative. Despite its successes, the Big Bang theory is not without its challenges and unanswered questions. Concepts such as dark matter, dark energy, and the nature of singularities continue to prompt investigation and debate among physicists and cosmologists. The ongoing exploration of the universe through observations, experiments, and theoretical advancements may ultimately refine or redefine our understanding of the Big Bang and what preceded it. The quest for knowledge about the origins and evolution of the cosmos is a monumental journey, intertwining science, philosophy, and the human experience. Evolution by natural selection. Evolution by natural selection is a fundamental concept in biology that explains how species evolve over time through a process of variation, competition, and survival. This theory was famously articulated by Charles Darwin in the 19th century and laid the groundwork for modern evolutionary biology. At its core, natural selection is based on the observation that individuals within a species exhibit variations in their traits, and these variations can affect their chances of survival and reproduction. The process begins with genetic variation among individuals within a population. These variations arise due to mutations, gene flow, and sexual reproduction. Some traits may offer advantages in a specific environment, such as better camouflage, enhanced speed, or resistance to diseases. Individuals with advantageous traits are more likely to survive, reproduce, and pass those beneficial traits onto the next generation. This differential survival and reproduction create a natural selection pressure that shapes the genetic makeup of populations over time. One of the key components of natural selection is the concept of adaptation. As environments change or as species migrate to new habitats, those organisms best suited to the new conditions will thrive. For example, the peppered moth in England experienced a dramatic shift during the Industrial Revolution. Pollution darkened tree bark, favouring darker moth variants that were less visible to predators. This shift exemplifies how natural selection can lead to adaptive changes in populations in response to environmental pressures. Natural selection operates on populations, not individuals. Over many generations, small changes can accumulate, resulting in significant transformations. This process can lead to speciation, where populations diverge enough that they can no longer interbreed, eventually forming new species. The Galapagos finches, observed by Darwin, serve as a classic illustration of speciation. Variations among finches' beak shapes and sizes allowed them to exploit different food sources, leading to the emergence of distinct species adapted to their environments. While natural selection is a powerful mechanism for driving evolution, it is not the sole process at work. Other factors, such as genetic drift, gene flow, and mutation, also play critical roles in shaping the evolution of species. Genetic drift refers to random changes in allele frequencies within a population, while gene flow involves the transfer of genetic material between populations. Mutations introduce new genetic variations, serving as the raw material upon which natural selection acts. Critically, natural selection does not strive for perfection. It works within the constraints of existing genetic variation and the current environment, leading to adaptations that are good enough rather than optimal. This concept clarifies why some traits may seem maladaptive or suboptimal. They may persist due to historical contingencies or trade-offs, where the benefits of one trait do not outweigh the costs of another. In conclusion, evolution by natural selection is a cornerstone of biological sciences, explaining the diversity of life on Earth. It underscores the interplay between genetic variation, environmental pressures, and survival. Understanding this process not only sheds light on the intricacies of species development, but also informs fields such as medicine, conservation, and ecology, highlighting the importance of considering evolutionary principles in our approaches to biological problems. DNA and genetics. Deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, is an essential molecule found in the cells of all living organisms, serving as the fundamental blueprint for life. Comprised of two long strands that coil around each other to form a double helix, DNA carries genetic information required for the growth, development, and functioning of organisms. The structure of DNA was elucidated in 1953 by James Watson and Francis Crick, who proposed that the sequence of nitrogenous bases, adenine A, thymine T, cytosine C, and guanine G, encodes genetic instructions. The order of these bases determines how proteins are synthesized and how cells behave. Genetics is the study of heredity and variation in living organisms, focusing on how traits are passed from one generation to the next. It encompasses the examination of genes, which are segments of DNA that serve as templates for producing proteins. Each gene has a specific location on a chromosome, which is a structure found in the nucleus of a cell that contains DNA. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes, comprising about 25,000 genes, each contributing to different aspects of physical appearance, biology, and behavior. One of the fundamental principles of genetics is the concept of alleles, which are different versions of a gene that can exist at the same locus on a chromosome. Alleles can be dominant or recessive. A dominant allele will mask the effect of a recessive allele when both are present in a heterozygous individual. This dynamic explains the inheritance patterns of traits and is foundational to the study of genetics, as articulated in Gregor Mendel's laws of inheritance, which are based on experiments he performed with pea plants in the 19th century. In recent years, advancements in molecular biology have significantly expanded our understanding of DNA and genetics. Techniques such as polymerase chain reaction, PCR, allow for the amplification of specific DNA sequences, enabling scientists to study genes in greater detail. The sequencing of the human genome, completed in the early 21st century, has opened new avenues for research, offering insights into genetic disorders and the potential for personalized medicine. Understanding the genetic basis of diseases allows for targeted therapies that are tailored to the individual's genetic makeup. Moreover, the field of epigenetics has emerged, focusing on changes in gene expression that do not involve alterations to the underlying DNA sequence. Factors such as environment, lifestyle, and developmental stages can affect gene activity, leading to variations in traits and disease susceptibility. This intricate interaction between genetics and environment illustrates the complexity of biological systems and highlights the fact that genetics alone does not determine an organism's fate. As research continues to unravel the complexities of DNA and genetics, ethical considerations also come to the forefront. The potential for genetic engineering, including the modification of genes using techniques like CRISPR, prompts debates about the implications of altering genetic material. Issues of genetic privacy, discrimination, and the moral ramifications of designer babies complicate the landscape of genetic research and applications. In conclusion, DNA and genetics are fundamental to understanding life itself. They not only dictate the biological traits of an organism, but also pose important ethical questions as we navigate the frontiers of genetic research. The implications of our growing knowledge extend far beyond the lab, influencing health, society, and our understanding of what it means to be human. Photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is the remarkable biochemical process through which green plants, algae, and certain bacteria convert light energy into chemical energy, specifically in the form of glucose. This process is vital for life on Earth since it forms the foundation of the food chain and is responsible for producing the oxygen we breathe. The term photosynthesis comes from the Greek words photo, meaning light, and synthesis, meaning putting together. It primarily occurs in the chloroplasts of plant cells, which contain chlorophyll, the green pigment, that captures light energy. The general equation for photosynthesis can be simplified as 6CO2 plus 6H2O plus light energy, C6H12O6 plus 6O2. This means that 6 molecules of carbon dioxide react with 6 molecules of water in the presence of light energy to produce 1 molecule of glucose and 6 molecules of oxygen. The process is divided into 2 main stages: the light-dependent reactions and the light-independent reactions, Calvin cycle. The light-dependent reactions occur in the thylakoid membranes of the chloroplasts, where chlorophyll absorbs sunlight. When chlorophyll absorbs light energy, it excites electrons, which are then transferred through a series of proteins embedded in the thylakoid membrane, known as the electron transport chain. As electrons move through this chain, their energy is used to pump protons into the thylakoid lumen, creating a proton gradient. This gradient powers ATP synthase, an enzyme that synthesizes adenosine triphosphate, ATP, the energy currency of the cell. Another critical aspect of the light-dependent reactions is the production of NADPH, a reducing agent that captures electrons. Water molecules are split in a process called photolysis to provide electrons and protons, producing oxygen as a byproduct. The overall outcome of the light-dependent reactions is the generation of ATP and NADPH, which are essential for the subsequent light-independent reactions. The light-independent reactions, or Calvin cycle, occur in the stroma of the chloroplasts and do not directly require light, although they depend on the ATP and NADPH produced in the light-dependent reactions. The cycle begins with carbon fixation, where carbon dioxide is attached to a 5-carbon sugar called ribulose bisphosphate RUBP by the enzyme ribulose 1,5-bisphosphate carboxylase oxygenase Rubisco. This reaction forms an unstable 6-carbon compound that quickly splits into 2 molecules of 3-phosphoglycerate, 3-PGA. These 3-PGA molecules are then phosphorylated by ATP and reduced by NADPH to form glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate, G3P, a 3-carbon carbohydrate. Some of this G3P exits the cycle to contribute towards the formation of glucose and other carbohydrates, while the rest is used to regenerate RuBP, allowing the cycle to continue. The Calvin cycle is crucial for synthesizing organic compounds that serve as energy sources for nearly all organisms. In summary, photosynthesis is a complex yet beautifully orchestrated process that captures solar energy and transforms it into chemical energy, underpinning life on Earth. It plays a pivotal role in carbon cycling and oxygen production, making it essential for maintaining the ecological balance and supporting life in various ecosystems. Climate change refers to long-term alterations in temperature, precipitation, wind patterns, and other elements of the Earth's climate system. Although Earth's climate has undergone many changes throughout its geological history, the current phase of climate change is primarily attributable to human activities, especially the burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial processes. These actions release greenhouse gases, GHGs, such as carbon dioxide, CO2, methane, CH4, and nitrous oxide, N2O, into the atmosphere. As these gases accumulate, they trap heat from the sun, creating a greenhouse effect that leads to global warming. One of the most significant indicators of climate change is the rise in global temperatures. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, the average global temperature has increased by approximately 1.2 degrees Celsius since the late 19th century. This warming trend has led to a cascade of environmental impacts, including increasingly frequent and severe weather events, melting glaciers and polar ice, rising sea levels, and changes in precipitation patterns. For instance, warmer temperatures have been linked to more intense hurricanes, droughts, and wildfires, all of which pose risks to ecosystems and human societies. Another critical aspect of climate change is ocean acidification, which occurs when CO2 is absorbed by oceans, forming carbonic acid. This process lowers the pH of ocean waters, negatively affecting marine life, particularly organisms like corals and shellfish, which rely on calcium carbonate to form their shells and skeletons. The degradation of coral reefs not only threatens marine biodiversity, but also impacts coastal communities that depend on fisheries and tourism. Climate change also poses significant threats to food security. Changes in temperature and precipitation can disrupt agricultural productivity, leading to crop failures and reduced yields. Regions that are already vulnerable to food insecurity, such as sub-Saharan Africa and parts of South Asia, are particularly at risk. Additionally, shifting weather patterns can facilitate the spread of pests and diseases that further threaten agricultural systems. To combat climate change, international efforts are underway. The most notable of these is the Paris Agreement, adopted in 2015, in which countries around the world committed to limiting global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius, with aspirations to keep it to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Achieving these targets requires a multifaceted approach that includes transitioning to renewable energy sources, enhancing energy efficiency, reforestation, and promoting sustainable land use practices. In conclusion, climate change represents one of the most pressing challenges of our time, with far-reaching implications for the environment, human health, economies, and security. While the path to mitigating its impact is complex, collective action at all levels, individuals, governments, and industries, is essential for creating a more sustainable future. Educating individuals about the realities of climate change and fostering community engagement can empower a global movement dedicated to action, innovation, and resilience in the face of this monumental challenge. Plate tectonics. Plate tectonics is a scientific theory that explains the large-scale movements of Earth's lithosphere, which is divided into several tectonic plates. These plates float on the semi-fluid asthenosphere beneath them and can move relative to one another. The theory of plate tectonics is crucial to understanding various geological phenomena, including earthquakes, volcanoes, mountain ranges, and the distribution of continents and oceans. The lithosphere is divided into multiple plates, including the North American plate, Eurasian plate, African plate, South American plate, Indo-Australian plate, Pacific plate, and Antarctic plate. These plates can be classified into 3 primary types based on their movement and interaction: divergent, convergent, and transform boundaries. Divergent boundaries occur where 2 tectonic plates move apart, resulting in the upwelling of magma that creates new crust, such as the mid-ocean ridges. Convergent boundaries happen when 2 plates collide, leading to one plate being forced beneath the other in a process known as subduction, which can create mountains and deep ocean trenches. Transform boundaries, on the other hand, occur when 2 plates slide past each other horizontally, often causing earthquakes. The concept of plate tectonics emerged in the early 20th century, largely attributed to the work of Alfred Wegener, who proposed the idea of continental drift. Wegener suggested that continents were once joined together in a single landmass called Pangaea, which eventually broke apart and drifted to their current positions. Though his ideas were initially controversial, subsequent evidence, including the discovery of mid-ocean ridges, paleomagnetism, and fossil correlations across continents, supported the notion that continents are indeed mobile. Magma generation at divergent boundaries contributes significantly to the creation of new oceanic crust. As tectonic plates separate, the pressure on the asthenosphere decreases, allowing mantle material to rise and partially melt, creating lava. This lava then erupts at the surface, forming new oceanic crust. Conversely, at convergent boundaries, the subduction of an oceanic plate beneath a continental plate leads to complex geological activity. As the subducted plate descends, it melts due to increasing pressure and temperature, resulting in volcanic activity and the formation of mountain chains like the Andes. Plate tectonics also explains the distribution of earthquakes. Most earthquakes occur along plate boundaries and are caused by the movement of these plates. As they interact, friction can build up until it's released suddenly, resulting in an earthquake. The severity and frequency of earthquakes are influenced by the type of boundary. For example, transform boundaries often generate shallow, frequent earthquakes, while subduction zones can produce powerful, deep-seated earthquakes. In summary, plate tectonics is a foundational theory in geology that elucidates the dynamic nature of Earth's surface. It explains how large landforms are created, why earthquakes occur, and how continents drift apart. Further research in plate tectonics continues to provide critical insights into natural disasters and the geological history of our planet, revealing the ever-changing landscape we inhabit. As scientists gather more data and refine our understanding of tectonic processes, the significance of this theory becomes even clearer, tying together various aspects of Earth's geology, climate, and life itself. Black holes. Black holes are one of the most intriguing and enigmatic phenomena in the universe. They are regions of space where the gravitational pull is so intense that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. The concept of a black hole arises from the equations of general relativity, formulated by Albert Einstein in 1915. According to these equations, when a massive star exhausts its nuclear fuel, it may undergo gravitational collapse, resulting in a point of infinite density known as a singularity, surrounded by an event horizon. The event horizon marks the boundary of the black hole. Beyond this point, the escape velocity exceeds the speed of light. The formation of black holes typically occurs in the aftermath of a supernova, which is the explosive death of a massive star. When the core of the star collapses under its own gravity after the nuclear fuel is depleted, if the remaining mass is sufficient, approximately 3 times the mass of the Sun, it can form a black hole. Conversely, smaller stars may end their lives as neutron stars or white dwarfs, which are not capable of becoming black holes. Black holes are categorized into several types based on their mass. Stellar black holes are those formed by the gravitational collapse of individual stars, usually having masses ranging from 3 to several tens of solar masses. Supermassive black holes, on the other hand, exist at the centers of galaxies and contain millions to billions of solar masses. Their formation processes are still a subject of research, but they may form through the merger of smaller black holes or the direct collapse of massive gas clouds in the early universe. A third category is intermediate black holes, which occupy a mass range between stellar and supermassive black holes. The existence of intermediate black holes remains somewhat controversial, but evidence of their presence has been suggested in certain clusters of stars and through gravitational wave detections. These discoveries have further expanded our understanding of the black hole population in the universe. Black holes can also have significant effects on their surroundings. One of the most dramatic manifestations of this is the emission of X-rays from the accretion disks formed by materials spiraling into the black hole. As gas and dust fall into the black hole, they heat up and emit radiation, making them detectable with X-ray telescopes. This phenomenon allows astronomers to identify black holes indirectly by observing the accompanying emissions from the material that is being consumed. Furthermore, the study of black holes has profound implications for our understanding of fundamental physics. They challenge the principles of classical physics and raise critical questions about the nature of space, time, and information. The so-called information paradox poses a puzzle in theoretical physics regarding whether information that enters a black hole is lost forever, or if it can be retrieved in some form, thus contributing to ongoing discussions in quantum mechanics and gravity. In conclusion, black holes are more than just cosmic vacuum cleaners. They are crucial to the structure and evolution of galaxies and the cosmos as a whole. Their mysterious nature and the paradoxes they present continue to fascinate scientists, pushing the boundaries of our knowledge in astrophysics and beyond. As technology advances, our ability to observe and understand black holes will likely uncover even more secrets of the universe. Dark matter and dark energy. In the fabric of the cosmos, two enigmatic components stand out due to their profound implications for our understanding of the universe: dark matter and dark energy. These elements, despite being largely intangible and unobservable directly, dictate the structure and dynamics of the universe on the largest scales. Together, they represent about 95% of the total mass-energy content of the universe, yet they remain some of the biggest mysteries in modern astrophysics. Dark matter is a form of matter that does not emit, absorb, or reflect light, making it invisible and detectable only through its gravitational effects. Its presence was first inferred in the 1930s by Swiss astronomer Fritz Zwicky, who noted that the mass of visible matter in galaxy clusters was insufficient to account for the gravitational binding of those clusters. Subsequent studies, including detailed observations of rotating galaxies by Vera Rubin in the 1970s, solidified the idea that a significant amount of unseen mass must be present, exerting gravitational influence, yet remaining elusive to observational techniques that rely on electromagnetic radiation. Astrophysicists have proposed various candidates for dark matter, the leading contender being weakly interacting massive particles, WIMPs. These hypothetical particles would interact primarily through gravity and to a lesser extent via the weak nuclear force. Other candidates include axions, sterile neutrinos, and primordial black holes. Despite intensive searches in both terrestrial experiments and particle accelerators, direct detection of dark matter particles has not been achieved, building an intriguing narrative filled with uncertainty and anticipation. Meanwhile, dark energy encompasses another layer of cosmic mystery. First identified in the late 1990s through observations of distant supernovae, dark energy is theorized to be responsible for the accelerated expansion of the universe. The discovery indicated that the universe is not just expanding, but the rate of that expansion is increasing, which came as a considerable surprise to astronomers. Dark energy is now thought to make up about 68% of the universe's total energy density, counterbalancing the gravitational pull of matter and leading to the expansion dynamics that we observe. The nature of dark energy remains poorly understood, and several theories have been proposed. The simplest explanation posits a cosmological constant, a concept introduced by Albert Einstein, suggesting that dark energy is a constant energy density filling space homogeneously. However, other models, such as quintessence, imply that dark energy could evolve over time, adding another layer of complexity to the understanding of cosmic expansion. Together, dark matter and dark energy form an integral part of the current cosmological model, leading to the lambda cold dark matter, LCDM, paradigm, which has successfully explained numerous phenomena across the universe. These components challenge our understanding of physics, cosmology, and the fundamental workings of the universe. As researchers continue to develop new theories, conduct experiments, and refine observational techniques, the quest to unravel the mysteries of dark matter and dark energy promises not only to deepen our understanding of the universe, but also to redefine the very laws of physics as we know them. The Standard Model of Particle Physics. The Standard Model of Particle Physics is a comprehensive framework that describes the fundamental particles and forces that constitute the universe. Developed throughout the 20th century, This model synthesizes a vast amount of experimental evidence and theoretical insight, culminating in a systematic description of the building blocks of matter and the forces governing their interactions. The Standard Model is particularly significant as it unifies electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, and the strong nuclear force into a single theoretical framework, while also identifying the particles that embody these forces. At the core of the Standard Model are the elementary particles, which are categorized into two main classes, fermions and bosons. Fermions, which include quarks and leptons, are the matter particles that make up the universe. Quarks combine to form protons and neutrons, which in turn constitute atomic nuclei. There are 6 types of quarks known as flavors: up, down, charm, strange, top, and bottom. Leptons consist of particles like electrons, muons, and neutrinos, each associated with a corresponding flavor. Unlike quarks, leptons do not experience the strong nuclear force, but they do interact via the weak nuclear force and electromagnetism. The other crucial aspect of the Standard Model is the force-carrying particles, known as bosons. Each fundamental force in the universe is mediated by specific bosons. The photon is the force carrier of electromagnetism, while the W and Z bosons mediate the weak nuclear force. The strong nuclear force, which binds quarks together in protons and neutrons, is carried by gluons. Additionally, the Higgs boson is a special particle associated with the Higgs field, which endows other particles with mass through the Higgs mechanism. The discovery of the Higgs boson in 2012 at CERN's Large Hadron Collider was a landmark achievement, providing crucial experimental confirmation of the theoretical predictions of the Standard Model. Despite its successes, the Standard Model is not without limitations. It does not incorporate gravity, which is described by general relativity, nor does it account for dark matter and dark energy, which together constitute a significant portion of the universe's mass-energy content. Furthermore, the model is based on the particle interactions observed at high-energy scales, and it does not explain the observed asymmetry between matter and antimatter in the universe. These unresolved questions indicate that while the Standard Model is incredibly successful in many respects, it is incomplete. Efforts to extend or go beyond the Standard Model are ongoing in theoretical and experimental physics. Researchers are exploring various frameworks, such as supersymmetry, string theory, and quantum gravity, in hopes of addressing the shortcomings of the Standard Model. These endeavors seek to unify all known forces, explain phenomena like dark matter, and provide a deeper understanding of the universe's fundamental workings. In conclusion, the Standard Model of particle physics represents a pivotal achievement in our understanding of the fundamental components of the universe. It elegantly organizes the myriad particles and their interactions into a consistent framework, providing essential insights into the nature of matter and forces. As physicists continue to probe deeper into the mysteries of the universe, the Standard Model serves as both a monumental accomplishment and a launching pad for future discoveries in the realm of particle physics. The laws of thermodynamics. The laws of thermodynamics are fundamental principles that describe how energy interacts within physical systems. They have wide-reaching implications across various scientific disciplines, including physics, chemistry, and engineering. There are 4 main laws, usually numbered from 0 to 3, each elucidating different aspects of energy and its conservation, transfer, and transformation. The zeroth law of thermodynamics, although it is often overlooked, lays the groundwork for the concept of temperature. This law states that if 2 systems are each in thermal equilibrium with a third system, then they are in thermal equilibrium with each other. This principle allows for the definition of temperature as a measurable quantity and provides a basis for thermometers by establishing a consistent scale for temperature comparison. The first law of thermodynamics, also known as the law of energy conservation, asserts that energy cannot be created or destroyed in an isolated system. It can only be transformed from one form to another. This principle can be expressed mathematically as du equals QW, where du represents the change in internal energy of the system, Q denotes the heat added to the system, and W symbolizes the work done by the system on its surroundings. This law emphasizes the conservation of energy principle and implies that the total energy of a closed system remains constant, although it may change forms, such as from kinetic to potential energy or from thermal energy to work. The second law of thermodynamics addresses the direction of energy transformations and introduces the concept of entropy. Entropy is a measure of the disorder or randomness of a system, and the second law states that in any energy exchange, if no energy enters or leaves the system, the potential energy of the state will always be less than that of the initial state, leading to an increase in entropy. This law implies that natural processes tend to move towards a state of greater disorder, explaining why heat spontaneously flows from hot to cold objects, and why energy transformations are never 100% efficient. It also has profound implications for understanding the arrow of time, as processes that increase entropy are irreversible under normal conditions. Lastly, the third law of thermodynamics posits that as the temperature of a perfect crystal approaches absolute zero, its entropy approaches a minimum value. This law implies that absolute zero is unattainable. However, it sets a reference point for the calculation of entropy at different temperatures. The third law highlights the fact that molecular motion, which contributes to entropy, slows down significantly as temperatures decrease, and at absolute zero, a perfect crystal would have only one microstate, resulting in zero entropy. In summary, the laws of thermodynamics describe the principles governing energy transfer and transformation within physical systems. They not only offer vital insights into the behavior of energy, but also form the foundation for numerous scientific applications, including engines, refrigerators, and even understanding the behavior of stars. An appreciation of these laws is crucial for exploring the energy dynamics in both natural and engineered systems, making them some of the most important concepts in science. Entropy, understanding the measure of disorder. Entropy is a fundamental concept in thermodynamics, statistical mechanics, and information theory, representing a measure of disorder or randomness in a system. In the context of thermodynamics, entropy quantifies the amount of energy in a physical system that is unavailable for doing mechanical work. This idea, rooted in the second law of thermodynamics, asserts that in an isolated system, the total entropy can never decrease over time. Instead, it tends to increase, leading to the conclusion that natural processes are irreversible and tend toward a state of maximum disorder. The origins of the concept of entropy trace back to the 19th century, primarily through the work of German physicist Rudolf Clausius and Scottish engineer William Thomson, also known as Lord Kelvin. Clausius introduced the term entropy in 1865, deriving it from the Greek word entropia, meaning transformation or a turning toward. He formulated the concept as a state function that helps in understanding how energy transformations occur during heat exchange processes. In practical terms, consider the example of a hot cup of coffee left in a room at room temperature. Initially, the cup has a high concentration of thermal energy compared to the cooler surrounding air. Over time, the heat will transfer from the coffee to the air until thermal equilibrium is reached. In this scenario, the entropy of the coffee-air system increases as the energy becomes more evenly distributed, resulting in a higher level of disorder. This illustrates the principle that systems naturally evolve towards greater entropy or disorder. Entropy also has profound implications in various scientific fields, beyond just thermodynamics. In statistical mechanics, entropy is interpreted in terms of the number of microscopic configurations that correspond to a thermodynamic system's macroscopic state. Ludwig Boltzmann, a pioneering figure in this area, provided a statistical definition of entropy, expressed as S equals sign K log W, where S is entropy, K is the Boltzmann constant, and W is the number of possible microscopic arrangements. This perspective connects entropy to the microscopic behavior of particles, highlighting the relationship between disorder at the molecular level and macroscopic phenomena. In the realm of information theory, entropy measures the uncertainty or unpredictability of information content. Proposed by Claude Shannon in 1948, this entropic measure is essential for understanding data compression and communication systems. The higher the entropy, the less predictable the information, analogous to physical entropy in the sense that higher entropy corresponds to more disorder and complexity. Moreover, entropy plays a critical role in understanding the arrow of time. The increase of entropy provides a directionality to the flow of time, anchoring the concept that the past is distinct from the future. In cosmology, the universe's evolution can be perceived through this lens, where the state of high entropy is considered a future state, pointing towards a heat death scenario in which the universe reaches a state of maximum entropy. In conclusion, entropy serves as a central pillar across various scientific disciplines. Its implications extend from the realms of thermodynamics, where it governs energy transformations, to statistical mechanics, providing insight into molecular behavior, and to information theory, influencing data processing and transmission. As our understanding of entropy continues to evolve, it remains a critical concept that helps elucidate the natural tendencies of systems toward disorder. The double helix. The double helix is one of the most iconic structures in modern biology, representing the molecular architecture of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. Discovered in 1953 by James Watson and Francis Crick, the double helix model has become synonymous with genetic research and heredity. This structure elucidates how genetic information is stored, replicated, and transmitted in living organisms, marking a pivotal moment in our understanding of life at the molecular level. The double helix consists of two long strands of nucleotides twisted around each other, resembling a spiral staircase. Each nucleotide is composed of three key components: a phosphate group, a sugar molecule, deoxyribose, and a nitrogenous base. There are 4 different nitrogenous bases in DNA: adenine A, thymine T, cytosine C, and guanine G. The specific pairing of these bases, adenine paired with thymine and cytosine paired with guanine, is essential for the faithful replication of DNA and the transmission of genetic information from one generation to the next. The helical structure of DNA is crucial for its function. The 2 strands run in opposite directions, a property known as anti-parallel orientation, which is critical for processes such as DNA replication and transcription. The twisting nature of the double helix allows for efficient packing of the DNA molecule, enabling it to fit within the confines of the cell nucleus. This compact organization is vital for cell division and ensures that genetic information remains intact during cellular processes. DNA replication involves the unwinding of the double helix, followed by the synthesis of new strands complementary to each of the original strands. Enzymes such as DNA helicase and DNA polymerase play vital roles in this process, ensuring that the genetic code is accurately copied. The ability of DNA to replicate itself with high fidelity is what allows for the continuity of genetic information across generations, providing the basis for inheritance. In addition to its role in replication, The double helix is also fundamental to the processes of transcription and translation, which are crucial for gene expression. During transcription, a specific segment of DNA is transcribed into messenger RNA, mRNA, which then serves as a template for protein synthesis in a process called translation. This gene expression mechanism is pivotal for cellular function and the overall phenotype of an organism. The discovery of the double helix structure has had profound implications beyond biology. It has catalyzed advancements in fields such as medicine, forensic science, and evolutionary biology. Understanding the genetic code paved the way for innovations such as genetic engineering, biotechnology, and the Human Genome Project, which aim to map all human genes. Furthermore, the double helix has sparked significant ethical debates around topics such as genetic modification, cloning, and the implications of manipulating the genetic code. In summary, the double helix is more than just a structural feature of DNA. It is a fundamental element that underpins life itself. Its discovery marked the beginning of a new era in biology, providing critical insights into the mechanisms of heredity, the functioning of genes, and the intricate processes of life. As research continues to progress, the double helix remains a powerful symbol of the interconnectedness of all living organisms through the shared language of DNA. String theory is an advanced theoretical framework in physics that attempts to reconcile general relativity and quantum mechanics by proposing that the fundamental constituents of the universe are not point-like particles, but rather one-dimensional objects known as strings. These strings can vibrate at different frequencies, much like the strings of a musical instrument. The specific vibration modes of these strings are thought to correspond to different particles, such as electrons or quarks. This revolutionary idea suggests that what we perceive as distinct particles are actually manifestations of the same underlying string-like entities. One of the major motivations behind string theory is its potential to unify the four fundamental forces of nature: electromagnetism, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, and gravity. Traditional particle physics, encapsulated in the Standard Model, successfully describes three of these forces but struggles to incorporate gravity. String theory endeavors to fill this gap by providing a more comprehensive framework. In particular, it requires additional spatial dimensions beyond the familiar 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time. While we experience only 4 dimensions directly, string theory suggests that there may be as many as 10 or even 11 dimensions, depending on the specific formulation of the theory. The mathematical elegance of string theory has drawn considerable attention, yet it is notoriously complex. The 2 main types of string theory are Type 1 and Type 2, which includes Type 2a and Type 2b, and heterotic string theory. In these formulations, strings can be open, which have 2 endpoints, or closed, which form a loop. Each type of string theory has its unique features and implications, leading to an array of different physical predictions. Additionally, string theory includes a rich structure of dualities, which are surprising relationships between seemingly distinct theories. Despite its theoretical appeal, string theory has faced significant criticisms. One of the primary challenges is its lack of experimental validation. As of now, there is no direct evidence that strings exist or that the extra dimensions proposed by string theory can be observed. This has led some physicists to question whether it can be considered a true scientific theory or a mathematical framework without empirical support. However, proponents argue that the beauty and coherence of the theory provide strong reasons to continue its exploration, even as experimental techniques advance. Interestingly, string theory also encompasses ideas beyond particle physics. It has made connections with diverse areas such as condensed matter physics, black hole thermodynamics, and even cosmology. For instance, concepts from string theory have been used to understand the entropy of black holes, providing insights into the fundamental nature of space, time, and gravity. Additionally, string theory has inspired developments in mathematical physics, leading to new techniques and insights in various fields. In conclusion, string theory represents one of the most ambitious attempts to unravel the mysteries of the universe. By proposing that the fundamental building blocks of reality are one-dimensional strings, it challenges our conventional understanding of matter and forces. While the road ahead is fraught with both theoretical and experimental challenges, the pursuit of string theory continues to inspire physicists, striving for a grand unification of all fundamental forces. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, AI, refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machines, specifically programmed to think and act like humans. The term was first coined in 1956 during a conference at Dartmouth College, marking the birth of AI as a formal discipline. Since then, AI has rapidly evolved, integrating into various sectors, from healthcare and finance to transportation and entertainment. The foundational goal of AI is to develop systems capable of performing tasks that would typically require human intelligence, such as learning, reasoning, problem-solving, perception, and language understanding. AI can be categorized into two broad types: narrow AI and general AI. Narrow AI, also known as weak AI, is designed for specific tasks such as facial recognition, language translation, and game playing. These systems can perform these defined activities efficiently, but lack the ability to understand or learn beyond their programming. On the other hand, general AI, or strong AI, refers to a theoretical form of AI that possesses the capability to perform any intellectual task that a human can do. While narrow AI is prevalent in today's applications, general AI remains largely a goal for future development. The technological backbone of AI consists of various techniques and frameworks, including machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, and computer vision. Machine learning, a subset of AI, involves training algorithms to recognize patterns and make predictions based on data input. Deep learning, a more advanced form of machine learning, utilizes neural networks with multiple layers to analyze complex data and improve accuracy over time. Natural language processing enables machines to understand and interact with human language, making it possible for us to communicate with AI systems through speech or text. In contrast, computer vision allows these systems to interpret and process visual information from the world. AI's applications are vast and transformative, impacting various domains. In healthcare, AI-driven technologies assist in diagnosing diseases, personalizing treatment plans, and even predicting patient outcomes. In finance, algorithms analyze market trends, manage risks, and optimize trading strategies. Autonomous vehicles employ AI to navigate and make decisions on the road. And smart personal assistants like Siri and Alexa enhance user convenience through voice recognition and automation. These advancements have sparked both excitement and concern regarding ethics, privacy, and job displacement. Despite its potential, the development of AI raises significant ethical questions. Issues like data privacy, algorithmic bias, and the decision-making power of autonomous systems have prompted discussions about the need for ethical guidelines and regulations. Furthermore, the possibility of superintelligent AI poses risks that necessitate serious contemplation regarding safety and control. Policymakers, technologists, and ethicists are actively engaging in dialogues to establish frameworks that ensure the responsible and safe development of AI technologies. As AI continues to advance, it holds the promise to enhance human capabilities and improve lives on multiple fronts. Its integration into various sectors encourages efficiency and innovation, while also presenting challenges that society must address. Understanding the fundamentals, capabilities, and ethical implications of AI is crucial as we navigate an increasingly automated world. As research continues and technology evolves, the future of AI will undeniably shape our lives in ways we can only begin to imagine. CRISPR and gene editing. CRISPR, short for clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats, has revolutionized the field of genetics and molecular biology since its discovery as a powerful gene editing tool. Originally identified in the immune system of bacteria, CRISPR serves as a defense mechanism against viruses. The system consists of RNA molecules and proteins, notably the Cas9 protein, which work together to precisely target and edit specific DNA sequences in the genomes of living organisms. This has prompted a surge of interest in its potential applications across various fields, including medicine, agriculture, and biotechnology. The mechanism of CRISPR involves several key components. First, guide RNA, gRNA, is designed to locate a specific sequence of DNA within a genome. This gRNA is complementary to the target sequence, allowing it to bind effectively. Once the gRNA is bound to the target DNA, the Cas9 protein acts as molecular scissors that introduce a double-strand break in the DNA at that location. The cell's natural repair mechanisms then kick in to fix the break, which can lead to various outcomes. The DNA may be repaired in a way that disrupts the original gene, knockout, or new genetic material can be introduced, knock-in, when a donor template is provided. The implications of CRISPR technology are vast. In medicine, it holds the promise of developing therapies for genetic disorders such as cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, and even certain types of cancer. Researchers are exploring the possibility of correcting genetic mutations by directly editing the faulty genes. Furthermore, CRISPR can also be used to engineer immune cells to better target and destroy cancer cells, ushering in a new era of precision medicine. However, this potential comes with ethical considerations and concerns regarding unintended consequences, such as off-target effects where other parts of the genome might be inadvertently altered. In agriculture, CRISPR is transforming the way crops are developed. Farmers and scientists can create genetically modified organisms, GMOs, that are more resilient to pests, diseases, and environmental changes. Potential enhancements include crops with improved nutritional profiles or reduced reliance on chemical pesticides and fertilizers. This can lead to more sustainable farming practices and help address food security in the face of a growing global population. Nevertheless, this aspect of CRISPR technology has also raised concerns regarding biodiversity, corporate control over seeds, and labeling of genetically modified products. While CRISPR has shown remarkable versatility and efficiency, ongoing research is required to refine the technology and ensure its safe application. Ethical considerations must be at the forefront of discussions surrounding gene editing, especially when it comes to potential human enhancement or germline editing, which involves changes that can be passed to future generations. Global discussions on regulations and guidelines are imperative to navigate the complexities of this powerful technology responsibly. In conclusion, CRISPR represents a paradigm shift in our approach to genetic engineering, offering unprecedented opportunities for innovation, but also raising important ethical and safety concerns that society must carefully consider. The theory of evolution. The theory of evolution, primarily associated with Charles Darwin, is a foundational concept in biology that explains the diversity of life on Earth. It posits that all living organisms share a common ancestor and have undergone gradual change over time through the processes of natural selection and adaptation. This concept revolutionized the way we understand the development of life and has profound implications across various scientific disciplines. At its core, Evolution suggests that species adapt to their environments through time. The differences between species arise from genetic variations that occur within populations. These variations can result from random mutations in DNA, gene flow between populations, or genetic drift. Some variations may be advantageous, improving an organism's chances of survival and reproduction in a given environment. Individuals with such beneficial traits are more likely to survive, reproduce, and pass these advantageous traits to their offspring. This process is what we refer to as natural selection. The concept of natural selection involves several key components: variation, inheritance, differential survival, and reproduction. Variation among individuals in a population is crucial, as it provides the raw material on which natural selection acts. Inheritance ensures that advantageous traits are passed down through generations. Differential survival means that not all individuals will survive to reproduce, often due to competition for resources, predation, or environmental changes. Reproduction increases the frequency of advantageous traits in the population over time, leading to evolutionary changes. Evidence supporting the theory of evolution comes from a multitude of sources. Fossil records provide snapshots of past life forms, illustrating gradual changes in species over millions of years. Comparative anatomy reveals similarities in structure among different species, indicating common ancestry. Molecular biology, particularly the study of DNA and genetic sequences, shows that all living organisms share certain genetic codes, further underscoring evolutionary connections. The field of embryology also provides insights. For example, embryonic development stages in different species can exhibit remarkable similarities, pointing to shared lineage. In recent years, the discovery of antibiotic resistance in bacteria has provided a contemporary example of evolution in action. When bacteria are exposed to antibiotics, those with mutations conferring resistance can survive and reproduce, leading to a population of resistant bacteria. This emphasizes the ongoing nature of evolution. It is not a historical process confined to the past, but a continuous dynamic one that shapes life today. Despite extensive evidence, misconceptions about evolution persist, often fueled by misunderstandings of the science. Some equate evolution with a linear progression towards a higher organism, which is misleading. Evolution is a branching process characterized by adaptation to various environments, not a hierarchy. Additionally, the phrase survival of the fittest can be misinterpreted. It does not solely refer to physical strength, but encompasses reproductive success in a particular environment. The theory of evolution remains a crucial unifying theory in biology, offering insights into the processes that have shaped the natural world. It influences areas beyond biology, impacting medicine, agriculture, and conservation. Understanding evolution helps us address pressing issues such as biodiversity loss and emerging infectious diseases. Ultimately, it enriches our appreciation for the complexity and interconnectedness of life on Earth. The human microbiome. The human microbiome is an intricate community of microorganisms that inhabit various parts of the human body, including the skin, mouth, gut, and other mucosal surfaces. These microorganisms consist of bacteria, archaea, viruses, fungi, and protozoa, and they outnumber human cells by a ratio of approximately 10:1. The microbiome's composition is dynamic, influenced by factors such as age, diet, environment, and genetics. Its development begins at birth, influenced by the method of delivery, natural birth or caesarean section, and it evolves throughout life, reaching a stable adult composition during early childhood. The gut microbiome, in particular, has garnered significant interest because it plays a crucial role in digestion, metabolism, and immune function. It aids in the breakdown of complex carbohydrates and fibers that human enzymes can't digest, producing short-chain fatty acids beneficial for gut health and overall metabolism. These fatty acids serve as energy sources for intestinal cells and modulate the immune response, highlighting the gut's role as a critical interface between the body and the external environment. Moreover, the human microbiome has implications for mental health, a phenomenon often referred to as the gut-brain axis. Emerging research suggests that the gut microbiota can influence mood, behavior, and cognitive functions through the production of neurotransmitters and various signaling molecules. This connection can explain why gastrointestinal issues are often linked with psychological conditions, demonstrating that the health of the microbiome is intrinsically connected to our mental well-being. In addition to digestion and mental health, the microbiome is also fundamental in protecting against pathogens. It does this through several mechanisms, including competitive exclusion, where beneficial microbes outcompete harmful ones for resources. Furthermore, the microbiome plays a crucial role in the maturation and regulation of the immune system. It helps train the immune system to distinguish between harmful invaders and benign elements from the environment, thus reducing the risk of autoimmune diseases. The balance of the microbiome can be disrupted by various factors, such as antibiotics, poor diet, and infections. Such disruptions can lead to dysbiosis, a condition characterized by an imbalance of the microbial community that is associated with numerous health issues, including obesity, diabetes, inflammatory bowel disease, and allergies. Restoring this balance can sometimes be achieved through dietary modifications, probiotics, and prebiotics, which help nourish beneficial microbes. Recent advances in microbiome research have led to the promising field of personalized medicine, where treatments and dietary recommendations might be tailored based on an individual's microbiome composition. This area of study seeks to understand how different microbial profiles influence health and disease, which could open up new avenues for preventive and therapeutic approaches in healthcare. In summary, the human microbiome is a complex and dynamic ecosystem that plays vital roles in various physiological functions. As research continues to unfold, our understanding of the microbiome's implications for health and disease will likely lead to significant advancements in medicine, nutrition, and overall well-being. Neuroscience and brain plasticity. Neuroscience is the multidisciplinary study of the nervous system, encompassing disciplines such as biology, psychology, and cognitive science. It seeks to understand the structure and function of the brain, the spinal cord, and the intricate network of neurons that transmit signals throughout the body. As the command center for not just movement and sensory perception, the brain governs emotions, cognition, and the very essence of what it means to be human. Neuroscientists employ various techniques, including brain imaging, electrophysiology, and molecular biology, to probe the mysteries of this complex organ, aiming to unravel how it processes information, regulates behavior, and adapts to experiences. A central concept in modern neuroscience is brain plasticity, also known as neuroplasticity. This remarkable phenomenon refers to the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. Initially thought to be predominantly fixed after a certain developmental period, research over the last few decades has demonstrated that the brain remains malleable and capable of change in response to learning, experience, and environmental factors. Neuroplasticity can occur at several levels, from cellular changes involving individual neurons to large-scale cortical remapping, illustrating how adaptable the brain truly is. Brain plasticity manifests in several forms, including structural plasticity and functional plasticity. Structural plasticity involves the physical alteration of the brain's architecture, notably the growth of new neurons, neurogenesis, and the formation of new synapses, synaptic plasticity. These changes can enhance learning and memory capabilities. Functional plasticity, on the other hand, refers to the brain's ability to shift functions from damaged regions to healthy areas. This is particularly evident in cases of brain injury, when neighboring regions can sometimes take over lost functions, helping individuals regain capabilities. Various factors influence neuroplasticity, including age, environment, and activity levels. In children, the brain exhibits a high degree of plasticity, enabling rapid learning and skill acquisition. Adults also retain a considerable degree of plasticity, though often to a lesser extent. Continued engagement in mentally stimulating activities, physical exercise, and social interactions can promote neuroplasticity, enhancing cognitive performance and potentially counteracting age-related decline. Neuroscience has enormous implications for various fields, particularly in educating and treating neurological conditions. Understanding brain plasticity has facilitated innovative approaches in rehabilitation for stroke patients, traumatic brain injury survivors, and those with neurological disorders. Therapeutic strategies such as cognitive behavioral therapy, occupational therapy, and tailored exercise programs leverage the brain's adaptive capacities, aiming to help individuals recover lost functions and improve their quality of life. In conclusion, neuroscience serves as a foundational pillar for understanding the complexities of the brain and its extraordinary potential for adaptation. Brain plasticity underscores the dynamic nature of the nervous system, debunking the myth of a static brain. This evolving understanding not only enriches our knowledge of human behavior and cognition, but also opens new avenues for therapeutic interventions, emphasizing the need to foster environments that nurture brain health throughout life. Epigenetics. Epigenetics is the study of heritable changes in gene expression that do not involve alterations to the underlying DNA sequence. This field of research has uncovered complex regulatory mechanisms that influence how genes are turned on or off, thereby playing a crucial role in the development, adaptation, and evolution of organisms. Unlike traditional genetics, which focuses on the sequences of DNA itself, epigenetics examines the chemical modifications on DNA and the histone proteins around which DNA is wrapped. These modifications can affect gene activity, leading to various phenotypic outcomes. The term epigenetic originates from the Greek word epi, meaning above or on top of, denoting the regulatory processes that influence genome functionality without altering the base sequence. Key epigenetic mechanisms include DNA methylation, histone modification, and non-coding RNA molecules. DNA methylation involves the addition of a methyl group to the cytosine base of DNA, which often leads to gene silencing. Histone modification includes various chemical changes, such as acetylation, phosphorylation, and ubiquitination, that can enhance or inhibit gene expression by altering the accessibility of the DNA. Non-coding RNAs participate in gene regulation through mechanisms that can interfere with or promote the transcription of genes. Epigenetic modifications can be influenced by a range of environmental factors, including diet, stress, toxins, and lifestyle. For instance, studies have shown that nutritional intake can lead to changes in epigenetic marks that affect genes involved in metabolism and development. The concept of the epigenetic landscape illustrates how external factors can lead to different outcomes in gene expression, even among individuals with identical genetic makeup, highlighting the role of epigenetics in personalized medicine and health. One of the most captivating aspects of epigenetics is its potential for transgenerational inheritance. Research has indicated that environmental effects can sometimes be passed down through generations, affecting the epigenetic status of offspring. This has important implications for understanding disease susceptibility and behavioral traits, suggesting that the life experiences of one generation can leave imprints on the next. For example, epigenetic changes in response to stress or trauma experienced by parents may influence the stress responses of their children, resulting in a cycle of vulnerability or resilience. Epigenetics has opened new avenues for understanding complex diseases such as cancer, where abnormal epigenetic modifications can lead to the inappropriate activation or silencing of genes involved in cell growth and division. This has prompted research into targeted therapies aimed at reversing these epigenetic changes, offering hope for more effective treatment strategies. In agriculture, epigenetic research is also being harnessed to develop crop varieties that can better withstand environmental challenges, showcasing the field's broad applicability. In conclusion, epigenetics represents a paradigm shift in our understanding of biology, emphasizing the interplay between genes and the environment. As research continues to evolve, its insights hold the potential to revolutionize medicine, enhance our grasp of heredity, and inform strategies for combating diseases. The intricate dance between our genetic blueprint and the epigenetic regulations offers a profound understanding of life itself and our connection to the world around us. The speed of light. The speed of light is one of the fundamental constants of nature, denoted by the letter c, and is approximately 299,792,458 meters per second in a vacuum. This astonishing speed is not just a number, it serves as a crucial benchmark in the realms of physics and cosmology. Understanding the speed of light is essential to comprehending not only how light behaves, but also how the universe operates. It forms the backbone of Einstein's theory of relativity, which revolutionized our understanding of space and time. One of the most intriguing aspects of the speed of light is its constancy. According to Einstein's special theory of relativity, the speed of light remains the same, regardless of the motion of the observer or the light source. This principle challenges our intuitive understandings of movement and speed, as it implies that no object with mass can reach or exceed this speed limit. When objects approach the speed of light, they undergo profound physical changes. Time dilates and lengths contract, illustrating how interconnected space and time truly are. The implications of the speed of light extend beyond theoretical physics. They affect various practical areas as well. For instance, GPS technology relies on the principles of relativity to provide accurate positioning. The satellites orbiting Earth experience different gravitational forces than those on the surface, which affects the passage of time. Without accounting for these differences rooted in the speed of light and relativity, GPS measurements would quickly become inaccurate. This example highlights how fundamental scientific concepts like the speed of light have real-world applications that impact our daily lives. Moreover, the speed of light serves as a cosmic speed limit, not only for the material world, but also for the transfer of information. No signal, whether it be light or radio waves, can traverse distances faster than light. This limitation informs our understanding of the vastness of space and the possibility of interstellar communication. The delay in receiving signals from distant celestial bodies shapes our perception of the universe, reinforcing the idea that we are observing the cosmos as it was in the past, not as it is in the present. To further grasp the concept of the speed of light, experiments have continuously sought to measure and understand its behavior in different media. While the speed of light in a vacuum is constant, it varies in materials such as water or glass, slowing down due to interactions with the medium. This phenomenon is crucial in understanding optics and has practical implications in designing lenses and optical devices. The bending of light as it enters different substances leads to refraction, a principle harnessed in various technologies from eyeglasses to fiber optics. In conclusion, the speed of light is not merely a number, it is a critical concept that shapes our understanding of the universe. From its role in theories of relativity to its implications in technology and communication, the speed of light illustrates the deep interconnections between time, space, and the physical laws that govern our reality. As we continue to explore the universe and our place within it, our understanding of the speed of light will undoubtedly remain a cornerstone of scientific inquiry. The butterfly effect. The butterfly effect is a concept within chaos theory that emphasizes how small changes in initial conditions can lead to vastly different outcomes. The term is often used to illustrate the unpredictability of complex systems, particularly in meteorology, where tiny variations in atmospheric conditions can significantly affect weather patterns. This principle suggests that a seemingly insignificant action, such as the flap of a butterfly's wings, could set off a chain of events leading to a hurricane weeks later. The phrase was popularized by mathematician and meteorologist Edward Lorenz in the 1960s, who discovered that minute differences in input could drastically alter the results of his weather simulations. At its core, the butterfly effect embodies the idea of nonlinearity. In many systems, particularly those described by chaos theory, outputs are not directly proportional to inputs. Instead, the relationships between variables can be highly intricate and sensitive to initial conditions. Lorenz's work in his weather model showed that small rounding errors in the input data led to intersections in the projected outcomes, highlighting the inherent unpredictability in weather forecasting. This non-linearity is present not just in meteorology, but in various fields, including economics, population dynamics, and ecology. The historical context of the butterfly effect can be traced back to the broader field of chaos theory, which emerged as scientists began observing that some dynamic systems behaved in unexpected and disorderly ways. Traditional approaches in science generally focused on linear systems, where outcomes could be calculated with certainty. In contrast, chaos theory revealed that even simple deterministic systems could produce random-like behavior. The implication is profound. Over time, and with sufficient sensitivity to initial conditions, predicting future states of a complex system could become impossible. The practical implications of the butterfly effect have been explored in various domains. For example, in finance, small market movements can lead to significant shifts in investor behavior and larger market crashes. Similarly, in ecology, minor changes to an ecosystem, such as the introduction of an invasive species, can have cascading effects that alter the entire habitat. The concept reminds us that our actions, no matter how trivial, might lead to unexpected results down the line, promoting a greater awareness of the interconnectedness of systems. Moreover, the butterfly effect challenges the traditional notions of causality and predictability. In a world where outcomes are uncertain and often determined by myriad factors, understanding the qualities of chaotic systems is critical for scientists, policymakers, and individuals alike. Recognizing the potential for small events to escalate can change the way we approach problem solving and risk management. Instead of simplistically attributing outcomes to single causes, embracing a more holistic perspective allows us to appreciate the complexities at play in our environments. In summary, the butterfly effect serves as a poignant reminder of the fragile nature of order within chaotic systems. As complexities arise and variables interact in multifaceted ways, the potential for tiny causes to reverberate throughout a system affirms the intricate tapestry of existence. Far from being a trivial observation, this principle encourages us to consider the bigger picture and be mindful of our small contributions to the world around us. The Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci sequence is one of the most famous numerical sequences in mathematics, named after the Italian mathematician Leonardo of Pisa, known as Fibonacci. Introduced to the Western world in his book Liber Abaci, published in 1202, this sequence is defined by a simple recursive formula. The sequence begins with the numbers 0 and 1. Each subsequent number in the sequence is the sum of the two preceding ones, leading to the following sequence 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, and so on. This straightforward rule creates a tapestry of connections to various fields, including mathematics, computer science, biology, and even art. Mathematically, the Fibonacci sequence can be expressed in terms of Fibonacci numbers, commonly denoted as Fn, where n represents the position in the sequence. The first few terms can be calculated as follows: f0 equals sign 0, f1 equals sign 1, f2 equals sign f1, plus f0 equals sign 1, f3 equals sign f2, plus f1 equals sign 2, f4 equals sign f3 plus f2 equals sign 3, and so forth. The recursive nature of the sequence allows for many interesting applications. For example, it is often used in algorithms and data structures, specifically in algorithms dealing with divide and conquer strategies. One of the most captivating aspects of the Fibonacci sequence is its connection to the golden ratio, represented by the Greek letter phi. As you progress further along the Fibonacci sequence, the ratio of consecutive Fibonacci numbers, fn plus 1, fn, approaches the golden ratio, approximately 1.61803398887. This ratio has been found in various natural phenomena and artistic compositions, creating an aesthetic and mathematical harmony. The divine proportion, as it is often called, manifests itself in nature, architecture, and art, exemplifying the deep interconnections between mathematics and the natural world. The presence of the Fibonacci sequence in nature is one of its most intriguing properties. For instance, many plants exhibit Fibonacci numbers in their growth patterns. The arrangement of leaves around a stem, the branching of trees, or the pattern of seeds in a sunflower illustrate how this sequence optimizes space and resources. Other examples include the number of spirals on a pine cone or a pineapple, often reflecting Fibonacci numbers. Even in animals, the relevance of this sequence can be observed in the breeding patterns of rabbits, an example that Fibonacci famously presented in his book. Furthermore, the Fibonacci sequence is prevalent in the field of computer science, particularly in algorithms such as Fibonacci search and dynamic programming. Due to its properties, it is also associated with efficient algorithms that approach problems in cutting-edge technology, data analysis, and algorithmic trading. In these contexts, the sequence often leads to more efficient solutions, highlighting the continual importance of Fibonacci numbers in modern computational theories. To conclude, the Fibonacci sequence transcends its mathematical origins, weaving through various aspects of life, nature, and art. Its simplicity and elegance mirror the complexities of the universe, illustrating profound interconnections. Whether you encounter it while studying the growth patterns of living organisms, exploring the depths of numerical algorithms, or admiring the beauty of a painting, the Fibonacci sequence offers a unique lens through which to understand both the mathematical and natural world. Gravity is one of the fundamental forces of nature, responsible for the attraction between objects with mass. It is most commonly recognized for its role in keeping planets in orbit around stars and moons around planets. The concept of gravity dates back to ancient times, but it was not until the work of Sir Isaac Newton in the 17th century that a comprehensive theory emerged. Newton formulated the law of universal gravitation, stating that every point mass attracts every other point mass in the universe with a force that is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between their centers. Newton's law of universal gravitation can be summarized with the equation F equals sine G M1 asterisk M2, R2, where F represents the gravitational force, G is the gravitational constant. M1 and M2 are the masses of the two objects, and R is the distance between their centers. This equation reveals how the strength of gravitational attraction diminishes with distance, explaining why we are more strongly influenced by nearby objects than by distant ones. It also highlights that larger masses exert a stronger gravitational pull, a concept that we observe intuitively in our daily lives. Despite its revolutionary insights, Newton's theory had limitations, especially when addressing extreme conditions, such as those near massive celestial bodies or at high velocities. These limitations were partly resolved by Albert Einstein in the early 20th century through his theory of general relativity. Einstein proposed that gravity is not merely a force, but rather a curvature of space-time caused by massive objects. According to this theory, objects move along the curved paths in space-time, which we perceive as gravitational attraction. The implications of general relativity were profound. It explained phenomena such as the bending of light around massive objects, gravitational time dilation, and the precession of planetary orbits. The famous test of general relativity came during a solar eclipse in 1919, when stars appeared to shift positions due to the bending of light by the sun's gravity, providing empirical support for Einstein's theory. Gravity also plays a crucial role in the larger structure of the universe. It governs the formation of planets, stars, and galaxies, and dictates the dynamics of cosmic structures. The discovery of dark matter and dark energy further expanded our understanding of gravity. These components, which act in opposition to the effects we observe, suggest that the universe is more complex than previously thought. Dark matter interacts with regular matter gravitationally, but does not emit light, making it invisible and detectable only through its gravitational effects. Dark energy, on the other hand, is theorized to drive the accelerated expansion of the universe. The study of gravity is ongoing, with researchers seeking to unify general relativity with quantum mechanics in a theory of quantum gravity. This pursuit may reveal deeper insights into the nature of the universe, such as understanding black holes and the conditions at the event horizons. Gravity remains an essential topic in both theoretical and experimental physics, challenging our perceptions and pushing the boundaries of our understanding of fundamental forces. Photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is a fundamental biological process that allows plants, algae, and some bacteria to convert light energy into chemical energy. This process is pivotal to life on Earth, as it not only produces the oxygen that many organisms depend on for survival, but also forms the basis of the food chain. Through photosynthesis, these organisms capture sunlight using a green pigment called chlorophyll, found primarily in chloroplasts. The overall equation for photosynthesis can be summarized as carbon dioxide plus water plus light energy, glucose plus oxygen. The process of photosynthesis can be divided into two main stages, the light-dependent reactions and the light-independent reactions, also known as the Calvin cycle. The light-dependent reactions occur in the thylakoid membranes of the chloroplasts and require sunlight directly. When chlorophyll absorbs sunlight, it energizes electrons, leading to the splitting of water molecules, a process known as photolysis, into oxygen, protons, and electrons. The oxygen is released into the atmosphere, while the energized electrons travel down the electron transport chain, generating ATP and NADPH, two energy-rich carriers that will be used in the Calvin cycle. The light-independent reactions, or the Calvin cycle, take place in the stroma of the chloroplasts and do not directly require light. Instead, they utilize the ATP and NADPH produced in the light-dependent reactions to convert carbon dioxide from the atmosphere into glucose. The cycle begins with the fixation of carbon dioxide onto a 5-carbon sugar molecule called ribulose bisphosphate, RuBP, catalyzed by the enzyme Rubisco. Through a series of reactions, this process ultimately results in the production of glucose and other carbohydrates that serve as energy sources for the plant and, subsequently, for organisms that consume the plants. Photosynthesis is not only essential for the survival of autotrophs, organisms that make their own food, but also for heterotrophs, organisms that depend on others for food, including humans. By converting solar energy into forms that are consumable, photosynthesis forms the base of food webs and ecosystems. Furthermore, the oxygen released during photosynthesis is critical for the respiration of aerobic organisms, thus maintaining Earth's oxygen balance. Aside from its fundamental biological importance, the study of photosynthesis has far-reaching implications in addressing climate change and energy challenges. Understanding how plants efficiently capture and convert solar energy inspires efforts to develop artificial photosynthetic systems and renewable energy technologies. Scientists are keenly interested in mimicking these natural processes to create sustainable and clean energy solutions that can reduce reliance on fossil fuels. Additionally, with concerns over deforestation and climate change, it is crucial to appreciate the role that photosynthesis plays in sequestering carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas, from the atmosphere, thus helping mitigate its effects on global warming. In conclusion, photosynthesis is a critical and complex biological process that not only sustains life by producing energy and oxygen, but also has significant environmental implications. Advancements in our understanding of this process can pave the way for innovative solutions that address some of the pressing challenges facing our planet, highlighting the importance of preserving plant life and promoting sustainable harvesting practices to maintain the delicate balance of our ecosystems. Exoplanets. Exoplanets, or extrasolar planets, are planets located outside our solar system that orbit stars other than the Sun. Since the first confirmed detection of an exoplanet in 1992, the field of exoplanet research has rapidly evolved, revealing a rich diversity of planetary systems and characteristics. The study of exoplanets is crucial for understanding the formation of planetary systems, the potential for life beyond Earth, and the conditions that make planets habitable. The primary methods of detecting exoplanets include the transit method, radial velocity method, and direct imaging. The transit method involves observing the dimming of a star's light as a planet passes in front of it, blocking a portion of the light. This method has been particularly fruitful, with missions like NASA's Kepler Space Telescope identifying thousands of potential exoplanets. The radial velocity method measures the gravitational tug a planet exerts on its host star, causing the star to move in a small orbit. This movement can lead to detectable shifts in the star's spectrum. Direct imaging, although difficult, involves capturing images of the planets themselves by isolating their light from that of the host star. Exoplanets come in various sizes and compositions, ranging from gas giants larger than Jupiter to rocky planets similar to Earth, as well as super-Earths and mini-Neptunes. Understanding the diversity in exoplanet characteristics has implications for theories of planetary formation and migration. The discovery of exoplanets in the habitable zone of their stars, the region where conditions may be right for liquid water to exist, has generated interest in the search for extraterrestrial life. These rocky planets are particularly scrutinized for potential biosignatures, chemical indicators of life. Recent advancements in technology and observational techniques have led to the characterization of exoplanet atmospheres. By analyzing the spectrum of light passing through a planet's atmosphere during a transit, scientists can identify the presence of molecules such as oxygen, methane, and carbon dioxide. These investigations are vital, as certain combinations of these gases may indicate biological processes. Missions like the James Webb Space Telescope are expected to significantly enhance our ability to detect and analyze exoplanet atmospheres, potentially bringing us closer to answering the question of whether life exists elsewhere in the universe. The exciting discoveries made in the realm of exoplanets also raise questions about the future of human exploration. As we learn more about these distant worlds, scientists are increasingly exploring the possibility of sending missions to study nearby exoplanets. Concepts for interstellar probes capable of reaching the closest stars, such as Alpha Centauri, have been proposed, although such endeavors remain in the conceptual stage due to technological and logistical challenges. In conclusion, the study of exoplanets has revolutionized our understanding of the cosmos, revealing an astonishing array of worlds waiting to be explored. The scientific endeavor to find and characterize these planets continues to capture the imagination of astronomers and the public alike, driving home the point that our universe is far more complex and varied than we once believed. As we develop new tools and methods for investigating these celestial bodies, the prospect of uncovering the secrets of distant worlds, and perhaps even finding signs of life, stands as one of the most thrilling challenges of modern science. Antimatter is one of the most fascinating concepts in modern physics, often surrounded by an air of mystery and esoteric allure. At its core, antimatter consists of particles that are the counterparts to the ordinary matter we encounter in our daily lives. For instance, while a proton is a fundamental particle of matter, its antimatter counterpart is known as an antiproton. This pairing extends to other particles as well, such as positrons, which are the antimatter equivalents of electrons. When a particle meets its corresponding antiparticle, they annihilate each other, producing energy in accordance with Einstein's famous equation, E = mc2. This phenomenon highlights not only the fundamentally symmetric nature of the universe, but also the immense energy potential locked within the fabric of matter and antimatter. The origins of antimatter date back to the early 20th century, when physicist Paul Dirac formulated a theory that merged quantum mechanics with special relativity. Through his equations, Dirac predicted the existence of antiparticles, which led to the discovery of the positron by Carl Anderson in 1932. This landmark event marked the beginning of our understanding of antimatter, propelling it from theoretical calculus into the realm of experimental physics. Since then, scientists have been able to produce small amounts of antimatter in laboratories, primarily using particle accelerators that collide protons at high energies. While antimatter is rare in the observable universe, it plays a crucial role in various scientific fields, including cosmology and particle physics. Researchers speculate that during the Big Bang, equal amounts of matter and antimatter were created. However, our universe is predominantly composed of matter, a discrepancy that poses profound questions about the fundamental laws of physics. This imbalance is one of the key focuses of contemporary research in theoretical physics and particle accelerators worldwide as scientists try to unravel this cosmic mystery. One of the most intriguing aspects of antimatter is its potential applications. Although technological constraints currently limit the practical use of antimatter, its properties could revolutionize several fields, particularly in energy generation and medical imaging. For example, positron emission tomography (PET) scans leverage the annihilation of positrons and electrons to create detailed images of metabolic processes in the body, thereby providing invaluable insights into various medical conditions. Furthermore, the energy yield from matter-antimatter annihilation is immense, leading to hypothetical discussions about using antimatter as a fuel source for advanced propulsion systems in space travel. Nevertheless, the challenges associated with producing and storing antimatter are daunting. Antimatter is incredibly scarce. The production cost per gram is astronomical, and current technologies can only yield tiny amounts in controlled settings. Additionally, As antimatter comes into contact with matter, it is annihilated almost instantly, making long-term storage an uphill task. Researchers are exploring innovative containment methods, such as magnetic fields and advanced vacuum systems, but practical storage solutions remain elusive. In conclusion, antimatter remains an intriguing subject that embodies the dualities of the universe: creation and annihilation, symmetry and asymmetry. As technology advances and our understanding deepens, antimatter could potentially unlock new frontiers in science, from unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos to transforming practical applications in medicine and energy. The journey of discovery in this realm continues to be one of the most exhilarating paths in modern scientific inquiry. Schrödinger's cat. Schrödinger's cat is a thought experiment devised by Austrian physicist Erwin Schrödinger in 1935. It was designed to illustrate the complexities and paradoxes of quantum mechanics, a field which commonly deals with particles and their behaviors at the smallest scales. The thought experiment presents a scenario that challenges our classical intuitions about reality, particularly concerning the nature of measurement and the role of the observer. In the original formulation, Schrödinger imagines a cat sealed inside a closed box along with a radioactive atom, a Geiger counter, a vial of poison, and a hammer. The setup is such that if the Geiger counter detects radiation, it triggers the hammer to break the vial, releasing poison and killing the cat. Given the probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics, the radioactive atom has a certain probability of decaying in a specific time frame. Until the atom is observed, according to quantum theory, it exists in a superposition of states. It is both decayed and not decayed at the same time. This brings us to the crux of the thought experiment. If the atom is in a superposition of decayed and undecayed states, this implies that the cat is simultaneously alive and dead until someone opens the box and observes the system. The paradox thus emerges: how can a macroscopic object like a cat exist in such a superposition? This scenario unveils the problematic aspects of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, which posits that a quantum system remains in superposition until it is measured. Schrödinger's cat has reignited discussions surrounding the interpretations of quantum mechanics. The Copenhagen interpretation, primarily associated with Niels Bohr, posits that physical systems do not have definite properties until measured. In contrast, other interpretations, such as many worlds, propose that all possible outcomes occur in separate, branching realities. According to this view, when the box is opened, the observer becomes entangled with the cat's state and experiences one of the possible outcomes, while all other outcomes occur in parallel universes. This thought experiment spurred both philosophical and scientific discussions, leading to inquiries about the role of the observer in quantum mechanics. It raises questions not just about cats, but also about our understanding of reality and consciousness. How can the act of observation impact the state of a physical system? This question has led to numerous debates in both quantum physics and philosophy of science. While the scenario is hypothetical, it serves to communicate the strange behavior of quantum particles, emphasizing that the rules governing the microscopic world may not correspond to our everyday experiences. Schrödinger's cat also illustrates the notion of entanglement, where particles become interlinked in ways that perplex our traditional concepts of separateness and local realism. In summary, Schrödinger's cat encapsulates the paradoxes inherent in quantum mechanics while posing fundamental questions about the nature of existence. Through this thought experiment, Schrödinger encourages us to examine the implications of quantum theory on our understanding of reality, leaving a lasting impact on physics and philosophy alike. The insights gained from grappling with Schrödinger's cat continue to challenge and interest scientists and thinkers today, reminding us of the mysterious nature of the universe. Evolution of the universe. The evolution of the universe is a vast and intricate narrative that encompasses the origin, development, and eventual fate of all matter and energy. It begins with the Big Bang, which occurred approximately 13.8 billion years ago, marking the beginning of space and time as we understand them. At this primordial moment, the universe was an incredibly hot and dense singularity. This explosion initiated a rapid expansion, leading to a cooling phase that allowed subatomic particles like protons, neutrons, and electrons to form. Within minutes, these particles began to combine, creating the first atomic nuclei in a process known as nucleosynthesis. As the universe continued to expand and cool, it eventually reached a point where atoms formed from these nuclei, primarily hydrogen and helium. This era, known as the recombination phase, occurred about 380,000 years after the Big Bang. The formation of neutral atoms allowed photons to travel freely, leading to the release of the cosmic microwave background radiation, CMB, a relic radiation that provides a snapshot of the early universe. The discovery of the CMB in 1965 by Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson was pivotal, confirming predictions of the Big Bang theory and giving us a unique window into the infancy of the cosmos. After recombination, the universe entered a period of cosmic dark ages, where no stars or galaxies existed for millions of years. Gradually, slight fluctuations in density from quantum fluctuations led to gravitational instabilities, causing regions of high density to collapse under their own gravity. This primordial matter began to clump together, forming the first stars and galaxies around 200 million years after the Big Bang. The birth of stars ignited nuclear fusion, producing heavier elements through stellar nucleosynthesis, and propelled these elements into space during supernova explosions, enriching the interstellar medium. The structures we see in the universe today, galaxies, clusters, and superclusters, are the product of billions of years of gravitational interactions. As galaxies formed, they began to merge and interact, with dark matter playing a critical role in shaping the large-scale structure of the universe. Dark matter, a mysterious form of matter that does not emit or absorb light, makes up about 27% of the universe's total mass energy content. Its gravitational influence is essential for understanding how galaxies and galaxy clusters evolve. As cosmic structures continued to evolve, the rate of expansion of the universe began to change. Observations in the late 1990s revealed that the expansion is not only continuing, but accelerating, a discovery attributed to dark energy. Dark energy is a form of energy that permeates space and counteracts gravity, causing the expansion to speed up. This has profound implications for the fate of the universe, leading to various scenarios such as the Big Freeze, where galaxies drift apart and fade away, or the Big Rip, where dark energy drives galaxies and matter apart completely. In conclusion, the evolution of the universe is a complex interplay of physical processes governed by the fundamental laws of physics. From a hot and dense state to a patchwork of galaxies rich in diversity and complexity, the story of the universe is ongoing. Each discovery in cosmology not only sheds light on how the universe has changed over billions of years, but also ignites curiosity about the future, prompting new questions about our place within this grand cosmic tapestry. The water cycle. The water cycle, also known as the hydrological cycle, is a fundamental natural process that describes the continuous movement of water on, above, and below the surface of the Earth. This cycle is crucial for maintaining life and is driven by solar energy, which facilitates the transition of water between its various states, liquid, vapor, and solid. Understanding the water cycle is essential for grasping how ecosystems function and for managing precious water resources in the context of climate variability. The water cycle comprises several key processes: evaporation, condensation, precipitation, infiltration, runoff, and transpiration. Evaporation is the process by which water transforms from a liquid state into water vapor, entering the atmosphere. This occurs primarily from oceans, rivers, and lakes, fueled by solar radiation. Plants also contribute to this process through transpiration, where water absorbed by roots is released as vapor from pores in leaves. After evaporation, the water vapor rises into the atmosphere where it cools and undergoes condensation. This process occurs when the water vapor loses energy and transforms back into liquid water, forming tiny droplets that collectively create clouds. Condensation is facilitated by the presence of particulate matter in the atmosphere, such as dust and pollen, which serve as nuclei around which the water droplets can accumulate. As clouds become saturated with moisture and unable to hold any more water, precipitation occurs. This can manifest in various forms, including rain, snow, sleet, or hail, depending on atmospheric conditions such as temperature and humidity. Precipitation is vital for replenishing water sources, including rivers, lakes, and groundwater reserves, and supports all terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Once precipitation reaches the ground, it can follow several paths. Some water infiltrates the soil, replenishing groundwater supplies through a process known as percolation. Groundwater plays a critical role in maintaining stream flows, especially during dry periods. Other portions of the precipitation contribute to surface runoff, flowing across the land and eventually returning to larger bodies of water like rivers and oceans. This runoff can carry nutrients and sediments, impacting water quality and habitats. The water cycle is not a closed system. It can be influenced by a variety of factors, including climate change, land use changes, and urbanization. As global temperatures rise, evaporation rates increase, leading to changes in precipitation patterns and the intensity of storms. Some regions may experience heightened rainfall, while others face drought, significantly impacting agricultural practices and water supply management. Ultimately, the water cycle emphasizes the interconnectedness of Earth's systems. It showcases how the air, land, and water are intertwined in a delicate balance. Maintaining this cycle is essential for sustainability, as the availability and quality of fresh water are critical for human health, agriculture, and ecosystems. Therefore, understanding the water cycle helps inform policies and practices aimed at conserving water resources and mitigating the impacts of climate-related changes. Nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is a multidisciplinary field focused on the manipulation of matter at the nanoscale, typically between 1 to 100 nanometers in size. To put this into perspective, a nanometer is 1/1,000,000th of a meter, which means that a human hair is about 80,000 to 100,000 nanometers wide. This level of smallness allows scientists and engineers to explore and exploit the unique physical, chemical, and biological properties that materials exhibit at the nanoscale, which differ significantly from their bulk equivalents. The foundations of nanotechnology were laid in the 1950s and 1960s, with the exploration of materials at the atomic and molecular levels. However, it gained significant attention in the late 20th century, particularly following physicist Richard Feynman's famous lecture, "There's Plenty of Room at the Bottom," delivered in 1959. Feynman's vision of manipulating individual atoms and molecules set the stage for the development of nanomaterials, leading to a revolution in technology and science. Nanotechnology encompasses various techniques, approaches, and materials, including nanoparticles, nanocomposites, nanostructured materials, and nanoscale devices. Nanoparticles can be made from metals, semiconductors, or polymers, and can vary in shape and size, influencing their interactions with other substances. For example, Gold nanoparticles exhibit unique optical properties that make them useful in biomedical applications, such as imaging and targeted drug delivery. One of the most promising applications of nanotechnology lies in medicine. The ability to manipulate materials at the nanoscale enables the development of targeted therapies that can deliver drugs directly to diseased cells while minimizing damage to healthy tissues, thereby enhancing treatment efficacy and reducing side effects. Nanotechnology is also instrumental in creating advanced diagnostic tools, offering rapid and accurate detection of diseases at their earliest stages. Moreover, nanotechnology plays a crucial role in electronics, energy storage, and environmental applications. In electronics, nanoscale components have led to the miniaturization of devices, resulting in faster, more powerful computing systems. Quantum dots, nanoscale semiconductor materials, are revolutionizing display technologies, improving color quality and energy efficiency. In the realm of energy, nanotechnology is being used to enhance solar cell efficiency, develop new battery technologies with higher charge capacities, and create materials for hydrogen storage. Despite its numerous advantages, the advancement of nanotechnology also raises several ethical and safety concerns. The potential toxicity of nanoparticles, their environmental impact, and the broader implications of manipulating matter at such a small scale warrant careful investigation and regulation. Scientists advocate for responsible innovation to ensure that nanotechnology is developed safely and ethically, while minimizing potential risks to human health and ecosystems. In summary, nanotechnology represents a frontier in science and technology, with the potential to transform various industries, from healthcare to electronics and environmental management. By harnessing the unique properties of materials at the nanoscale, researchers are poised to tackle some of the most pressing challenges in society, paving the way for innovative solutions that can improve the quality of life. As research continues to evolve, the future of nanotechnology promises many exciting developments that may redefine our understanding of materials, devices, and their applications in everyday life. Vaccines and immunology vaccines are biological preparations that provide acquired immunity to a particular infectious disease. By introducing an antigen, which is a substance that prompts the generation of antibodies, vaccines stimulate the immune system to recognize and fight the disease. This process is grounded in the principles of immunology, the branch of biomedical science that deals with the immune system and its responses to pathogens. Vaccines can be categorized into several types, including live attenuated, inactivated, subunit, and messenger RNA, mRNA vaccines, each employing a different strategy to elicit an immune response. The concept of immunization originated in the late 18th century when Edward Jenner discovered that exposure to cowpox could confer immunity against smallpox. This foundational discovery laid the groundwork for immunology. At its core, the immune system comprises various cells and molecules that work in concert to detect and neutralize foreign invaders like bacteria and viruses. Key players in the immune system include lymphocytes, which are divided into B cells and T cells. B cells are responsible for producing antibodies that attach to antigens, marking them for destruction, while T cells help regulate immune responses and directly attack infected cells. The effectiveness of vaccines stems from their ability to create memory in the immune system. After vaccination, the body produces memory B and T cells that persist long after the initial exposure to the antigen. If the vaccinated individual is later exposed to the pathogen, these memory cells facilitate a faster and more robust immune response, often preventing the disease or reducing its severity. This principle is known as immunological memory and is fundamental to how vaccines confer long-lasting protection. Vaccines contribute significantly to public health by reducing the incidence of infectious diseases, some of which have been effectively eradicated, such as smallpox. Other diseases like polio and measles have seen dramatic declines in prevalence due to widespread vaccination campaigns. However, the success of vaccines heavily relies on achieving high vaccination coverage within the population, known as herd immunity. Herd immunity protects individuals who cannot be vaccinated, such as those with certain medical conditions, by reducing the overall amount of the virus or bacteria circulating in the community. Despite their effectiveness, vaccines are sometimes met with skepticism and resistance. Misinformation about vaccine safety and efficacy can lead to hesitancy, resulting in lower immunization rates and the resurgence of preventable diseases. Public health campaigns play a crucial role in addressing these concerns by providing accurate information about vaccine benefits and safety. The safety of vaccines is rigorously assessed through clinical trials and continuous monitoring post-licensure to ensure they do not pose unacceptable risks to the population. In recent years, mRNA technology has emerged as a groundbreaking approach in vaccine development, particularly highlighted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Unlike traditional vaccines that use live or inactivated pathogens, mRNA vaccines deliver a genetic blueprint to cells, prompting them to produce a harmless piece of the virus, stimulating a strong immune response. This innovative technology holds promise for rapid responses to emerging infectious diseases and extends beyond viral infections, potentially revolutionizing the field of vaccines and immunology. Chaos theory. Chaos theory is a branch of mathematics and science that focuses on systems that are highly sensitive to initial conditions, a phenomenon popularly referred to as the butterfly effect. This idea suggests that small changes in the initial state of a dynamical system can lead to vastly different outcomes. The term originates from the metaphorical example of a butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil and causing a tornado in Texas, illustrating how interconnected and complex certain systems can be. At its core, chaos theory challenges the traditional notion that systems can be understood through linear cause and effect relationships. Instead, it reveals that many systems are non-linear, meaning that they do not exhibit simple, predictable patterns. As a result, even the tiniest perturbation in such systems can propagate and amplify over time, making long-term predictions extremely difficult, if not impossible. This is a critical insight, as it has profound implications for fields ranging from meteorology to economics, biology, and beyond. The roots of chaos theory can be traced back to the early 20th century, but it gained significant traction in the 1960s and 1970s with the work of mathematician Edward Lorenz, who discovered chaotic behavior in weather systems. Lorenz's pioneering research demonstrated that weather models could produce completely different forecasts with only minor variations in input data. This finding laid the groundwork for a new understanding of predictability in natural systems and highlighted the limitations of traditional mathematical approaches. One of the key features of chaotic systems is the presence of strange attractors. These are complex structures in the phase space of the system that exhibit a form of overall organization, while remaining unpredictable in detail. Strange attractors encapsulate the long-term behavior of chaotic systems, allowing scientists and mathematicians to visualize and understand the underlying structure of chaos. They often resemble intricate fractal shapes and help illustrate how order can arise from disorder. The implications of chaos theory extend beyond mathematics and meteorology. In the realm of biology, for example, chaotic behavior has been observed in population dynamics, where small changes in environmental conditions can lead to dramatic fluctuations in species populations. In economics, chaotic models have been used to examine financial markets, which often exhibit volatile and unpredictable behavior. Understanding these chaotic dynamics can provide valuable insights into risk management and decision-making processes. Moreover, chaos theory also intersects with other scientific disciplines, including psychology, where human behavior and decision-making can exhibit non-linear patterns. Scientists study chaos in social systems to understand how individual actions can lead to larger social changes. Similarly, in physics, chaotic motion is observed in various systems, from the movement of particles to the behavior of cosmic bodies. In conclusion, chaos theory reshapes our understanding of complexity and unpredictability in various fields. By recognizing the inherent uncertainty and sensitivity of certain systems, we gain a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of phenomena and the limitations of our predictive capabilities. As research continues to unfold, chaos theory remains a vital area of inquiry, revealing the beautiful complexity of the natural world. The Doppler effect. The Doppler effect is a phenomenon observed in waves, including sound and electromagnetic waves, that describes the change in frequency or wavelength of a wave in relation to an observer who is moving relative to the wave source. Named after the Austrian physicist Christian Doppler, who first proposed the effect in 1842, it has applications across various fields, including astronomy, radar, and medical imaging. At its core, the Doppler effect can be easily illustrated using sound waves. When a sound source, such as a moving ambulance with its siren on, approaches an observer, the sound waves compress, resulting in a higher frequency or pitch. Conversely, as the ambulance moves away from the observer, the sound waves stretch, leading to a lower frequency or pitch. This shift in frequency is what gives rise to the characteristic sound, often described as a whoop, experienced when an ambulance passes by. Mathematically, the Doppler effect can be described with formulas applicable to both source and observer, moving either towards or away from one another. For sound in air, the frequency observed, f, can be calculated using the formula f equals sign f v plus vo, v versus, where f is the source frequency, v is the speed of sound in the medium, vo is the velocity of the observer, and versus is the velocity of the source. This equation highlights how the frequencies perceived by the observer can differ from that emitted by the source, depending on their velocities. The Doppler effect is not limited to sound waves. It is also applicable to light waves, albeit with some differences due to the nature of electromagnetic radiation. When a light source moves away from an observer, the light waves are stretched, leading to a phenomenon known as redshift. This has significant implications in astrophysics, where redshift can be used to determine the movement and distance of stars and galaxies. When a light source moves towards the observer, the waves are compressed, leading to blue shift, indicating an approach. One of the most profound implications of the Doppler effect comes from its application in cosmology and the study of the universe. The observation of redshift in distant galaxies provides crucial evidence that the universe is expanding. Edwin Hubble's observations of redshift in the 1920s led to the formulation of Hubble's law, which posits a direct relationship between a galaxy's distance from Earth and its velocity of recession. This discovery has been pivotal in shaping our understanding of the Big Bang and the evolution of the cosmos. The Doppler effect also plays a critical role in numerous modern technologies. In radar systems, the frequency shift of waves bouncing off moving objects allows for the determination of speed and distance, making it invaluable for law enforcement and aviation. Similarly, in medical imaging, Doppler ultrasound utilizes this effect to assess blood flow and heart conditions by measuring the frequency changes of sound waves as they reflect off moving blood cells. In summary, The Doppler effect is a critical concept that illuminates many aspects of wave behavior, whether in sound or light. Its implications stretch from daily experiences, as we hear passing vehicles, to the far reaches of the universe, affecting our understanding of cosmology. Understanding the Doppler effect not only enriches our knowledge of wave dynamics, but also enhances our comprehension of the fundamental principles governing the physical world. Superconductivity. Superconductivity is a fascinating phenomenon observed in certain materials at very low temperatures, where they exhibit zero electrical resistance and the expulsion of magnetic fields. Discovered in 1911 by Dutch physicist Heike Kamerlingh-Onnes, superconductivity has since undergone extensive study, revealing its intricate properties and potential applications. When superconductors are cooled below a critical temperature, Tc, they enter a state where electrical resistance vanishes, enabling the flow of electric current without energy loss. This property has significant implications for energy consumption and electronic devices. There are two primary types of superconductors, Type 1 and Type 2. Type 1 superconductors, which include elemental metals such as lead and mercury, exhibit perfect diamagnetism by expelling magnetic fields entirely from their interior. However, they only achieve superconductivity at very low temperatures, making them less practical for widespread applications. In contrast, Type 2 superconductors, including many alloys and complex oxides, can tolerate magnetic fields to a certain extent, allowing them to remain superconductive under more varied conditions. These materials can even maintain superconductivity at higher temperatures, with some high-temperature superconductors functioning above the boiling point of liquid nitrogen. The underlying mechanism of superconductivity has perplexed scientists for decades. The classical theory of superconductivity, known as BCS theory, Bardeen-Cooper-Schrieffer theory, was proposed in 1957 and explains superconductivity in conventional superconductors. It suggests that at low temperatures, electrons form pairs, known as Cooper pairs. These pairs move through the lattice structure of the material without scattering, leading to zero resistance. However, high-temperature superconductors exhibit behaviors not fully explained by BCS theory, prompting ongoing research into alternative mechanisms, including the role of lattice vibrations and electron interactions. One of the most compelling aspects of superconductivity is its practical applications. Superconductors have transformative potential in various fields, including medical imaging, transportation, and energy transmission. A prominent example is magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, where superconducting magnets are essential for producing strong magnetic fields necessary for high-resolution imaging. Furthermore, superconducting materials are being explored for use in maglev trains, which use magnetic levitation to reduce friction, allowing for higher speeds and energy efficiency. Another highly anticipated application is in power grids. Superconducting cables could vastly reduce energy losses during electricity transmission, leading to more efficient and sustainable energy distribution networks. Advances in superconductivity could revolutionize grid infrastructure, enabling the adoption of renewable energy sources and reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Moreover, research is ongoing into quantum computing, where superconducting qubits leverage the properties of superconductors for faster and more efficient computation. In summary, superconductivity is a remarkable physical phenomenon with profound implications for technology and society. As scientists continue to uncover the mysteries of this field and develop new materials that exhibit superconductive properties, we may witness revolutionary advancements in various sectors. Understanding superconductivity not only enriches our knowledge of condensed matter physics, but also points toward a future where energy efficiency and technological innovation go hand in hand. The carbon cycle. The carbon cycle is a fundamental concept in environmental science and ecology, depicting how carbon flows through different spheres of the Earth, including the atmosphere, hydrosphere, lithosphere, and biosphere. Carbon, a versatile element, exists in various forms such as carbon dioxide, CO2, methane, CH4, and organic compounds. Understanding the carbon cycle is essential for grasping how ecosystems function and how human activities impact the global climate. The cycle begins with carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Plants absorb this CO2 during photosynthesis, a process where they convert sunlight into energy, producing glucose and oxygen. This energy transfer enables plants to grow and serves as the foundation of the food chain. The carbon stored in plant biomass can then be transferred to herbivores and subsequently to carnivores, allowing carbon to move through different trophic levels in an ecosystem. When organisms die, their bodies decompose, and the carbon they contain is released back into the soil or atmosphere as carbon dioxide or methane. Decomposition is facilitated by microbes and fungi, playing a significant role in recycling nutrients, including carbon. This cycle of uptake and release continues, showcasing how carbon is integral to life processes. Another significant avenue for carbon movement occurs through respiration. All aerobic organisms, including plants, animals, and microorganisms, respire to produce energy. During respiration, carbon compounds are broken down, releasing CO2 back into the atmosphere. Thus, respiration serves as a counterbalance to photosynthesis in the carbon cycle, contributing to a dynamic equilibrium in the levels of atmospheric CO2. Furthermore, the oceans serve as a massive carbon sink, absorbing approximately 30% of the CO2 emitted by human activities. This process occurs through diffusion and is enhanced by biological activity, where marine organisms, such as phytoplankton, utilize CO2 for photosynthesis. The absorbed carbon can eventually be transferred to deeper ocean layers through the biological carbon pump, where dead marine organisms sink and storage can occur for long periods. The lithosphere also plays a crucial role in the carbon cycle. Carbon is stored in fossil fuels, such as coal, oil, and natural gas, formed over millions of years from the remains of ancient organisms. When these fuels are burned for energy, they release significant amounts of CO2 into the atmosphere, contributing to the greenhouse effect and global warming. Additionally, geological processes like carbonate weathering and volcanic activity can release or store carbon over geological timescales. Human activities have increasingly disrupted the natural balance of the carbon cycle, primarily through the combustion of fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial processes. This disruption has led to increased concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, resulting in climate change and associated environmental challenges. To mitigate these effects, strategies such as reforestation, carbon sequestration, and transitioning to renewable energy sources are being explored. In summary, the carbon cycle is a complex interconnection of processes that regulate the flow of carbon throughout various Earth systems. Its understanding is crucial for addressing the pressing challenges of climate change and ensuring the sustainability of ecosystems. Ultimately, effective management and conservation of carbon resources will be pivotal in mitigating the impacts of anthropogenic activities on the environment. Nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is a process in which two light atomic nuclei combine to form a heavier nucleus, releasing a significant amount of energy in the process. This phenomenon occurs under conditions of extremely high temperature and pressure, such as those found in the cores of stars, including our Sun. The basic fusion reaction that powers stars involves the fusion of hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium, into helium, with the release of energy in the form of gamma rays and kinetic energy of the particles involved. The concept of fusion has been known since the early 20th century, but it gained prominence during the development of the hydrogen bomb in the 1950s. scientists realized that replicating the conditions necessary for fusion could lead to a nearly limitless source of clean energy. Unlike nuclear fission, which splits heavy atomic nuclei and produces radioactive waste, fusion generates minimal, long-lived radioactive byproducts, making it an attractive option for future energy production. The fundamental challenge of harnessing nuclear fusion on Earth lies in achieving and maintaining the extreme conditions required for the reaction to take place. In stars, the immense gravitational pressure combined with extremely high temperatures allows fusion to occur naturally. On Earth, however, we must create these conditions artificially. This is typically accomplished through two main approaches: magnetic confinement and inertial confinement. Magnetic confinement fusion employs powerful magnetic fields to contain a hot plasma, a state of matter similar to gas, but consisting of charged particles, in which fusion can occur. The most notable example of this approach is the ITER, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, project in France, which aims to demonstrate the feasibility of fusion as a large-scale and carbon-free source of energy. ITER is designed to produce more energy from fusion reactions than it consumes, a critical threshold for practical energy production. Inertial confinement fusion, on the other hand, uses powerful lasers or other forms of energy to compress small pellets of fusion fuel to the high temperatures and pressures necessary for fusion. The National Ignition Facility, NIF, in the United States, is a prime example of this approach, using laser beams to achieve the conditions of fusion in laboratory settings. While significant progress has been made, both methods are still in the experimental stage and face numerous technical hurdles before they can be implemented for commercial energy production. The potential benefits of successful nuclear fusion research are vast. If harnessed effectively, fusion could provide a virtually inexhaustible supply of energy, with abundant fuel sources like hydrogen isotopes found in seawater. Furthermore, fusion power plants would have a smaller environmental footprint than traditional nuclear fission reactors, producing minimal waste and posing lower risks of catastrophic failures or proliferation concerns related to nuclear weapons. Despite these challenges, interest and investment in nuclear fusion research are growing, driven by the urgent need for sustainable and clean energy solutions to combat climate change. As advancements in technology and understanding of fusion continue, the dream of harnessing the power of the stars for energy could one day become a reality, reshaping the world's energy landscape and contributing significantly to solving the global energy crisis. The genetic code. The genetic code is a crucial concept in molecular biology that describes how the information encoded in an organism's DNA is translated into proteins which perform critical functions within the cell. It consists of sequences of nucleotide bases, adenine A, thymine T, cytosine C, and guanine G, that are arranged in specific sequences to form genes. Each gene corresponds to instructions for synthesizing specific proteins, which are essential for the structure and function of living organisms. At its core, the genetic code operates through a system of codons. A codon is a sequence of 3 nucleotide bases that corresponds to a specific amino acid, the building blocks of proteins. Given there are 4 different nucleotides, the combination of these in groups of 3 yields a total of 64 possible codons. This redundancy is integral to the genetic code since multiple codons can specify the same amino acid, providing a buffer against mutations. For instance, both UUU and UUC codons code for the amino acid phenylalanine, which mitigates the potential harmful effects of genetic alterations. The process of translating the genetic code into proteins occurs through 2 primary stages: transcription and translation. During transcription, an enzyme called RNA polymerase reads the DNA sequence of a gene and synthesizes a complementary strand of messenger RNA, mRNA. This mRNA serves as a temporary copy of the genetic information capable of moving from the nucleus to the cytoplasm, where proteins are manufactured. Importantly, the mRNA sequence also consists of codons, which guide the translation process. Translation involves the decoding of the mRNA sequence into a specific polypeptide chain of amino acids. This process occurs in the ribosomes, the cellular machinery responsible for protein synthesis. Transfer RNA, tRNA molecules play an essential role in this process by carrying specific amino acids to the ribosome, where they match their anticodon with the corresponding mRNA codon. As the ribosome reads the mRNA sequence one codon at a time, tRNA molecules bring the appropriate amino acids, linking them together to form a polypeptide chain. This chain subsequently folds into a functional protein. One of the most fascinating aspects of the genetic code is its universality among nearly all living organisms, from bacteria to humans. This commonality indicates that all life on Earth shares a common evolutionary ancestor. However, there are some exceptions to the traditional genetic code observed in certain organisms like mitochondria and some protozoa, where specific codons may have different meanings. Additionally, the genetic code also exhibits variability at a broader level, which can lead to fascinating evolutionary adaptations. Understanding the genetic code has had profound implications for many fields, including genetics, biotechnology, and medicine. It has paved the way for groundbreaking developments such as the Human Genome Project, which mapped the entire human genetic code. This knowledge allows researchers to identify genes associated with specific diseases, enabling targeted gene therapies and personalized medicine approaches. Furthermore, the ability to manipulate the genetic code through techniques such as CRISPR has opened new avenues for genetic engineering, with potential applications ranging from agriculture to human health. The theory of everything. The theory of everything, 2E, is a term in theoretical physics that refers to a unified framework that explains and connects all fundamental forces and particles in the universe. The quest for such a theory has been one of the major scientific pursuits of the 20th and 21st centuries. At its core, the TOE aims to reconcile two pillars of modern physics: general relativity, which describes gravitational interactions on a cosmic scale, and quantum mechanics, which governs the behaviors of subatomic particles. Together, these theories account for much of our understanding of the universe, yet they remain incompatible at certain scales, especially when dealing with extreme gravity, such as near black holes or during the Big Bang. Historically, physicists began grappling with the idea of a unified theory in the early 20th century, driven by the realization that multiple fundamental forces existed in nature. These forces include electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, and the strong nuclear force, along with gravity. In the years following the formulation of quantum mechanics, significant strides were made, most notably with the development of the Standard Model of Particle Physics, which successfully describes 3 of the 4 fundamental forces. However, gravity has eluded this compatibility, as it is described by Einstein's general relativity as the curvature of space-time, rather than as a particle interaction. One of the primary contenders for a theory of everything is string theory. This framework posits that the fundamental particles are not zero-dimensional points, but rather one-dimensional strings vibrating at different frequencies. Through various mechanisms, string theory attempts to incorporate gravity into a quantum framework, unifying it with the other 3 forces. Additionally, superstring theory introduces the concept of extra dimensions beyond our familiar 3-dimensional space, which potentially provides a mathematical foundation for a TOE. While string theory has garnered substantial attention, it remains controversial and untested in empirical experiments, leaving portions of the scientific community skeptical. Another significant approach is loop quantum gravity, which seeks to quantize space-time itself, rather than view it as a backdrop for physical phenomena. Loop quantum gravity endeavors to merge the principles of quantum mechanics with general relativity without introducing higher dimensional constructs or undiscovered particles. While it provides intriguing insights, it also faces challenges in making accurate predictions regarding the observable universe. Currently, no comprehensive theory of everything has been accepted by the scientific community. Researchers continue to develop mathematical frameworks and perform experiments to test various hypotheses and models. The search for a TOE is not merely an intellectual endeavor, it carries profound implications for our understanding of reality, the nature of the universe, and humanity's place within it. If successfully formulated, a TOE could provide unprecedented insights into the origins of the universe, black holes, and even the fundamental nature of time and space. In conclusion, the theory of everything represents the pinnacle of scientific inquiry into the fundamental workings of the universe. It encapsulates humanity's quest for knowledge and understanding, driving physicists to question and explore the nature of existence itself. As the journey toward a TOE continues, it emphasizes the importance of collaboration, innovation, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge in an ever-expanding universe. Higgs boson. The Higgs boson is a fundamental particle in the field of particle physics, associated with the Higgs field, which is crucial for our understanding of how particles acquire mass. Introduced in 1964 by physicist Peter Higgs and others, the concept of the Higgs field provides essential insight into the standard model of particle physics, which explains the behavior and interaction of all known fundamental particles. The existence of the Higgs boson is a consequence of this mechanism, often described as a field that permeates the universe. To grasp the significance of the Higgs boson, it is important to understand the mechanism that leads to mass acquisition. In the standard model, elementary particles like electrons and quarks do not possess mass intrinsically. Instead, they interact with the Higgs field. When these particles move through the field, they experience a drag effect, which gives rise to mass. The more strongly a particle interacts with the Higgs field, the heavier it becomes. This interplay between particles and the Higgs field is analogous to a person trying to walk through a swimming pool. The resistance of the water makes movement more difficult, effectively giving the person a greater sense of weight. The Higgs boson itself can be thought of as an excitation or a ripple in the Higgs field. When the field is disturbed, as might happen in high-energy particle collisions, these ripples manifest as the Higgs boson. This particle was one of the most anticipated discoveries in modern physics, and its detection was essential to confirming the validity of the Higgs mechanism introduced decades earlier. In July 2012, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, announced the historic discovery of a particle consistent with the Higgs boson at their Large Hadron Collider, LHC. The discovery was made possible through the collision of protons at unprecedented energies, allowing physicists to explore the fundamental nature of matter. Subsequent experiments at the LHC confirmed the properties of the discovered particle, establishing its consistency with theoretical predictions for the Higgs boson. The discovery of the Higgs boson was met with global acclaim, earning Peter Higgs and François Englert the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2013. This monumental finding not only validated the Higgs mechanism, but also reinforced the Standard Model as the leading framework for understanding the fundamental forces of nature. Nonetheless, while the Higgs boson provides significant insights into particle mass, it also raises new questions, such as the nature of dark matter and the stability of the universe. Researchers continue to investigate the Higgs boson to uncover any new physics beyond the Standard Model.
Future explorations may focus on the Higgs boson's role in the evolution of the universe, its potential interactions with other particles, and whether it could provide clues to phenomena strongly influencing cosmology, such as dark energy. As such, the Higgs boson remains an exciting subject of study, embodying the quest for deeper understanding in theoretical physics and the fundamental laws governing the universe, the multiverse. The concept of the multiverse suggests that our universe is just one of many, potentially infinite, universes that exist simultaneously. This idea has garnered significant interest in both scientific and philosophical circles, as it challenges our understanding of reality and the nature of existence itself. The multiverse theory emerges from various branches of science, notably cosmology, quantum mechanics, and string theory. One of the primary motivations for considering the multiverse comes from the inflationary theory of cosmology, which proposes a rapid expansion of space in the early moments after the Big Bang. During this inflationary phase, quantum fluctuations could lead to the creation of bubble universes, each with its own distinct physical laws and constants. As such, the multiverse encapsulates the idea that each bubble could harbor a universe with varying properties, resulting in a diversity of realities that we cannot observe directly. The concept of a multiverse also arises from interpretations of quantum mechanics, particularly the many worlds interpretation. This interpretation posits that every quantum event results in a branching of the universe into multiple coexisting realities. For example, when a particle exhibits probabilistic behavior, every possible outcome occurs across different branches of the universe. This theory implies that every decision we make and every event that unfolds leads to the creation of parallel universes where alternate outcomes are realized. Furthermore, string theory, which aims to unify the fundamental forces of nature under a single theoretical framework, also predicts a multiverse. String theory suggests that the fundamental building blocks of the universe are not point-like particles, but rather one-dimensional strings that vibrate at different frequencies. The myriad ways these strings can be combined, and the diverse shapes of the spatial dimensions, give rise to a vast landscape of potential universes, each with unique physical characteristics. Critics of the multiverse concept argue that it raises significant scientific and philosophical dilemmas. One major concern is the testability of the theory. If there are multiple unreachable universes, how can we empirically validate or falsify the existence of these universes? The multiverse idea may appear to be unscientific, as it challenges traditional notions of observation and measurement. Moreover, the implications of a multiverse can lead to discussions regarding the nature of our own universe. If infinitely many universes exist, does that imply that life and consciousness arise out of sheer coincidence? Or does the multiverse provide a natural explanation for fine-tuning, wherein constants of our universe appear to be perfectly adjusted to permit life? These philosophical inquiries provoke deep contemplation about existential questions, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Despite these debates, the multiverse has become an intriguing framework within contemporary physics. With ongoing research into cosmic inflation, quantum mechanics, and string theory, scientists continue to explore the implications of a multiversal landscape. Whether or not we can ever empirically prove the existence of multiple universes, the concept itself propels our understanding of the nature of reality and stretches the imagination beyond the confines of our known universe. Time dilation. Time dilation is a fascinating concept that arises from the theory of relativity proposed by the physicist Albert Einstein in the early 20th century. This phenomenon suggests that time does not flow at a constant rate for all observers, but rather varies depending on the relative speed at which an observer is moving or the influence of gravitational fields. Essentially, the faster you travel through space, or the stronger the gravitational pull you experience, the slower your clock will tick compared to a stationary observer or one in a weaker gravitational field. The two main forms of time dilation are special relativistic time dilation and gravitational time dilation. Special relativistic time dilation occurs at speeds approaching that of light. According to Einstein's theory of special relativity, as an object's velocity increases, the time experienced by that object relative to a stationary observer decreases. This effect is mathematically described by the Lorentz factor, which becomes significant as velocities approach relativistic speeds. For example, if a spaceship were to travel at 90% of the speed of light, time for the astronauts aboard would pass slower than it does on Earth. This results not only in fascinating implications for space travel, but also real-world implications for satellites orbiting Earth. Gravitational time dilation, on the other hand, is tied to the influence of gravity on the flow of time. According to Einstein's general theory of relativity, time runs slower in stronger gravitational fields. This means that a clock located at sea level, where the gravitational pull is greater, will tick more slowly compared to a clock situated on a high mountain or in space, where gravity is weaker. This has been confirmed through various experiments, including those involving atomic clocks placed at different altitudes and those on satellites. The Global Positioning System, GPS, is a practical example where gravitational time dilation is taken into account to ensure accurate positioning information is provided to users. The implications of time dilation extend far beyond theoretical physics. They affect our daily lives through technologies such as GPS, where satellites must account for both special and gravitational time dilation to provide precise positional information. Without such corrections, navigation errors would accumulate rapidly, resulting in a drift of several kilometers over the course of a day. Furthermore, time dilation leads to intriguing thought experiments concerning space travel and the aging process. For instance, if a person were to travel at a significant fraction of the speed of light, they could theoretically return to Earth having aged much less than those who stayed behind, a scenario often illustrated in science fiction stories. Time dilation also raises philosophical questions regarding the nature of time itself and our understanding of reality. It challenges the notion of time as a fixed, universal constant and leads to discussions about simultaneity and the subjective experience of time. This phenomenon forces us to reevaluate our perceptions and assumptions about time, urging us to recognize that time is not merely a ticking clock, but a complex interplay of motion, gravity, and relative perspective. Quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement is a fundamental phenomenon in quantum mechanics where particles become interconnected in such a way that the state of one particle directly influences the state of another, regardless of the distance separating them. This concept challenges classical intuitions about physical separation and locality. The idea of entanglement stems from the nature of quantum states, which can exist in superpositions, allowing particles to exhibit correlated properties under certain conditions. The origins of quantum entanglement can be traced back to the early 20th century, particularly with the work of Albert Einstein, Niels Bohr, and others. In 1935, Einstein, along with his colleagues Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen, published a paper famously known as the EPR paper. This paper outlined what is now referred to as the EPR paradox, which questioned the completeness of quantum mechanics. They posited that if quantum mechanics were complete, then two particles could influence each other instantaneously, which Einstein derogatorily termed spooky action at a distance. Entanglement occurs when two or more particles interact in such a way that their quantum states cannot be described independently of each other. Once entangled, measuring the state of one particle immediately determines the state of the other. no matter how far apart they are. This instantaneous connection can be observed with properties like spin, polarization, or momentum. The entangled particles remain linked until a measurement causes their quantum states to collapse into a definite state, a process known as wave function collapse. Quantum entanglement has been experimentally demonstrated across various systems, including photons, electrons, and even larger molecules. Notable experiments, such as those conducted by Aloud in the 1980s, have provided strong evidence for the existence of entangled states and the violation of Bell's inequalities, which test the predictions of quantum mechanics against local hidden variable theories. These experiments highlight that quantum entanglement is not just a theoretical abstraction, but a robust aspect of the quantum realm. The implications of quantum entanglement extend far beyond fundamental physics. It plays a critical role in emerging technologies such as quantum computing, quantum cryptography, and quantum teleportation. Quantum computers leverage entangled qubits to perform calculations that would be infeasible for classical computers. Quantum cryptography uses the principles of entanglement to create secure communication channels that are theoretically immune to eavesdropping, as any attempt to measure the entangled particles would disturb their state and signal an intrusion. Despite its remarkable properties, quantum entanglement raises profound philosophical questions about the nature of reality, causality, and information. The non-local nature of entanglement challenges our classical understanding of separateness and suggests that at a fundamental level, the universe may be more interconnected than previously imagined. The ongoing exploration of quantum entanglement continues to inspire new research, prompting scientists to investigate its applications and implications further, pushing the boundaries of our understanding of the universe. Artificial photosynthesis. Artificial photosynthesis is an innovative process designed to mimic the natural mechanism through which plants convert sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide into glucose and oxygen. This transformative technology aims to address some of the most pressing global challenges, particularly climate change and the reliance on fossil fuels. By imitating nature's blueprint, researchers seek to create sustainable energy solutions that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, provide clean energy, and foster energy security. In nature, photosynthesis occurs in two main stages: the light-dependent reactions and the light-independent reactions, Calvin cycle. In the light-dependent phase, chlorophyll absorbs sunlight, which excites electrons and leads to the splitting of water molecules. This process generates oxygen and energy-rich compounds like ATP and NADPH. The second stage then uses these compounds to convert carbon dioxide into sugars. In artificial photosynthesis, scientists strive to replicate these processes using synthetic materials and chemical reactions. One of the core objectives of artificial photosynthesis is to develop efficient systems for harnessing solar energy. This involves the creation of photocatalysts, materials that facilitate chemical reactions when exposed to light. Photocatalysts can vary from metal oxides to advanced nanomaterials. The efficiency of these catalysts is critical. They must absorb sunlight effectively, drive the necessary chemical reactions, and ideally be made from abundant and non-toxic materials. Researchers are actively exploring various configurations to improve the performance and stability of these catalysts. Offshoots of artificial photosynthesis technology include solar fuels, which are produced through the conversion of sunlight into chemical energy. One of the most promising avenues is the generation of hydrogen fuel. Hydrogen can be produced by splitting water molecules using solar energy, creating a clean fuel source that emits only water vapor when consumed. This hydrogen can then be used in fuel cells or combusted to power vehicles and generate electricity. Moreover, artificial photosynthesis has the potential to help reduce carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. By utilizing carbon capture technologies combined with the conversion of CO2 into hydrocarbons or alcohols via synthetic processes, researchers can achieve dual benefits, producing useful fuels and mitigating climate change. This aspect not only closes the carbon cycle, but also offers a path toward a circular economy. Globally, interest in artificial photosynthesis has surged, leading to numerous research initiatives and pilot programs. Collaboration among universities, government agencies, and private industry is fostering innovation in this field. Despite significant progress, challenges remain. Current systems often face inefficiencies, high costs, and technological barriers that need to be addressed before commercialization can occur on a large scale. The future of artificial photosynthesis holds immense promise. As research continues and technologies advance, the potential to revolutionize energy production is within reach. Transforming sunlight into renewable energy through an artificial process akin to that used by plants could play a significant role in curbing dependence on fossil fuels, promoting sustainable energy practices, and ultimately contributing to a cleaner environment for future generations. Biodiversity. Biodiversity refers to the variety of life forms on Earth, encompassing the different species, genetic variations within those species, and the ecosystems they create and inhabit. This term is commonly understood as a measure of the health and resilience of an ecosystem. It includes the complexity of interactions among organisms in a given habitat and highlights the intricate web of life that supports the planet's ecological balance. Biodiversity is not only measured in terms of the number of species present, but also considers functional diversity, the roles species play in their environments, which is crucial for ecosystem productivity and stability. The rich tapestry of biodiversity is classified into three fundamental levels: genetic diversity, species diversity, and ecosystem diversity. Genetic diversity refers to the variation in genes within a population, which crucially affects how populations adapt to changing environments. Species diversity considers the number and relative abundance of species in a particular region, while ecosystem diversity encompasses the variety of habitats, communities, and ecological processes. Together, these levels of biodiversity create a complex interdependence where the loss of one can lead to significant impacts on the others, ultimately affecting ecological stability. Biodiversity is essential for ecosystem services, which are the benefits humans derive from nature. These services include provisioning food, water, and raw materials, regulating climate regulation, water purification, cultural, recreational, spiritual, and supporting services, nutrient cycling, soil formation. Healthy, diverse ecosystems are more resilient to disturbances, such as climate changes and diseases, and can better recover from environmental stresses. The loss of biodiversity, however, poses a significant threat to these services, with direct implications for human well-being. The decline in biodiversity is driven by various factors, including habitat destruction, climate change, pollution, invasive species, and overexploitation of resources. The ongoing loss of species at an alarming rate, often referred to as the sixth mass extinction, has raised concerns among scientists and conservationists. Many species are in danger of extinction due to anthropogenic pressures, and ecosystems are being irreversibly altered. Efforts to halt biodiversity loss require global cooperation in sustainable practices, habitat preservation, and restoration initiatives. Conservation strategies play a vital role in preserving biodiversity. Protected areas, such as national parks and wildlife reserves, serve as refuges for species and habitats facing threats. Furthermore, community-based conservation empowers local communities to manage and protect their natural resources sustainably. International agreements, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity (CBD), aim to develop and implement strategies for the sustainable use and conservation of biodiversity worldwide. Public awareness, education, and engagement are critical components in fostering an understanding of the importance of biodiversity and the need for its conservation. Ultimately, the future of life on Earth depends on recognizing the intrinsic value of biodiversity and the interconnectedness of all living organisms. It is essential to embrace sustainable practices that not only protect species and environments, but also support human needs in harmony with nature. By preserving biodiversity, we ensure a healthy planet for future generations, as the resilience of ecosystems underpins the stability of the Earth's environment and the sustenance of life itself. The immune system. The immune system is a complex network of cells, tissues, and organs that work together to defend the body against harmful pathogens, including bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites. This intricate system distinguishes between self and non-self entities, enabling it to target intruders while sparing the body's own cells. The immune response can be broadly categorized into two primary types: innate immunity and adaptive immunity. Each type plays a crucial role in maintaining health and protecting the body from diseases. Innate immunity represents the body's first line of defense, acting immediately or within hours of an antigen's appearance in the body. It involves physical barriers such as skin and mucous membranes, as well as immune cells like neutrophils and macrophages. These cells are capable of recognizing and attacking pathogens using a variety of mechanisms, including phagocytosis, the process by which cells engulf and digest microorganisms. Additionally, innate immunity includes the activation of the complement system, a series of proteins that enhance the ability of antibodies and phagocytic cells to clear microbes and damaged cells. Adaptive immunity, on the other hand, develops more slowly and provides a specific response to particular pathogens. It involves the activation of lymphocytes, which are a type of white blood cell. There are two main types of lymphocytes: B cells and T cells. B cells are responsible for producing antibodies, proteins that specifically target antigens presented by pathogens. Upon exposure to a pathogen, B cells can differentiate into memory B cells, which remain in the body for years and provide long-term immunity against future infections by the same pathogen. T cells, another integral part of adaptive immunity, are further divided into helper T cells and cytotoxic T cells. Helper T cells assist in orchestrating the immune response by releasing signaling molecules known as cytokines, which help activate B cells and stimulate the activity of cytotoxic T cells. Cytotoxic T cells are specialized in killing infected cells, thereby halting the spread of infections. The adaptive immune system's ability to remember past infections is what provides the concept of vaccination, where exposure to a harmless form of a pathogen or its components trains the immune system to respond more effectively in future encounters. The immune system, while essential for protecting the body, can sometimes malfunction. Autoimmune diseases occur when the immune system mistakenly attacks the body's own healthy cells, leading to inflammation and tissue damage. Allergies represent another form of immune dysregulation, where the immune system overreacts to harmless substances like pollen or pet dander, resulting in symptoms ranging from mild irritation to severe anaphylaxis. Additionally, immunodeficiencies, whether congenital or acquired, like HIV/AIDS, compromise the immune system's ability to respond to infections, making individuals more susceptible to diseases. In conclusion, the immune system is a sophisticated and dynamic system that plays a critical role in maintaining human health. Through its innate and adaptive components, it provides a multi-layered defense mechanism that not only identifies and eliminates pathogens, but also adapts to protect us from future infections. Understanding its functionalities, intricacies, and potential for dysfunction underlines the importance of ongoing research in immunology and has significant implications for the development of vaccines and therapies designed to modulate immune responses. 3D printing in medicine. 3D printing, also known as additive manufacturing, has revolutionized various industries, and its application in medicine is transformative. This innovative technology allows for the creation of three-dimensional objects, layer by layer from a digital file. Within the healthcare sector, 3D printing has enabled personalized patient care and advanced medical practices, catering to unique anatomical and clinical needs. One of the most significant impacts of 3D printing in medicine is in surgical planning and preoperative preparation. Surgeons can utilize patient-specific models created from medical imaging scans, such as CT or MRI, to visualize complex anatomical structures. By printing these models, surgeons can practice intricate procedures before actual surgery, significantly increasing their confidence in improving outcomes. This leads to reduced operation times and minimized risks during real surgeries, as the surgeon is better acquainted with the specificities of the patient's anatomy. 3D printing has also made strides in creating custom implants and prosthetics. Traditional methods of producing these medical devices can be time-consuming and costly. With 3D printing, however, healthcare professionals can design implants that are tailor-fitted to individual patients. This not only enhances comfort but also improves the functionality and longevity of implants. For instance, in orthopedic surgery, custom hip and knee implants printed to match a patient's unique bone structure have shown promising results, leading to better integration and lower rates of failure. In addition to implants, 3D printing is pushing boundaries with bioprinting, where living cells are printed to create tissues and organs. Although still in the experimental stages, bioprinting holds potential that could alleviate organ shortages and improve transplant success rates. Researchers are making progress in printing simple tissues, such as skin, which can be used for burn victims and in pharmaceutical testing. Future advancements may lead to printing more complex organs, which could revolutionize transplant medicine and significantly impact the lives of patients with organ failure. The technology also facilitates the production of surgical instruments and medical devices. Custom tools and devices can be printed on demand, which not only reduces costs, but also allows for the rapid prototyping of new designs. Hospitals can print essential instruments directly in-house, decreasing reliance on supply chains and minimizing delays in patient care. Additionally, with advancements in materials, 3D printed devices can be made from biocompatible substances, ensuring safety when in contact with human tissues. Despite the vast potential and numerous advancements, there remain challenges and regulatory hurdles to overcome. The medical use of 3D printing must adhere to stringent regulations to ensure safety and efficacy. As the technology evolves, continuous research and collaboration between engineers, medical professionals, and regulatory bodies are necessary to establish protocols for both manufacturing and usage. In conclusion, 3D printing in medicine represents a pioneering frontier that enhances personalization, efficiency, and innovation in healthcare. With ongoing developments, 3D printing is set to contribute significantly to improving patient care, risk management, and providing solutions that cater to individual medical needs. The future of medicine may very well lie in the precision and customization that 3D printing enables, marking a shift towards more adaptive and patient-centered healthcare systems. Renewable energy. Renewable energy refers to the energy derived from natural processes that are replenished at a higher rate than they are consumed. This includes sources such as solar, wind, hydroelectric, geothermal, and biomass energy. Unlike fossil fuels, which are finite resources that contribute to environmental degradation and climate change, renewable energy offers a sustainable alternative that can help meet global energy demands while minimizing harm to the planet. One of the most recognized forms of renewable energy is solar energy. This energy harnesses sunlight using photovoltaic cells, which convert sunlight directly into electricity. Advances in solar panel technology and reductions in production costs have made solar power increasingly accessible and affordable. Solar energy can be utilized in various applications, from small-scale residential installations to large-scale solar farms. Its versatility allows for deployment in diverse environments, making it an appealing choice for both rural and urban areas. Wind energy is another significant renewable resource generated by converting the kinetic energy from wind into electricity using turbines. Wind farms can be found on land and offshore, with the latter often experiencing stronger and more consistent winds. Just like solar power, wind energy has witnessed substantial technological breakthroughs, leading to more efficient turbines and a decrease in costs. Countries such as Denmark and Germany have become leaders in wind energy production, demonstrating its potential as a major contributor to national energy grids. Hydroelectric power, which generates electricity through the movement of water, is one of the oldest forms of renewable energy. Large dams have been constructed to harness the flow of rivers, while smaller run-of-the-river projects minimize environmental impact. While hydroelectric power is a reliable and consistent energy source, it can also create ecological challenges, including habitat disruption for aquatic species. Therefore, innovative approaches such as fish ladders and eco-friendly design are critical to mitigating these issues. Geothermal energy taps into the Earth's internal heat to produce electricity and for direct use in heating applications. This form of energy is particularly effective in areas with high volcanic activity, where steam and hot water from underground reservoirs can be harnessed. Geothermal energy is considered a stable and reliable source, providing a continuous supply of power without the variability associated with solar and wind energy. Finally, biomass energy is derived from organic materials, such as plant and animal waste. It can be converted into biofuels, biogas, or burned directly for heat. Biomass can contribute to a circular economy by utilizing waste products that would otherwise generate greenhouse gases if left to decompose in landfills. However, careful management is essential to ensure biomass production does not compete with food production or lead to deforestation. The transition to renewable energy is crucial for addressing climate change and reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. Countries worldwide are investing in renewable energy technologies to not only combat global warming, but also support economic growth through job creation in the green energy sector. Overall, renewable energy represents a vital component of a sustainable future, providing energy security and environmental protection for generations to come. Astronomy and light years. Astronomy is the scientific study of celestial objects, space, and the universe as a whole. It encompasses the observation and analysis of planets, stars, galaxies, and the cosmos. Throughout history, astronomy has evolved from simple stargazing into a highly sophisticated science that employs advanced technology, mathematics, and physics. It allows us to understand not just what we see in the night sky, but also the underlying principles that govern the universe. This field spans various sub-disciplines, including planetary science, stellar astronomy, cosmology, and astrobiology, among others. One of the key challenges in astronomy is the vastness of space. The immense distances between celestial bodies often defy our conventional understanding of measurements. To tackle this issue, astronomers use a unit known as a light year. A light year is the distance that light travels in a vacuum in 1 year, which is approximately 5.88 trillion miles, or about 9.46 trillion kilometers. This unit simplifies the discussion about the universe's scale, making it more comprehensible to both scientists and the general public. Light, a fundamental aspect of astronomy, serves as both a source of information and a means of observation. The study of light in the context of astronomy is integral to understanding the properties of celestial objects. Light travels at a remarkable speed of about 299,792 kilometers per second, approximately 186,282 miles per second, which allows us to observe distant stars and galaxies. However, because of the vast distances involved, we are often looking back in time when we observe these celestial objects. For instance, when we see the light from a star located 10 light-years away, we are actually seeing it as it was 10 years ago. The concept of light years also introduces intriguing implications about the universe's age and our place within it. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, is approximately 100,000 light-years across. This vast distance means that our observations of stars and galaxies at the far reaches of the universe can provide insights into its history and origin. By analyzing the light that reaches us from these objects, astronomers can glean valuable information about their composition, temperature, distance, and motion. Moreover, understanding light years has practical applications beyond just measurement. It helps astronomers estimate the age of stars and galaxies, predict stellar life cycles, and understand phenomena such as redshift. Redshift occurs when light from an object is stretched to longer wavelengths due to its movement away from the observer, which is often seen in distant galaxies that are receding from us as the universe expands. This phenomenon reinforces concepts from Einstein's theory of relativity and deepens our understanding of cosmological evolution. In conclusion, astronomy is a captivating scientific field that unlocks the mysteries of the universe, while light years serve as a crucial measurement tool, enabling us to explore the cosmos more effectively. As technology advances and our observational capabilities improve, the mysteries of the universe will continue to unravel, providing new insights and affirming our quest for knowledge about the stars, planets, and the vast expanse that surrounds us. Photosynthetic efficiency. Photosynthetic efficiency refers to the effectiveness with which plants, algae, and certain bacteria convert light energy into chemical energy via the process of photosynthesis. This biological process is crucial for life on Earth, as it enables the production of organic compounds from carbon dioxide and water using sunlight as the energy source. Understanding photosynthetic efficiency is vital, not just for the fields of biology and ecology, but also for improving agricultural practices and addressing challenges related to food security and climate change. The theoretical maximum efficiency of photosynthesis has been calculated to be around 11%, which means that only about 11% of the solar energy hitting a plant's leaf can be converted into biomass. However, actual photosynthetic efficiency in nature tends to be much lower, typically between 1% to 2% in crops, and even lower in many wild plants. Several factors contribute to this lower efficiency, including the spectral quality of light, the availability of carbon dioxide, temperature, and the plant's overall health. One significant aspect of photosynthetic efficiency is the absorption spectrum of chlorophyll, the primary pigment involved in capturing light energy. Chlorophyll absorbs blue, around 430 nanometers, and red, around 660 nanometers, light very effectively, but is less efficient at utilizing green light, around 500 nanometers. This selective absorption is why plants appear green. Much of the green light is reflected rather than absorbed. Research into other pigments and photosynthetic pathways, such as those found in some algae, shows that alternative forms of chlorophyll might absorb light from different parts of the spectrum, potentially leading to higher efficiency. The efficiency of photosynthesis is also influenced by environmental conditions. For instance, light intensity, carbon dioxide concentration, and temperature can all impact the rate of photosynthesis. High light intensity can drive photosynthesis, but only up to a certain point, beyond which it may lead to photoinhibition, where the plant becomes damaged due to excess light energy. Similarly, elevated levels of carbon dioxide can stimulate photosynthesis, a phenomenon known as the CO2 fertilization effect. However, this is contingent upon other conditions being favorable for photosynthesis, such as adequate water supply and suitable temperatures. On a broader scale, improving photosynthetic efficiency has substantial implications for global food production. With a growing population and increasing threats from climate change, optimizing the efficiency of crops can help ensure food security. Genetic engineering and selective breeding are potential avenues for enhancing photosynthetic efficiency by yielding crops that can better utilize light, water, and nutrients. For instance, techniques aimed at modifying the structure of leaves to maximize light capture or altering metabolic pathways to improve carbon fixation could have a profound impact. Ultimately, while the quest for higher photosynthetic efficiency presents exciting opportunities, it also poses numerous challenges. Balancing the need for improved efficiency with ecological considerations, ensuring that changes do not disrupt local ecosystems, will be crucial. As research progresses, the integration of technology and plant physiology holds promise not just for enhancing food security, but also for mitigating some impacts of climate change, thereby supporting sustainable development efforts worldwide. The Drake equation. The Drake equation is a probabilistic formula designed to estimate the number of active extraterrestrial civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy, with which humans might be able to communicate. Formulated in 1961 by astronomer Frank Drake, it serves not only as a scientific approach to understanding life beyond Earth, but also as a framework for discussion within the scientific community and beyond. The equation is particularly significant because it highlights the many factors that contribute to the existence of intelligent life, while also illustrating the uncertainties associated with each parameter. The Drake equation is expressed as n equals sign r asterisk as fpx nex flx fix fcxl. In this formula, n represents the number of civilizations in our galaxy with which we might be able to communicate. The first term, r asterisk, refers to the average rate of star formation in our galaxy. This is crucial because stars provide the necessary heat and energy for planets to support life. The second term, fp, represents the fraction of those stars that have planetary systems. Advances in exoplanet research suggest that many stars have at least one planet, indicating that this fraction could be rather high. The third term, Ne, is the average number of planets that could potentially support life within a given star system. This is particularly fascinating as it extends our understanding beyond just Earth-like planets to other possibilities that could host life in different environments. The fourth term, Fl, is the fraction of those planets that actually develop life. While life on Earth emerged relatively quickly after our planet became habitable, the emergence of life elsewhere may be significantly rarer due to various environmental factors. The fifth term, Phi, encapsulates the fraction of planets with life that go on to develop intelligent life. This term raises important considerations about evolution, planetary conditions, and the uniqueness of intelligence. The sixth parameter, Fc, represents the fraction of civilizations that develop technology capable of communication over interstellar distances. This part of the equation raises philosophical questions about the nature of intelligent life and its technological evolution, suggesting that not all intelligent species may develop advanced communication technologies. Lastly, L represents the length of time that civilizations can communicate. This is perhaps the most uncertain term, as it depends on numerous socio-political and environmental factors, including technological advancements and even self-destruction. The longevity of civilizations is vital, as it impacts the windows of opportunity for two advanced species to overlap in time. Despite its potential, the Drake equation has received criticism for its speculative nature. Many of its parameters are laden with uncertainty, leading to a wide range of possible values for n. Some argue that its optimistic outlook on the existence of civilizations may oversimplify the complexities involved in the emergence and sustainability of intelligent life. Nevertheless, the Drake equation has galvanized scientists, philosophers, and the general public alike. It encourages discussion on the existence of life beyond Earth and prompts exploratory missions into space. By merging science with existential questions, the equation fosters hope and curiosity about our place in the universe, emphasizing that even in the vastness of space, the search for extraterrestrial life remains one of humanity's most profound quests. Supernovae. A supernova is a powerful and luminous explosion that marks the death of a star. These astronomical events are incredibly significant, not just for the stars themselves, but also for the evolution of galaxies and the abundance of elements in the universe. The term supernova comes from the Latin meaning new star and is used to describe a star that suddenly becomes extremely bright. In fact, a supernova can outshine an entire galaxy for a brief period of time, emitting more energy than the sun will over its entire lifetime. There are two primary types of supernovae, classified based on their mechanisms and progenitor stars, Type 1 and Type 2. Type 1 supernova occur in binary star systems where one of the stars is a white dwarf. When the white dwarf accumulates enough mass from its companion star, it can reach the Chandrasekhar limit and undergo a thermonuclear explosion. This type of supernova is characterized by a consistent peak brightness, making them valuable as standard candles for measuring cosmic distances. Type 2 supernovae, on the other hand, arise from the gravitational collapse of massive stars, typically those exceeding 8 times the mass of our Sun. As these stars exhaust their nuclear fuel, they can no longer produce the outward pressure needed to counteract gravity. The core collapses, and the outer layers collapse inward before rebounding and blowing off the star's outer envelope. This dramatic explosion results in a shock wave that can trigger the formation of new stars from the surrounding interstellar medium. Supernovae play a critical role in enriching the universe with heavy elements. During the explosion, nuclear reactions synthesize elements like iron, nickel, and other heavier elements through processes such as the R process, rapid neutron capture, and S process, slow neutron capture. These elements are ejected into space, contributing to the cosmic abundance of elements that form new stars, planets, and ultimately life itself. The aftermath of a supernova can lead to the creation of various astronomical objects. For example, a Type 2 supernova may leave behind a neutron star, which is incredibly dense and composed mostly of neutrons, or it may form a black hole if the remaining core is sufficiently massive. These remnants are often surrounded by a nebula composed of the ejected material, which can become a site for new star formation over time. Moreover, supernovae are essential for our understanding of the universe's expansion. Type Ia supernovae have been instrumental in the discovery of dark energy, a mysterious force driving the acceleration of the universe's expansion. Astronomers use the standard brightness of Type 1 supernovae to calculate distances to far-off galaxies, leading to groundbreaking insights into the structure and dynamics of the cosmos. In conclusion, supernovae are not just spectacular celestial events. They are fundamental to the development of the universe. Their explosive nature leads to the creation of heavy elements, influences star formation, and helps astronomers unlock the secrets of the cosmos. The study of supernovae continues to be a rich field of inquiry that ties together aspects of stellar evolution, nucleosynthesis, and cosmology, making them a cornerstone of modern astrophysics. Plate tectonics and earthquakes. Plate tectonics is a scientific theory that describes the large-scale movements of Earth's lithosphere, which is the outermost shell of the planet. This lithosphere is fragmented into a series of plates that float on the semi-fluid asthenosphere beneath them. These tectonic plates vary in size and shape and can be composed of both continental and oceanic crust. The interactions between these plates can produce a myriad of geological phenomena, including earthquakes, volcanic activity, and the formation of mountain ranges. One of the fundamental principles of plate tectonics is that the Earth's surface is divided into several major plates, including the North American plate, the Eurasian plate, the Pacific plate, and the African plate, among others. These plates are constantly in motion due to the heat from the Earth's interior, which causes convection currents in the mantle. This motion can result in three main types of plate boundaries: convergent, divergent, and transform. At convergent boundaries, plates move toward each other, often leading to subduction as one plate is forced beneath another. Divergent boundaries occur where plates move apart, creating new crust as magma rises from below the Earth's surface. Transform boundaries are characterized by plates sliding past one another horizontally, which is often a source of seismic activity. Earthquakes are direct results of the interactions at these plate boundaries. When stress builds up along faults, fractures in the Earth's crust caused by the movement of tectonic plates, energy is released in the form of seismic waves. This sudden release of energy is what we experience as an earthquake. The point within the Earth where this rupture occurs is called the focus, and the point directly above it on the surface is referred to as the epicenter. The magnitude of an earthquake is measured using a logarithmic scale called the Richter scale, while its intensity can be assessed with the modified Mercalli intensity scale, which takes into account the earthquake's effects on people and structures. Earthquakes can vary significantly in strength, from minor tremors that go unnoticed to catastrophic events capable of causing extensive damage and loss of life. The strongest earthquakes are often associated with subduction zones, where one tectonic plate is pushed under another, leading to immense stress and eventual release. In addition to their immediate destructive impacts, earthquakes can also trigger secondary hazards such as tsunamis, landslides, and liquefaction, where saturated soil temporarily loses its strength and behaves like a liquid. These secondary hazards can exacerbate the devastation caused by the initial quake, leading to a more complex disaster scenario. Understanding the mechanisms of plate tectonics and the nature of earthquakes is crucial not only for scientific inquiry, but also for improving disaster preparedness and response strategies. By studying past seismic events and monitoring tectonic movements, scientists aim to develop more accurate earthquake prediction methods. This knowledge is vital for regions prone to seismic activity, enabling communities to implement building codes, early warning systems, and education programs that can save lives and mitigate property damage in the event of an earthquake. The Aurora Borealis. The Aurora Borealis, commonly known as the Northern Lights, is a spectacular natural light display that occurs predominantly in high-latitude regions around the Arctic and Antarctic. This mesmerizing phenomenon captivates observers with its dancing waves of green, pink, red, yellow, blue, and violet light that illuminate the night sky. The occurrence of auroras is closely linked to solar activity, making them a subject of both scientific inquiry and cultural fascination. The science behind the Aurora Borealis lies in the interactions between the solar wind, a stream of charged particles emitted by the sun, and the Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere. When these solar particles, primarily electrons and protons, collide with gas molecules in the Earth's atmosphere. They impart energy that causes the gas molecules to become excited. As these excited molecules return to their original state, they release energy in the form of light, creating the beautiful displays we associate with auroras. The specific colors of the aurora depend on the type of gas particles involved and the altitude at which the collisions occur. Oxygen at higher altitudes can produce red and green lights, while lower altitude collisions can result in various shades of blue and purple due to interactions with nitrogen. The altitude of the auroral displays can vary, typically occurring between 80 and 300 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Auroras are more commonly observed during periods of heightened solar activity, particularly during solar flares or coronal mass ejections. These events lead to increased solar wind and the resultant geomagnetic storms that can enhance auroral activity. The relationship between the sun's cycles and the frequency and intensity of the auroras has been well documented, with an approximate 11-year cycle of solar activity marking times of maximum and minimum solar output. The aurora borealis isn't merely a scientific curiosity. It holds profound cultural significance for many indigenous peoples living in the Arctic region. Tribes such as the Inuit, Sami, and others have woven the tales of the Northern Lights into their folklore. For instance, the Inuit people believed that the aurora was the spirits of their ancestors dancing in the sky, while the Sami referred to the lights as a way to communicate with the souls of the deceased. Such beliefs highlight the aurora's role as a central element in the relationship between nature and culture. In addition to its scientific and cultural significance, the aurora borealis has also become a major tourist attraction, drawing visitors from around the world to regions like Alaska, Canada, Norway, and Sweden. Tour operators offer aurora tours during the winter months, providing people with unique opportunities to witness this natural phenomena. Photographers and nature lovers alike find the auroras compelling subjects, often braving cold temperatures to capture their ephemeral beauty. In conclusion, the aurora borealis is a stunning manifestation of the intricate interplay between solar activity and the Earth's magnetosphere. Its scientific foundations extend far beyond mere aesthetics, intertwining with cultural stories and economic factors related to tourism. The Northern Lights serve as a reminder of the dynamic forces shaping our planet, continuing to inspire wonder and curiosity across generations. The thermohaline circulation. The thermohaline circulation, often referred to as the ocean's conveyor belt, is a large-scale movement of seawater driven by variations in temperature, thermo, and salinity, haline. This circulation plays a crucial role in regulating the Earth's climate, distributing heat across the planet, and impacting marine ecosystems. It functions as a global conveyor belt, transporting warm, salty water from tropical regions into the deep ocean, where it cools, becomes denser, and sinks. The process begins in the North Atlantic, where warm, saline water from the Gulf Stream moves towards higher latitudes. As this water travels north, it gradually cools due to the colder atmospheric conditions and the influence of polar waters. The increase in salinity, due to factors such as evaporation and sea ice formation, increases the water's density, causing it to sink. This phenomenon is especially pronounced in places like the Norwegian Sea and the Labrador Sea. Once the water sinks, it becomes part of the deep ocean circulation. The dense water then flows southward, navigating along the ocean floor towards the Antarctic region. This movement is typically slow, taking hundreds to thousands of years to complete the entire cycle. However, its impact on climate and marine life is profound. The thermohaline circulation not only affects sea surface temperatures, but also influences weather patterns and climate stability across regions. In addition to its role in heat distribution,
The thermohaline circulation also plays a vital part in nutrient cycling. As water rises to the surface in some areas, it brings with it nutrients that are crucial for marine ecosystems, fostering phytoplankton growth. Phytoplankton forms the basis of the food web in this vast environment, supporting everything from tiny fish to large whales. Therefore, disruptions in this circulation can have cascading effects on marine biodiversity and fisheries. The importance of the thermohaline circulation has prompted scientists to study its possible changes in response to global warming. Increased fresh water from melting ice sheets and glaciers, particularly in the Arctic, could dilute the salt concentration in the North Atlantic, potentially disrupting the sinking process. Such changes could weaken the thermohaline circulation, leading to significant alterations in climate patterns, including more extreme winters in Europe and changes in monsoon patterns in Asia. Despite its complexity, the thermohaline circulation is a prime example of how interconnected the Earth's systems are. Changes in temperature and salinity can impact not only the ocean's circulation patterns, but also the atmosphere's dynamics and terrestrial ecosystems. Thus, understanding and monitoring the thermohaline circulation is essential for predicting future climate scenarios and developing effective strategies for climate adaptation. As we continue to confront the challenges posed by climate change, the thermohaline circulation remains a key area of research. Understanding its mechanisms and potential shifts can provide crucial insights into the health of our planet and the future of our climate. Ultimately, the health of the oceans is intricately linked to the well-being of humanity, emphasizing the need for proactive measures to address the impacts of climate change on this vital system. Antibiotic resistance. Antibiotic resistance is a pressing global health issue that arises when bacteria evolve in response to the use of antibiotics, rendering these drugs ineffective. The phenomenon was first recognized in the 1940s, shortly after penicillin, the first widely used antibiotic, was introduced. Initial successes in treating bacterial infections created a false sense of security, leading to the overuse and misuse of antibiotics in both humans and agriculture. As a result, bacteria began to adapt, developing mechanisms that allow them to survive even in the presence of these once powerful drugs. The mechanisms of antibiotic resistance can vary among different bacterial species. Some bacteria produce enzymes that can inactivate the antibiotic, while others may alter their cell membranes to prevent the drug from entering. Additionally, some bacteria can modify their metabolic pathways or develop efflux pumps that expel the antibiotic before it can exert its effects. This adaptability is a result of evolutionary processes, where random mutations confer advantages that are selected for in the presence of antibiotic pressure. Antibiotic resistance does not only impact the effectiveness of treatments, but also contributes to a significant increase in morbidity and mortality. Infections caused by resistant strains can lead to longer hospital stays, higher medical costs, and a greater risk of death. The World Health Organization, WHO, has designated antibiotic resistance as one of the top 10 global public health threats, emphasizing the urgent need for effective strategies to combat this issue. Several factors contribute to the rise of antibiotic resistance. One major factor is the inappropriate prescribing of antibiotics. Many healthcare providers sometimes prescribe antibiotics for viral infections where they are ineffective. Additionally, patients may demand antibiotics for conditions that do not necessitate them, leading to unnecessary use. In agriculture, antibiotics are often used not only to treat sick animals, but also as a preventative measure or growth enhancer, which further exacerbates the problem by exposing bacteria to these drugs in non-medical contexts. To effectively combat antibiotic resistance, a multifaceted approach is required. This includes improving the surveillance of antibiotic-resistant infections,
enhancing antibiotic stewardship programs to promote more responsible prescribing practices, and investing in research and development of new antibiotics and alternative therapies. Public education campaigns can also play a critical role in informing patients about the dangers of misuse and the importance of adhering to prescribed treatment regimens. Global collaboration is vital since antibiotic resistance knows no borders. The implementation of guidelines and policies at international, national, and local levels can help regulate antibiotic usage and establish better infection control measures. Initiatives that encourage the development of rapid diagnostic tests can reduce the unnecessary prescription of antibiotics by providing healthcare providers with timely and accurate information about the cause of infections. In conclusion, antibiotic resistance is a complex and growing challenge that requires immediate attention and collective action. By understanding the mechanisms behind resistance, addressing misuse, and promoting responsible antibiotic use, we can help ensure the effectiveness of these crucial medications for future generations. Only through a collaborative and comprehensive approach can we hope to turn the tide against this alarming trend in public health. The immortal jellyfish. The immortal jellyfish, scientifically known as Turritopsis dohrnii, is a small species of jellyfish native to the Mediterranean Sea, but found in oceans worldwide. It has garnered significant attention in both scientific research and popular media due to its unique ability to revert to an earlier stage of its life cycle, effectively enabling it to avoid death and potentially achieve biological immortality. This remarkable capability poses challenging questions about the nature of life and longevity and offers insights that could inform regenerative medicine and aging research. Unlike most jellyfish that follow a linear life cycle consisting of several defined stages, egg, larva, planula, polyp, and medusa, the immortal jellyfish has the extraordinary ability to revert from the medusa stage back to the polyp stage after experiencing stress, injury, or environmental challenges. This process, known as transdifferentiation, allows the jellyfish to transform its cells into different types, effectively enabling it to revert to a younger state. In essence, Turritopsis dohrnii can escape death, redefine its life cycle, and start anew, making it the only known organism capable of such a feat. The life cycle of Turritopsis dohrnii begins as a fertilized egg that develops into a planula, a free-swimming larval stage. Upon settling on the ocean floor, it metamorphoses into a polyp, a small sessile structure that resembles a miniature anemone. The polyp can reproduce asexually by budding, creating multiple jellyfish that eventually detach and grow into mature medusas. However, when faced with unfavorable conditions such as starvation, physical damage, or changes in water temperature, the adult medusa can revert to its juvenile polyp stage by undergoing transdifferentiation. This unique response to stress highlights the jellyfish's remarkable adaptability in contrast to most organisms, which have a more fixed developmental trajectory. Research into the biology of the immortal jellyfish has broad implications for understanding cellular mechanisms related to aging and regeneration. Scientists are particularly interested in the molecular processes that enable transdifferentiation and the jellyfish's ability to avoid senescence, which is the gradual deterioration that occurs with age in many organisms. Insights gained from studying Turritopsis dohrnii could inform medical advancements, including how to promote tissue regeneration, combat age-related diseases, and develop therapies that enhance cellular repair mechanisms. Despite its name and incredible regenerative abilities, the immortal jellyfish is not entirely invulnerable. While it can potentially avoid death due to aging, it remains susceptible to disease, predation, and environmental risks. Thus, while the jellyfish is a biologically immortal creature, it can still be subjected to mortality from external factors. The study of Turritopsis dohrnii serves as a reminder of the complex interplay between biological immortality and ecological dynamics, emphasizing that resilience does not equate to invincibility. In conclusion, the immortal jellyfish stands as a fascinating subject in the field of biology. Its unique life cycle offers a glimpse into the enigmatic processes of life, death, and renewal. As scientists continue to explore the secrets of this remarkable creature, the implications of their findings may not only deepen our understanding of fundamental biological principles, but also pave the way for innovations in human medicine and the quest for longevity. Gene therapy. Gene therapy is an innovative technique that aims to treat or prevent diseases by modifying the genetic material within a patient's cells. The fundamental premise of gene therapy is to correct or replace faulty genes that lead to health conditions, particularly genetic disorders. Since genes are the blueprints for proteins and other molecules crucial for the functioning of cells, any alteration or malfunction in these genes can result in diseases or disorders. Thus, gene therapy presents a potential solution to not only correct these issues, but also provide long-term therapeutic benefits. Historically, the concept of gene therapy emerged in the 1970s, but it wasn't until 1990 that the first successful human gene therapy trial took place. This trial aimed to treat a rare genetic disorder known as severe combined immunodeficiency, SCID, by inserting a functional copy of the faulty gene into the patient's cells. Advances in genetics and molecular biology have continuously fueled the development of this field, enabling the identification of specific genes responsible for a plethora of diseases. Gene therapy can be conducted through various methods, typically categorized into two pathways: somatic and germline gene therapy. Somatic gene therapy involves altering genes in somatic, non-reproductive cells, which means that changes made are not inherited by future generations. This approach is often preferred and used in clinical applications, as it addresses the specific symptoms of a patient without risking unintended heritable changes. In contrast, germline gene therapy targets reproductive cells, leading to heritable changes. While it offers the possibility to eliminate genetic disorders for future generations, ethical concerns significantly limit its application and regulation. One of the most common techniques utilized in gene therapy is the use of viral vectors to deliver therapeutic genes into target cells. Viruses are adept at infiltrating cells and can be effectively engineered to carry beneficial genetic material without causing disease. Researchers utilize various types of viruses, including lentiviruses, adenoviruses, and adeno-associated viruses, AAV, to facilitate gene transfer. The selection of a viral vector depends on the characteristics of the target cells and the specific requirements of the therapy. Gene therapy holds promise for treating a variety of conditions, including inherited disorders like cystic fibrosis, hemophilia, and muscular dystrophy, as well as acquired diseases such as cancer and some viral infections. While the transformative potential of gene therapy is commendable, challenges remain, including delivery efficiency, off-target effects, and the immune response to vector administration. Ongoing research aims to refine these techniques, ensuring patient safety and treatment effectiveness. As of the early 2020s, several gene therapies have been approved and made available for clinical use, marking significant milestones in the treatment of specific diseases. These advancements underscore a revolutionary shift in how genetic disorders are approached, shifting the focus from managing symptoms to addressing their underlying causes. Nonetheless, continued ethical discourse surrounding gene editing technologies and regulations concerning their use remains critical as the field progresses towards more extensive applications. The Kardashev scale. The Kardashev scale is a theoretical framework for classifying civilizations based on their energy consumption and capabilities, proposed by the Russian astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev in 1964. This scale categorizes civilizations into three primary types: Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3, each representing an increasing capacity to harness energy from their surrounding environments. The concept hinges on the idea that as civilizations evolve, their energy needs grow, leading them to tap into larger and more powerful sources of energy. A Type 1 civilization, often referred to as a planetary civilization, has the ability to utilize all available energy resources on its home planet. This includes harnessing energy from fossil fuels, solar, wind, geothermal, and other renewable sources. It is estimated that humanity is currently at about 0.72 on the Kardashev scale, as we have yet to fully exploit the planet's energy potential. Transitioning to a Type 1 civilization involves not only advancing technology, but also implementing sustainable practices to avoid environmental degradation and ensure a stable energy supply for future generations. Moving up the scale, a Type 2 civilization, also known as a stellar civilization, would be capable of harnessing the total energy output of its star. This could be achieved through megastructures such as Dyson spheres or swarms, which could capture a significant portion of a star's energy and convert it to usable power. Such a civilization would likely need to develop advanced technologies that surpass our current capabilities. The energy requirements for a Type 2 civilization would be astronomical, with the potential to support vast population sizes and sophisticated interstellar activities. In theory, a Type 2 civilization could also manipulate the environment of its star, ensuring energy is consistently available for millions of years. A Type 3 civilization, the pinnacle of the Kardashev scale, would be capable of harnessing the energy of an entire galaxy. This level of energy consumption implies not only an advanced understanding of physics and technological capabilities, but also an immense scale of infrastructure. A Type 3 civilization could manipulate and utilize energy from billions of stars, potentially allowing for intergalactic travel, colonization of other star systems, and the ability to shape galactic structures. Such civilizations are often depicted in science fiction as possessing godlike powers, able to manipulate space-time, create stable wormholes for travel, or even control the fate of star systems. The Kardashev scale has profound implications for our understanding of the future of our civilization and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI. If we develop technology to measure energy output from distant civilizations, we may be able to identify their type based on the energy signature they emit. The scale also serves as a reminder of the challenges humanity faces in transitioning toward a more sustainable energy future, highlighting the importance of harnessing our resources responsibly to avoid environmental catastrophes. In conclusion, the Kardashev scale offers a fascinating lens through which we can explore the potential evolution of civilizations in our universe. It raises questions about our current trajectory, the sustainability of our energy practices, and what the future might hold if we successfully advance to a Type 1 civilization and beyond. As we continue to expand our technological horizons, the aspirations of the Kardashev scale may someday become a reality, shaping humanity's place among the stars. Neutron stars. Neutron stars are one of the most intriguing and dense objects in the universe, formed from the remnants of massive stars that have undergone a supernova explosion. When a star with a mass greater than about 8 times that of our Sun exhausts its nuclear fuel, it can no longer support itself against gravitational collapse. The core collapses under its own gravity, and the outer layers are expelled into space, often resulting in a spectacular supernova. The core that remains is incredibly dense, compressing protons and electrons into neutrons, leading to the formation of a neutron star. Neutron stars are characterized by their incredible density. A typical neutron star has a mass greater than that of the Sun, yet it is compressed into a sphere only about 20 kilometers in diameter. This means that a sugar cube-sized amount of neutron star material would weigh about as much as all of humanity combined. This extreme density occurs because the neutrons, which are subatomic particles that form the building blocks of atomic nuclei, are packed into an incredibly small volume. The strong nuclear force, which acts between neutrons, counteracts further gravitational collapse, but does not prevent it entirely, resulting in a state of matter unlike anything found on Earth. The surface gravity on a neutron star is extraordinarily strong, approximately 2 billion times that of Earth. This immense gravitational force affects light and time in unique ways. For instance, light escaping from the surface of a neutron star is redshifted due to gravitational effects. It appears to lose energy as it climbs out of the star's gravitational well. The intense gravity also warps space-time, so time itself runs slower for an observer on the neutron star compared to someone far away in space. Neutron stars can exhibit remarkable rotational speeds. They can spin at rates exceeding 700 times per second, making them some of the fastest spinning objects in the universe. Those that spin rapidly and emit beams of electromagnetic radiation from their poles are known as pulsars. As the beam sweeps across Earth, it produces periodic radio waves, visible as pulses, hence the name pulsar. These rotating neutron stars are powerful cosmic lighthouses, and their study has provided valuable insights into fundamental physics and the behavior of matter under extreme conditions. In addition to their surprising rotational speeds, neutron stars can also possess strong magnetic fields, which can be quadrillions of times stronger than Earth's. These magnetic fields influence the neutron star's emission of radiation and can lead to phenomena such as magnetars, a type of neutron star that experiences extreme magnetism and is capable of producing powerful bursts of gamma rays and X-rays. Researchers continue to study neutron stars to understand their formation, structure, and the conditions under which they exist. Observations using space-based telescopes have revealed multiple neutron star mergers, events that give rise to gravitational waves and the production of heavy elements like gold and platinum. The ongoing exploration of neutron stars not only sheds light on the life cycle of stars, but also provides a broader understanding of fundamental theories in physics, such as quantum mechanics and general relativity. Photosensitivity in animals. Photosensitivity in animals refers to the increased sensitivity of cells and tissues to light, which can lead to adverse reactions when they are exposed to sunlight or other sources of ultraviolet UV radiation. This phenomenon is particularly notable in certain mammals, birds, reptiles, and other creatures that have specialized adaptations to cope with light exposure. While photosensitivity can be a natural adaptation to environmental conditions, it can also result in health issues, such as photodermatitis, especially in individuals with genetic predispositions or underlying health conditions. The mechanisms underlying photosensitivity vary among different species and can involve various forms of light-induced reactions. In some animals, the skin contains pigments like porphyrins or certain types of carotenoids that can make them more susceptible to damage when exposed to UV light. For example, animals with porphyria, which is a genetic disorder affecting hemoglobin synthesis, often exhibit extreme sensitivity to sunlight. When these animals are exposed to UV radiation, they might develop severe skin lesions or experience pain and discomfort, leading to behavioral changes such as seeking shade or avoiding light altogether. Moreover, certain animals have evolved adaptations to their environments that can also manifest as photosensitivity. For instance, some species of snakes and lizards possess specialized photoreceptive organs that help them detect changes in light intensity and navigate their surroundings. However, these adaptations can also result in increased vulnerability to harmful UV rays, particularly in habitats with high sunlight exposure. In addition to direct effects on skin and tissues, photosensitivity can have broader ecological implications. In some avian species, for example, the migratory patterns and mating behaviors can be influenced by light cues, making them sensitive to changes in their environment. When exposed to artificial light at night, such as streetlights or advancements in technology, these birds may become disoriented or confused, leading to disruptions in their natural behaviors and even contributing to declines in certain populations. This phenomenon highlights the importance of understanding photosensitivity not just as an individual characteristic of a species, but as an ecological factor affecting ecosystems as a whole. Managing photosensitivity in animals often involves preventative measures, particularly for domesticated animals or those in captivity. For instance, owners may need to limit their pets' exposure to sunlight during peak hours, or provide shaded areas in outdoor spaces. In the case of livestock, ensuring access to shaded environments can help mitigate adverse health effects caused by prolonged sun exposure. Veterinary care is essential for animals that exhibit signs of photosensitivity, as proper diagnosis and treatment can help manage symptoms effectively. In conclusion, photosensitivity in animals is a complex interplay of genetics, behavior, and environmental factors. Understanding this phenomenon is crucial not only for the health and well-being of individual animals, but also for the preservation of biodiversity and the stability of ecosystems. Continued research into the mechanisms and implications of photosensitivity could lead to better management practices for affected species and enhance our appreciation of the diverse adaptations that animals have evolved in response to their environments. Ferromagnetism. Ferromagnetism is a fundamental physical phenomenon that is primarily observed in certain materials, most notably iron, cobalt, and nickel. It is a type of magnetism that results when the magnetic moments of a material's atoms align in the same direction, leading to a net magnetic moment. This phenomenon is responsible for the strong magnetic properties exhibited by these materials, making them essential in a wide variety of applications, including electric motors, transformers, and permanent magnets. The underlying principle of ferromagnetism lies in quantum mechanics, specifically the behavior of electrons within atoms. Electrons possess an intrinsic property known as spin, which gives rise to a magnetic moment. In ferromagnetic materials, the spins of neighboring electrons tend to align parallel to each other due to the exchange interaction, a quantum mechanical effect that causes a reduction in energy when spins are aligned in the same direction. This alignment of spins leads to the formation of magnetic domains, regions within the material where the magnetic moments are uniformly aligned. When a ferromagnetic material is subjected to an external magnetic field, the magnetic domains respond by reorienting themselves in the direction of the field. This process enhances the material's overall magnetization. Upon removal of the external field, some materials retain a significant portion of their magnetization, a property known as hysteresis. This characteristic allows ferromagnetic materials to be used as permanent magnets, retaining magnetization even in the absence of an external field. The phenomenon of ferromagnetism is temperature dependent. As the temperature of a ferromagnetic material increases, thermal motion tends to disrupt the alignment of spins, ultimately leading to a phase transition known as the Curie point. Above the Curie temperature, the material transitions from a ferromagnetic state to a paramagnetic state, where thermal agitation dominates and the magnetic moments lose their coordinated alignment. The specific Curie temperature varies among materials. For example, iron has a Curie temperature of approximately 1050 degrees Celsius. Ferromagnetism has crucial implications in various modern technologies, impacting everything from data storage, where ferromagnetic materials are used in hard drives, to the functioning of electric generators and motors. Moreover, magnetic materials are essential in the design of inductors and transformers, where their ability to channel magnetic fields efficiently contributes to performance. Research into ferromagnetic materials also extends into emerging technologies, including spintronics, a field that exploits the intrinsic spin of electrons in addition to their charge. In summary, ferromagnetism is a vital and pervasive phenomenon rooted in the quantum mechanics of electron spins. Its significance is evident in both scientific research and practical applications that shape modern society. By understanding ferromagnetism, scientists and engineers can continue to innovate and develop new technologies that leverage the unique properties of ferromagnetic materials, paving the way for future advancements in multiple disciplines. The CRISPR revolution. The CRISPR revolution marks a transformative era in genetic engineering, inspiring profound changes in biotechnology and molecular biology. CRISPR, an acronym for clustered, regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats, is a natural defense mechanism found in bacteria, which they use to fend off viral infections. Discovered in the early 2000s, its potential for genome editing came to light when researchers, notably Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier, harnessed this system for targeted DNA modification in higher organisms. Their breakthrough in 2012 initiated a surge of interest and applications across various fields, catalyzing advancements in medicine, agriculture, and beyond. The CRISPR-Cas9 system operates on a simple principle. It allows scientists to make precise cuts in the DNA of living organisms. The core components are the Cas9 protein, which acts like molecular scissors, and a guide RNA that directs Cas9 to the specific location on the DNA strand where a change is desired. This accuracy and ease of use provide advantages over previous gene editing techniques, such as zinc finger nucleases and talons, which are more complex and less efficient. The simplicity of CRISPR has democratized genetic engineering, enabling labs around the world to explore genetic modifications. The implications of CRISPR technology are vast. In medicine, researchers are investigating its potential to correct genetic disorders, such as cystic fibrosis and sickle cell anemia. Early clinical trials have shown promise, with patients undergoing treatment that edits their cells to combat these inherited diseases. Moreover, CRISPR is being explored as a tool for combating infectious diseases, including HIV. By editing the host genome or targeting viral DNA directly, scientists aim to develop revolutionary therapies that could eradicate persistent infections. Agriculture has also experienced significant benefits from CRISPR technology. Scientists are creating genetically modified crops that can withstand harsh climates, resist pests, and require fewer resources. These advances are crucial in the face of a growing global population and the pressing need for sustainable food production. Crops such as rice, wheat, and soybeans are being altered to enhance yield and nutrition, providing hope for food security in the years to come. However, the CRISPR revolution is not without ethical and societal challenges. The capability to edit genomes raises critical questions about the implications of designer babies and the potential for unintended consequences in ecological systems. There is an ongoing debate about regulating gene editing, especially concerning human embryos, with some advocating for stringent controls to prevent misuse, while others argue for the potential benefits that could alleviate human suffering. The balancing act between innovation and ethical responsibility is vital as society navigates this uncharted territory. Ultimately, the CRISPR revolution represents a paradigm shift in the way we interact with the building blocks of life. As researchers continue to refine and enhance this technology, we witness the bridging of science and ethics, as well as the potential for revolutionary applications that could shape the future of healthcare, agriculture, and more. The ongoing dialogue surrounding CRISPR will be essential to ensure its benefits are realized safely and equitably, opening new frontiers in our understanding of genetics and biology. Behavioral ecology. Behavioral ecology is a subfield of ecology that examines the evolutionary and ecological basis for animal behavior. It focuses on how behavior contributes to the survival and reproductive success of individuals within their environment. By integrating aspects of evolutionary biology, ethology, and ecology, behavioral ecology seeks to understand the adaptive significance of behaviors in relation to environmental variables and social dynamics. The core premise of behavioral ecology is that behavior is shaped by natural selection. Animals make choices that maximize their fitness, which is defined as their ability to survive and reproduce in their given environment. From foraging strategies to mate selection, behaviors are constantly influenced by the need to adapt to both biotic and abiotic factors. For example, the foraging behavior of a predator might change based on the availability of prey or competition with other predators. Similarly, social behaviors, such as group living and cooperative breeding, can enhance survival rates in certain species. In studying behavioral ecology, researchers often employ a combination of observational studies and experimental approaches. Observational studies allow scientists to gather naturalistic data on animal behaviors in various contexts, while experiments can help clarify the causal relationships between behaviors and ecological variables. These methods help reveal how different factors such as habitat quality, food availability, and social structures influence behavioral adaptations. An important aspect of behavioral ecology is the concept of optimal foraging theory. This theory posits that animals will maximize their energy intake per unit of foraging effort. By analyzing the costs and benefits associated with different foraging strategies, researchers can predict which strategies are most likely to be adopted by a species in a given environment. For example, a bird may choose to eat smaller, more abundant seeds, even if larger seeds are more nutritious, if it takes less energy and time to obtain the smaller seeds. Communication is another critical area of interest within behavioral ecology. Many species have evolved sophisticated methods of signaling, which can include vocalizations, visual displays, and chemical signals. These forms of communication play key roles in mating, territory establishment, and group cohesion. Understanding how communication strategies evolve can provide deep insights into social structure and reproductive strategies of various species, illustrating the interconnectedness of ecological dynamics and behavioral adaptations. Additionally, behavioral ecology encompasses the study of parental investment, which refers to the resources parents allocate to their offspring. Different species exhibit a wide range of parental care strategies, and these choices can significantly influence offspring survival and future reproductive success. For instance, some species exhibit extreme parental care, spending extensive amounts of time and energy on their young, while others may adopt a more laissez-faire approach. Behavioral ecology not only enhances our understanding of the natural world, but also has practical applications in conservation biology. By comprehending the behavioral adaptations of species, conservationists can craft better strategies to protect ecosystems and species at risk. As climate change and habitat loss continue to threaten biodiversity, insights gleaned from behavioral ecology can inform our efforts to mitigate these impacts and preserve the delicate balance of natural ecosystems. Aerodynamics. Aerodynamics is the study of the behavior of air as it interacts with solid objects, particularly those that are in motion. This branch of fluid dynamics is essential in various fields, including aviation, automotive design, and even architecture. By understanding the principles of aerodynamics, engineers and scientists can design more efficient vehicles, improve fuel consumption, increase speed, and enhance safety. At the core of aerodynamics is the concept of airflow, how air moves around and interacts with moving bodies. The fundamental forces acting on a body in motion through air are lift, drag, thrust, and weight. Lift is the force that acts perpendicular to the direction of motion, enabling objects like airplanes to rise off the ground. It is primarily generated by the wings of an aircraft, which are designed to create a pressure difference between the upper and lower surfaces as the airplane moves forward. This pressure differential is due to the shape of the wing, known as an airfoil, which manipulates airflow in such a way that the air on top moves faster than the air below, resulting in lift. Drag, on the other hand, is the resistance force that acts opposite to the direction of motion. It is composed of two main components, parasitic drag and induced drag. Parasitic drag arises from the shape of the object and the turbulence created as air flows over it, while induced drag is a byproduct of lift generation. Consequently, reducing drag is a crucial aspect of aerodynamic design, influencing everything from the sleek contours of a sports car to the streamlined shape of an aircraft. Thrust is the force that propels a vehicle forward and is generated by engines or propellers. In aviation, jet engines create thrust by expelling high-speed exhaust gases, while in cars, internal combustion engines or electric motors provide the necessary power. The balance between thrust, drag, lift, and weight determines the performance and efficiency of the vehicle in question. Engineers apply a variety of aerodynamic principles to optimize these forces for different applications. One significant concept in aerodynamics is Reynolds number, a dimensionless quantity that helps predict flow patterns in various fluid flow situations. It relates the inertial forces to the viscous forces, allowing scientists to differentiate between laminar flow, where the fluid flows in parallel layers, and turbulent flow, characterized by chaotic and irregular movement. Understanding these flow regimes is essential for predicting how objects will perform in real-world conditions. Aerodynamics is not only relevant in aviation and automotive engineering, but it also plays a role in sports, architecture, and even everyday objects. Structures like bridges and skyscrapers must be designed to withstand aerodynamic forces, ensuring safety and stability. In sports, athletes in disciplines such as cycling, skiing, and swimming utilize aerodynamic principles to reduce drag and enhance performance. Techniques such as proper body positioning and the use of specialized gear are vital in achieving optimal speeds. In conclusion, aerodynamics is a multifaceted science that encompasses various principles and applications. Understanding how air interacts with moving objects allows for significant advancements in technology, leading to improvements in performance, safety, and efficiency across multiple fields. As research in aerodynamics continues to evolve, it holds the promise of developing even more innovative solutions to some of the challenges faced in transportation and engineering today. Superfluidity. Superfluidity is a remarkable phase of matter that exhibits unique properties, including the ability to flow without viscosity. This phenomenon was first identified in liquid helium-4, He4, and liquid helium-3, He3, at temperatures close to absolute zero. At these low temperatures, the atomic motion slows dramatically, allowing specific interactions among the helium atoms that lead to this extraordinary state. Superfluidity is not just a curiosity of low-temperature physics, it has implications for understanding quantum mechanics on a macroscopic scale. The concept of superfluidity can be traced back to the early 20th century, when researchers began exploring the behavior of liquid helium. The breakthrough came with the discovery that He4, when cooled below approximately 2.17 K, undergoes a phase transition into a superfluid state. At this temperature, helium exhibits phenomena such as the ability to flow through tiny pores without resistance, and the capability of climbing walls due to its unique cohesive properties. In a superfluid state, the classical viscosity that usually opposes fluid flow disappears. This allows superfluid helium to flow through narrow channels and capillaries in a manner that appears to defy the laws of classical physics. One of the most striking demonstrations of superfluidity is the fountain effect, where a jet of superfluid helium will flow out of a container and rise against gravity. This behavior showcases the fascinating and complex interplay between quantum mechanics and macroscopic phenomena. Superfluidity is fundamentally linked to Bose-Einstein condensation, a state where a group of bosons, a type of particle, occupies the same quantum state. In the case of He4, numerous helium atoms behave as a single quantum entity, allowing them to exhibit collective behavior. In contrast, He3, which is composed of fermions, particles that follow different statistical rules, forms two superfluid phases, each with distinct characteristics. The study of these superfluid phases has led scientists to explore more profound aspects of quantum statistics and many-body systems. In addition to their fascinating physical properties, superfluids serve as a platform for testing fundamental theories in physics. For instance, experiments with superfluid helium have provided insights into turbulence and the behavior of quantum vortices, which are crucial in various fields from astrophysics to condensed matter physics. The behavior of superfluid vortices parallels that of rotating astrophysical objects, suggesting that superfluidity could be relevant in understanding phenomena in neutron stars and other exotic cosmic bodies. Scientists continue to investigate superfluidity, seeking to unravel its mysteries further and explore its potential applications. One area of interest is the development of advanced quantum technologies, such as quantum computing, where superfluid states may play a role in enhancing performance or creating new states of matter. As we probe deeper into the realm of superfluidity, we not only challenge our conventional understanding of physics, but also inspire new technological advancements that could reshape our understanding of matter and energy at their most fundamental levels. Hydrodynamics. Hydrodynamics is a branch of fluid mechanics that focuses on the behavior of fluids in motion. It encompasses various phenomena related to liquids, including flow patterns, pressure changes, and the interaction between fluid and solid boundaries. Understanding hydrodynamics is critical in fields such as engineering, meteorology, and oceanography, as it plays a vital role in designing ships, predicting weather patterns, and studying aquatic ecosystems. The fundamental principles of hydrodynamics are derived from the laws of physics governing fluids. According to the continuum hypothesis, fluids are considered continuous rather than discrete particles, which allows for the application of mathematical models to describe their behavior. The Navier-Stokes equations are central to hydrodynamics. They mathematically represent the conservation of momentum and mass in an incompressible fluid. These equations account for various factors like viscosity, turbulence, and external forces, enabling scientists and engineers to make predictions about fluid flow. One of the key concepts in hydrodynamics is the distinction between laminar and turbulent flow. Laminar flow occurs when fluid moves in parallel layers, with minimal mixing and disturbance, often characterized by smooth and orderly motion. This type of flow can be described using simple equations, making it easier to predict. In contrast, turbulent flow is chaotic, with eddies and vortices forming within the fluid. As flows transition from laminar to turbulent, predictions become significantly more complex, requiring advanced computational methods and simulations to analyze such behavior accurately. Another important concept in hydrodynamics is the Reynolds number, a dimensionless quantity that helps characterize the flow regime of a fluid. The Reynolds number is calculated based on the fluid's density, velocity, characteristic length, and viscosity. Low Reynolds numbers, typically less than 2000, indicate laminar flow, while high Reynolds numbers, greater than 4,000, signify turbulent flow. This concept is essential in engineering applications, such as pipe flow, where understanding the transition between laminar and turbulent flow can influence design decisions and operational efficiency. Hydrodynamics also delves into the study of buoyancy and stability, vital for understanding how objects float or sink in fluids. Archimedes' principle states that a body submerged in a fluid experiences an upward buoyant force equal to the weight of the fluid displaced. This principle explains why ships float and is crucial in designing vessels to ensure they remain stable in various conditions. Stability analysis can be complex, involving factors like the position of the center of gravity and center of buoyancy, and can significantly impact the safety and performance of maritime structures. Applications of hydrodynamics are diverse and impactful. In civil engineering, hydrodynamic principles inform the design of dams, bridges, and coastal structures, ensuring they can withstand natural forces such as waves and currents. In aerospace engineering, understanding fluid dynamics is essential for optimizing airfoil shapes to reduce drag and improve efficiency. Moreover, in environmental science, hydrodynamics helps predict the dispersion of pollutants in water bodies and the behavior of aquatic life within these ecosystems. As our understanding of hydrodynamics advances, so does our ability to address complex challenges in water management, resource conservation, and ecological preservation. The Hubble constant. The Hubble constant is a crucial parameter in cosmology that describes the rate of expansion of the universe. Named after the American astronomer Edwin Hubble, who made significant contributions to our understanding of the universe in the early 20th century, this constant is essential for measuring the distance to galaxies and understanding the large-scale structure of the cosmos. It symbolizes the relationship between the distance of galaxies from Earth and their velocity, indicating how fast these galaxies are receding as the universe expands. The Hubble constant, often denoted as h0, quantifies the rate at which the universe is expanding. The standard unit of measurement is kilometers per second per megaparsec, km/s, km/s/mpc, where 1 megaparsec is equivalent to about 3.26 million light-years. Essentially, Hubble's law states that for every megaparsec of distance from the observer, a galaxy is moving away at a speed proportional to that distance. This means more distant galaxies recede faster than those that are closer, illustrating the dynamic and ever-expanding nature of the universe. Hubble's original estimate of the constant came from observing Cepheid variable stars in nearby galaxies, such as the Andromeda Galaxy, and utilizing their luminosity to calculate distances. His findings indicated that the universe is expanding, which contradicted the then prevailing view of a static universe. However, the exact value of the Hubble constant has been a topic of intense debate and research, with estimates varying from about 50 km/s/mpc to over 80 km/s/mpc based on different observational methods. Measurements of the Hubble constant play a pivotal role in our understanding of cosmology, as they allow scientists to determine the age, size, and fate of the universe. The expansion rate is closely linked to various cosmological parameters, including dark energy, matter density, and the curvature of space. Dark energy, believed to exert a repulsive force that accelerates the universe's expansion, has significant implications for the value of the Hubble constant. Understanding the balance between matter, dark energy, and the curvature of space is key to predicting how the universe will evolve over time. In recent years, a discrepancy has emerged in the measurements of the Hubble constant. Different methods yield divergent results, leading to what is known as the tension in cosmology. For instance, measurements derived from the cosmic microwave background, CMB, using observations from telescopes such as the Planck satellite, suggest a lower value for the Hubble constant compared to local measurements obtained from supernovae and Cepheid variables. This tension raises questions about our understanding of the fundamental physics governing the universe, sparking discussions regarding new physics, models of dark energy, or even the need for a revised understanding of the Big Bang or subsequent cosmic evolution. Resolving the discrepancies in the Hubble constant is currently one of the forefront challenges in cosmology. As observational techniques improve and new data emerges, scientists hope to achieve a more precise concordance on the value of this key constant. The implications extend beyond mere numbers. They touch the very fabric of our understanding of the universe, shaping theories on its origin, evolution, and ultimate fate. As our capabilities to observe and measure the cosmos expand, so too does our quest to understand the universe's deepest mysteries. Symbiosis. Symbiosis is a biological term that describes a close and often long-term interaction between two different biological species. This interaction can take various forms, characterized by the nature of the relationship and the benefits or drawbacks each party experiences. The Greek roots of the term, syn, meaning together, and biosis, meaning living, reflect the diversity of biological connections that can arise in ecosystems. Understanding symbiosis is crucial for elucidating the complex interdependencies that sustain life on Earth. There are three primary types of symbiotic relationships: mutualism, commensalism, and parasitism. Mutualism is a relationship where both species benefit from the interaction. A classic example is the relationship between flowering plants and their pollinators, such as bees. The plants provide nectar as a food source for the bees, while the bees assist in pollinating the plants, facilitating their reproduction. This mutually beneficial relationship exemplifies how different organisms can collaborate efficiently to enhance their survival and reproductive success. Commensalism, on the other hand, describes a relationship in which one species benefits while the other is neither helped nor harmed. An example of this is barnacles attaching themselves to whales. The barnacles gain mobility and access to nutrient-rich waters as the whale swims through different habitats, while the whale remains largely unaffected by their presence. Commensal relationships can illustrate the subtleties of interactions in nature, where the effects on each participant can vary significantly. Parasitism is a different kind of relationship in which one organism, the parasite, derives benefit at the expense of the other, the host. Parasites can be many forms, including worms, bacteria, and protozoa. An instance of parasitism is the relationship between tapeworms and their hosts. The tapeworm resides in the intestines of the host, absorbing nutrients from the food the host consumes, which can lead to severe health issues for the host. This relationship highlights the dark side of symbiotic interactions where one organism thrives at the other's expense. Understanding symbiosis extends beyond academic interest. It has profound implications for ecology, agriculture, and medicine. In ecosystems, symbiotic relationships influence biodiversity and species distributions. Ecosystems with rich symbiotic networks tend to be more resilient to environmental changes. In agriculture, harnessing beneficial symbiotic relationships can lead to sustainable practices. For instance, mycorrhizal fungi form mutualistic associations with plant roots, enhancing nutrient uptake and improving soil health. In medicine, studying symbiotic relationships in human health has led to insights into the human microbiome, the diverse community of microorganisms living in and on our bodies. These microbes can impact digestion, immunity, and overall health, indicating that our well-being is deeply intertwined with our symbiotic partners. The modern understanding of symbiosis underscores the interconnectedness of life and the importance of maintaining healthy ecosystems, as the loss of one partner in a symbiotic relationship can cascade through the entire system. The science of sleep is a fundamental biological process that plays a crucial role in maintaining physical and mental health. Despite being a state of relative inactivity, sleep is a complex and dynamic process characterized by distinct stages and cycles. Understanding the science of sleep involves exploring its stages, functions, and the factors that influence sleep quality and duration. There are two primary types of sleep: REM, rapid eye movement, and non-REM sleep. Non-REM sleep consists of 3 stages, each defined by varying levels of brain activity and physiological changes. Stage 1 is a light sleep, where the transition from wakefulness to sleep occurs. It lasts a few minutes and is marked by slow eye movements and reduced muscle activity. Stage 2 is a deeper sleep, where body temperature drops and heart rate slows down, providing a more restorative effect. Stages 3, often referred to as slow wave sleep, is the deepest sleep stage, essential for physical recovery and growth. During this phase, the body repairs tissues and strengthens the immune system. REM sleep, which typically occurs about 90 minutes after falling asleep, is characterized by fast brain activity, vivid dreams, and rapid eye movements. This stage is believed to play a vital role in memory consolidation, emotional regulation, and learning. A typical sleep cycle lasts approximately 90 minutes and includes all stages of sleep, with the pattern repeating several times throughout the night. Most adults require 7-9 hours of sleep to function optimally, though individual needs can vary. Sleep serves multiple essential functions. It is critical for cognitive processes such as attention, decision-making, and problem-solving. During sleep, the brain processes and consolidates information gathered throughout the day, transforming short-term memories into long-term storage. Additionally, sleep plays a significant role in regulating emotions, as insufficient sleep can lead to increased irritability and a heightened risk of mood disorders. Moreover, sleep is vital for physical health. During deep sleep, the body engages in repair and growth, releasing hormones such as growth hormone and cortisol. A sufficient amount of sleep aids in maintaining proper metabolic function, appetite control, and immune responses. Chronic sleep deprivation has been linked to numerous health issues, including obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and impaired immune function. Several factors influence sleep quality and duration. Lifestyle factors such as stress, dietary habits, and physical activity can significantly impact sleep patterns. For example, excessive screen time before bed can interfere with melatonin production, hindering the ability to fall asleep. Mental health issues like anxiety and depression can also contribute to sleep disturbances. Furthermore, environmental factors such as noise, light exposure, and mattress quality can affect sleep comfort and quality. In conclusion, the science of sleep encompasses a complex interplay of biological processes, stages, and external influences. Understanding the importance of sleep and its impact on overall health is vital for improving sleep quality and, consequently, enhancing well-being. As research continues to uncover the intricacies of sleep, it becomes increasingly clear that adequate quality sleep is as vital to health as nutrition and exercise. Retroviruses. Retroviruses are a unique and intriguing class of viruses characterized by their ability to transcribe their RNA genome into DNA after they infect a host cell. This remarkable process is facilitated by an enzyme known as reverse transcriptase, which is not found in human cells. Retroviruses belong to the family Retroviridae and include several well-known viruses, such as the human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, and various oncogenic viruses that can lead to cancer. The term retrovirus originates from the reverse transcription process that differentiates them from other RNA viruses. Upon entering a host cell,
The retrovirus releases its RNA genome and reverse transcriptase, which then synthesizes a complementary DNA, cDNA, strand from the viral RNA. This cDNA strand is then converted into a double-stranded DNA, which integrates into the host's genome using another viral enzyme called integrase. Once integrated, the viral DNA can remain dormant for extended periods or become active, directing the host cell to produce new viral particles. Retroviruses can be classified into two main groups: simple and complex retroviruses. Simple retroviruses typically contain only the essential genes required for replication, such as GAG, group-specific antigen, POL, polymerase, and ENV, envelope. On the other hand, complex retroviruses possess additional regulatory genes that modulate viral replication and host interactions. The complexities of these genes contribute to the diverse capabilities and pathologies associated with retroviral infections. One of the most well-known retroviruses is HIV, the virus responsible for acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, AIDS. HIV specifically targets CD4 plus T cells, a crucial component of the immune system. By impairing the immune response, HIV can lead to a range of opportunistic infections and malignancies. The global AIDS epidemic has spurred significant research efforts to develop antiretroviral therapies which have been remarkably successful in managing the infection. These therapies often include reverse transcriptase inhibitors that block the transcription process, highlighting the critical role reverse transcriptase plays in the viral life cycle. Another prominent example of retroviruses includes the human T-cell lymphotropic virus, HTLV, which is associated with certain types of cancers, particularly adult T-cell leukemia lymphoma. Like HIV, HTLV integrates into the host genome, but has a complex interaction with the host cell that can lead to malignancy through various mechanisms, including cellular transformation and immune modulation. Retroviruses also serve as valuable tools in molecular biology and gene therapy. Scientists exploit their ability to integrate into the host genome for therapeutic purposes, such as in the production of genetically modified organisms, GMOs, and the development of cell-based therapies for genetic disorders. By using modified retroviruses, researchers can deliver therapeutic genes directly into patient cells, potentially correcting genetic defects or enhancing the immune response against cancers. In conclusion, retroviruses are an essential area of study in virology and medicine. Their ability to manipulate host cellular machinery and integrate into genomes poses both challenges and opportunities. Understanding the molecular mechanisms of retroviruses enhances our knowledge of viral pathogenesis and aids in the development of new therapeutic strategies. As research continues to evolve, retroviruses will undoubtedly play a crucial role in future scientific advancements. The formation of galaxies. The formation of galaxies is one of the most fascinating topics in astrophysics, representing a pivotal chapter in the story of the universe. Galaxies, massive collections of stars, gas, dust, and dark matter, are the fundamental building blocks of the cosmos. They are thought to have formed within the first billion years after the Big Bang, driven by the gravitational forces acting on matter in the early universe. The prevailing theory for galaxy formation is closely linked to the concept of the cosmic structure formation. Initially, the universe was a near homogeneous mix of hot gas and radiation following the Big Bang. As the universe expanded and cooled, tiny fluctuations in density began to emerge due to quantum perturbations, as suggested by theories of inflation. These fluctuations would eventually lead to the formation of the first structures in the universe. Once the dark matter began to collapse under its own gravity, it formed clumps known as halos. These halos acted as the gravitational scaffolding around which ordinary matter could accumulate. As gas fell into these dark matter halos, it began to cool and fragment,
leading to regions of higher density. This cooling process was critical, as it allowed gas to collapse into stars. Over time, these stars formed clusters and eventually galaxies. One model for galaxy formation is the top-down scenario, which posits that large structures formed first and then fragmented into smaller galaxies. However, the more accepted model is the bottom-up scenario, where small galaxies merge to form larger ones. This hierarchical model suggests that small early galaxies would interact and coalesce over billions of years, leading to the diversity of galaxies we observe today. Observation of distant galaxies provides crucial evidence for understanding galaxy formation. Telescopes like the Hubble Space Telescope have captured images of galaxies at various stages of their development, some of which are in the act of forming stars, while others contain well-established structures. A particularly active area of research is the study of galaxy mergers and interactions, which are known to trigger bursts of star formation and lead to dramatic morphological changes in galaxies. Another essential aspect of galaxy formation is the role of supermassive black holes. Most galaxies possess a supermassive black hole at their center, and there is a direct correlation between the mass of the black hole and the mass of the galaxy's bulge. This relationship suggests that black holes and galaxies may grow in tandem, influencing each other's evolution. The energy released during black hole accretion can affect star formation rates and drive galactic winds, further impacting how galaxies evolve over cosmic time. Moreover, the study of galaxy formation has implications for understanding the broader universe. It tells us how matter is distributed on large scales, the nature of dark matter, and the influence of cosmic expansion. Current advancements in astrophysics, such as simulations of galaxy formation and deep field observations, are continually refining our understanding. As we progress in both observational and theoretical astrophysics, the mystery of galaxy formation will shed light on the conditions of the early universe and the evolution of the cosmos as we know it. The golden ratio. The golden ratio, often denoted by the Greek letter phi, is a mathematical constant approximately equal to 1.6180339887. This ratio emerges when a line is divided into two parts in such a way that the ratio of the entire line to the longer part is equal to the ratio of the longer part to the shorter part. Mathematically, if a line segment is divided into lengths A and B, with A being the longer segment, the golden ratio can be expressed as A plus B, A equals sign AB equals sign phi. This relationship is not only a source of aesthetic beauty, but has also fascinated mathematicians, artists, and architects across the ages. The origins of the golden ratio can be traced back to ancient civilizations. The Egyptians employed this proportion in their architectural designs, while the Greeks identified it in their quest for a mathematical understanding of beauty. The most notable application in ancient Greece can be seen in the Parthenon, where the dimensions adhere closely to the golden ratio, reflecting a harmonious geometric balance that has been revered since antiquity. The appeal of phi lies in its uniqueness. It is an irrational number, which means it cannot be expressed as a simple fraction, adding to its intrigue and mathematical richness. The golden ratio is also deeply connected with the Fibonacci sequence, a series of numbers where each term after the first two is the sum of the two preceding ones, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. As you progress through the sequence, the ratio of successive Fibonacci numbers approximates the golden ratio. For instance, the ratio of 8 to 5 or 13 to 8 gets closer to phi as you advance in the sequence. This mathematical relationship highlights how the golden ratio pervades the natural world, appearing in various biological settings, from the arrangement of leaves around a stem to the spirals of shells and the branching of trees. In art, the golden ratio has historically been employed to achieve aesthetically pleasing compositions. Renowned artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and Salvador Dali have utilized phi in their masterpieces. For example, Da Vinci's iconic painting, the Mona Lisa, is thought to utilize the golden ratio in its composition. Modern designers also leverage this ratio in various fields, from graphic design to product design, as it often elicits a sense of harmony and balance that resonates with the human eye. The golden ratio's influence extends beyond aesthetics, penetrating fields such as finance and psychology. In finance, some analysts believe market charts exhibit patterns that relate to the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio, influencing investment strategies. In psychology, research suggests that people may subconsciously judge beauty based on the golden ratio, affecting perceptions of attractiveness. As diverse as its applications are, the golden ratio continues to inspire curiosity and exploration in various domains, demonstrating its timeless allure. Ultimately, the golden ratio epitomizes the intersection of mathematics, nature, and human creativity. It invites us to consider the intrinsic relationships that govern the world around us, uniting disparate fields through a shared appreciation for beauty and balance. Whether observed in the spirals of galaxies, the symmetry of a seashell, or the canvas of a painting, the golden ratio beckons us to recognize and celebrate the elegance embedded within the fabric of reality. Animal migration. Animal migration is a fascinating and complex phenomenon that has captivated scientists, researchers, and nature enthusiasts alike. It refers to the seasonal movement of animals from one region to another, often to find food, suitable breeding grounds, or more favorable environmental conditions. This behavior is observed across various species, including birds, fish, mammals, and insects, and it is driven by a multitude of factors ranging from climate change to reproductive needs. One of the most well-known examples of animal migration is that of birds. Many species undertake incredible journeys, covering thousands of miles between their breeding and wintering grounds. The Arctic tern, for instance, migrates annually from its breeding grounds in the Arctic to its wintering areas in the Antarctic, making it one of the longest migrations of any animal. Bird migration is primarily triggered by changes in daylight and temperature, which influence their circadian rhythms and instinctual behaviors. Fish migration is another remarkable aspect of the animal kingdom. Salmon, for example, are famous for their upstream migration to spawn in the rivers where they were born. This migration is fraught with challenges, including overcoming waterfalls and evading predators, but it is crucial for the continuation of their species. Similarly, eels are known to migrate thousands of miles to spawn in the Sargasso Sea, demonstrating just how diverse migration strategies can be across different species. Mammalian migration presents a different set of behaviors and patterns. Certain species of ungulates, like the wildebeest in the Serengeti, embark on vast migrations in search of fresh grazing pastures. This migration is not just a personal journey for survival. It also impacts the ecosystem, influencing plant growth and the populations of predators, thereby maintaining a delicate balance within the food chain. Other mammals, such as the monarch butterfly, exhibit a multi-generational migration, with several generations making the journey from North America to central Mexico. The cues that prompt migration can vary widely among species. Some depend on environmental signals such as temperature and food availability, while others rely on innate biological clocks that dictate their migratory cycles. In addition, migratory routes and timing can be affected by human-induced changes such as habitat destruction and climate change, which may disrupt traditional patterns and threaten the survival of migratory species. Despite the challenges faced during migration, many species have evolved impressive navigational skills. Birds, for example, use the sun, stars, and Earth's magnetic field to guide their journeys. Recent studies have shown that some species can even detect the Earth's magnetic field through specialized cells in their eyes. Similarly, fish rely on olfactory cues and water currents, while land mammals often use landmarks and spatial memory to traverse long distances. In summary, animal migration is a remarkable adaptation that highlights the resilience and ingenuity of wildlife. It serves as an essential reminder of the interconnectedness of ecosystems, as the movements of migratory animals influence not only their survival, but also the health and balance of their habitats. As we continue to study and understand these phenomena, it becomes increasingly vital to protect migratory pathways and habitats that support these extraordinary journeys, ensuring that future generations can witness the wonders of animal migration. Radiocarbon dating. Radiocarbon dating, also known as carbon-14 dating, is a scientific method used to determine the age of an object containing organic material by measuring the amount of carbon-14 it contains. Developed in the late 1940s by American physicist Willard Libby, this technique revolutionized archaeology and geology and has since been employed in diverse fields, including anthropology, paleontology, and forensic science. The principle of radiocarbon dating relies on the existence of carbon-14, C14, a radioactive isotope of carbon. Carbon-14 is continuously formed in the upper atmosphere through the interaction of cosmic rays with nitrogen-14. Once formed, C14 combines with oxygen to create carbon dioxide, which is absorbed by living organisms during photosynthesis. Thus, all living organisms contain a constant ratio of carbon isotopes. About 99% is carbon-12, C12, while a small fraction, approximately 1 in a trillion, is C14. When an organism dies, it stops taking in carbon, and the already existing C14 within its tissues begins to decay into nitrogen-14, N14, at a known rate, characterized by its half-life of approximately 5,730 years. This decay happens at an exponential rate, so after one half-life, half of the carbon-14 in a sample will have decayed. After two half-lives, only a quarter remains, and so forth. By measuring the remaining amount of carbon-14 in a sample and comparing it with the stable carbon-12 in the same sample, scientists can calculate the time that has elapsed since the organism's death. The effectiveness of radiocarbon dating is limited to objects less than about 50,000 years old, due to the relatively short half-life of C14. Beyond this time frame, the amount of carbon-14 becomes so minimal that it is difficult to detect. Samples suitable for radiocarbon dating typically include wood, bone, shells, and other organic materials. However, materials such as metal, glass, or ceramics, which do not contain carbon, cannot be dated directly using this method. Radiocarbon dating has significantly enhanced our understanding of historical timelines, enabling researchers to develop chronologies for archaeological sites and historical events. For example, this method has been instrumental in dating ancient ruins, artifacts, and human remains, effectively bridging gaps in our knowledge about prehistoric societies and their interactions with the environment. Despite its effectiveness, radiocarbon dating is not without limitations and potential sources of error. Factors such as contamination from modern carbon sources, variations in atmospheric C14 levels, and the calibration process can all affect results. To mitigate these issues, scientists often calibrate radiocarbon ages against other dating methods, such as dendrochronology, tree ring dating, and ice core sampling, to adjust for fluctuations in atmospheric carbon over time. In conclusion, radiocarbon dating is a powerful tool that has transformed our understanding of the past. Its ability to provide precise age estimates for organic materials makes it indispensable for researchers across various disciplines. As technology advances, improvements in measurement techniques and methodologies promise to refine the accuracy and range of this invaluable dating method, allowing us to further unravel the complexities of our planet's history. The science of fireworks have captivated audiences for centuries, blending art with science in a dazzling display of color, sound, and light. The science behind fireworks is a complex interplay of chemistry and physics, where a combination of various materials produces the mesmerizing patterns and sounds that delight spectators. At the core of every firework is a pyrotechnic composition, blended carefully to create tens of thousands of individual colors and effects. Fireworks are essentially controlled explosions. When a firework is ignited, a fuse lights the pyrotechnic material inside a shell, which creates a rapid release of gas due to combustion. This gas expands quickly, propelling the shell into the air. The fuse is designed to allow a timed interval between the ignition of the firework and the burst at its peak height, ensuring that the audience can enjoy the spectacle. The core components of fireworks include oxidizers, fuels, and color-producing chemicals. Oxidizers are compounds that provide oxygen for the combustion process, allowing the fuel to burn efficiently. Common oxidizers in fireworks include potassium nitrate and potassium chlorate. The fuels, which can be carbon-based materials such as charcoal or sulfur, combine with the oxidizers to sustain the combustion reaction. However, it's the addition of metal salts that gives fireworks their stunning colors. Different metal ions emit specific wavelengths of light when heated. For example, strontium compounds create red hues, copper compounds produce blue, and barium results in green. By mixing these salts, pyrotechnicians can create a vibrant palette. The choice of metals also affects other visual effects, such as the brightness and duration of the explosion. Sound is another vital aspect of fireworks. The loud bang or report, commonly associated with fireworks, is produced by the rapid expansion of gases in the air. This sharp sound is akin to a mini sonic boom. Some fireworks are designed specifically to create distinct sounds, such as crackles and whistles, by including materials that expand at different rates or produce unique vibrations. The shapes and patterns seen in the sky also involve intricate design. Fireworks shells contain stars, small pellets coated with the combustible materials that produce light. The arrangement of these stars within the shell influences the resultant explosion's shape. For instance, a shell designed with stars arranged in a circle will produce a round display, while one with stars arranged in a line may create a comet-like effect. Fireworks are often categorized into various types, including aerial shells, fountains, and ground-based fireworks, each offering distinctive experiences. Safety is also paramount in fireworks displays. Pyrotechnicians must consider environmental factors such as wind direction and speed to avoid mishaps. Modern fireworks are often designed to reduce smoke and minimize environmental impact. In conclusion, the science of fireworks is a fascinating blend of chemistry, physics, and artistic expression. As technology advances, pyrotechnicians continue to innovate, creating ever more complex and stunning displays. This synthesis of art and science not only entertains but also deepens our understanding of chemical reactions and the properties of materials, reminding us of the beauty that can arise from scientific principles. The ozone layer. The ozone layer is a region of Earth's stratosphere that contains a high concentration of ozone, O3 molecules. This layer, which is located approximately 10 to 30 miles above Earth's surface, plays a crucial role in protecting life on our planet by filtering out the sun's harmful ultraviolet UV radiation. The thickness of the ozone layer varies depending on the latitude and time of year. It is generally thicker at the poles and thinner at the equator. Understanding the importance of the ozone layer is essential for recognizing its role in environmental health and the ongoing efforts to protect it from human-induced damage. Ozone is a molecule composed of 3 oxygen atoms, and while it is a natural component of the atmosphere, its concentrations can be influenced by both natural processes and human activities. The ozone layer is primarily formed through a photochemical reaction, where ultraviolet light from the sun splits oxygen molecules, O2, into individual oxygen atoms. These atoms can then collide with other oxygen molecules to create ozone. This process is delicate and can be disrupted by several factors, including pollution and chemical reactions caused by human activities. The discovery of the depletion of the ozone layer during the late 20th century was a significant environmental concern. Research revealed that certain man-made chemicals, particularly chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, halons, and other ozone-depleting substances, ODS, were contributing to the thinning of this protective layer. These substances were commonly found in aerosol sprays, refrigerants, and other industrial applications. As these chemicals rose into the stratosphere, they were broken down by UV radiation, releasing chlorine and bromine atoms that could destroy thousands of ozone molecules, thereby leading to a depletion of the ozone layer. The implications of a thinner ozone layer are profound. Increased UV radiation reaching Earth's surface can lead to a variety of health issues, including a higher incidence of skin cancers, cataracts, and other eye disorders. Furthermore, it can have detrimental effects on wildlife, disrupting ecosystems and food chains. Increased UV exposure can also impair plant growth and agricultural productivity, threatening food security and biodiversity. Recognizing the global threat posed by ozone layer depletion, the international community took action to mitigate the impact of ODS. The most notable response was the Montreal Protocol, adopted in 1987, which aimed to phase out the consumption and production of ozone-depleting substances. The protocol has been remarkably successful, as the use of CFCs and many other harmful chemicals has significantly declined. Scientific assessments indicate that the ozone layer is slowly recovering and is expected to return to its pre-1980 levels by the middle of the 21st century, demonstrating the effectiveness of coordinated global action. The ozone layer remains an essential component of Earth's atmosphere, acting as a shield that protects all forms of life from excessive UV radiation. Continued vigilance and scientific research are necessary to ensure that the progress made in restoring the ozone layer is maintained and that other environmental challenges are addressed. Public awareness and adherence to international agreements are vital in preserving this critical aspect of our planet's health for future generations. The James Webb Space Telescope. The James Webb Space Telescope, JWST, is a groundbreaking astronomical observatory launched on December 25, 2021, designed to enhance our understanding of the universe. Named after James E. Webb, who served as the administrator of NASA during the Apollo program, the telescope represents a collaborative effort by NASA, the European Space Agency, ESA, and the Canadian Space Agency, CSA. JWST is often regarded as the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, but it is equipped with advanced technology that enables it to observe a wider range of wavelengths, primarily focusing on infrared light. This capability allows it to peer through cosmic dust and gas, making it an essential tool for studying the early universe, the formation of stars and galaxies, and potential extraterrestrial life. The design of JWST is distinctive, featuring a large segmented primary mirror that spans 6.5 meters in diameter, significantly larger than Hubble's 2.4 meters. This sizable mirror enhances its light-gathering power and improves its sensitivity to faint objects. The mirror is made up of 18 hexagonal segments, each of which can be adjusted independently. This intricate design allows for exceptional precision in capturing astronomical images. JWST is equipped with 4 primary scientific instruments: the Near-Infrared Camera, NARCam, the Near-Infrared Spectrograph, NARSpec, the Mid-Infrared Instrument, MIRI, and the Fine Guidance Sensor, Near-Infrared Imager, and Slitless Spectrograph, FGS, NIRIS. Together, these instruments enable a wide range of observations across various wavelengths and scientific objectives. One of the most remarkable aspects of JWST is its location. It operates at the second Lagrange point, L2, approximately 1.5 million kilometers from Earth. This position allows the telescope to maintain a stable environment while minimizing the Earth's interference with its observations. By residing at L2, JWST can consistently observe celestial phenomena without the interruptions caused by the atmospheric distortions faced by ground-based telescopes. This location also provides a constant view of the same patch of sky, which is critical for long-term observations of distant astronomical events. The mission of JWST extends beyond mere observation. The telescope is designed to explore fundamental cosmic questions, including the formation and evolution of galaxies, the birth of new stars, and the conditions necessary for life beyond our planet. Scientists anticipate that JWST will revolutionize our understanding of the early universe, potentially allowing us to see light from the first stars and galaxies formed after the Big Bang. Additionally, its capabilities in studying exoplanet atmospheres could yield insights into the chemical compositions of distant worlds and whether they may harbor life. As the James Webb Space Telescope begins its scientific operations, astronomers and scientists from around the world eagerly await revolutionary discoveries. Its innovative technology and unique positioning promise to unlock some of the greatest mysteries of the cosmos and provide a deeper understanding of our place in the universe. The JWST stands not only as a monument to human ingenuity and collaboration, but also as a beacon of hope for future explorations and discoveries in the realm of astrophysics. Hydrothermal vents. Hydrothermal vents are unique underwater ecosystems that occur on the ocean floor, typically along mid-ocean ridges. These vents are formed when seawater seeps into the crust of the Earth, becomes heated by underlying magma, and is then expelled back into the ocean at high temperatures and pressures. The water that emerges from these vents can reach temperatures of over 400 degrees Celsius, about 752 degrees Fahrenheit, and is rich in dissolved minerals, particularly sulfides of metals like iron, copper, and zinc. The extreme conditions found at hydrothermal vents create a stark contrast to the surrounding frigid ocean water and give rise to vibrant life forms. The biological communities that thrive around hydrothermal vents are extraordinary and fundamentally different from those found in sunlight-dependent ecosystems. Unlike most life on Earth, which relies on the process of photosynthesis, organisms in these vent communities utilize chemosynthesis. This process is driven by chemical reactions, primarily the oxidation of hydrogen sulfide emitted from the vents. Specialized bacteria, known as chemosynthetic bacteria, form the base of the food web. These bacteria convert inorganic compounds into organic matter, providing energy for a variety of organisms that live in these extreme environments. The most well-known and visually striking inhabitants of hydrothermal vents are tube worms, which can grow several feet long. These worms do not have a mouth or digestive system. Instead, they rely on symbiotic bacteria that live within them to process the hydrogen sulfide. Other notable organisms include giant clams, which house chemosynthetic bacteria in their tissues, and a range of crustaceans and other marine life that have adapted to these harsh conditions. Hydrothermal vents also play a crucial role in the global ecosystem and geology. They contribute significantly to the nutrient cycling in the ocean, providing essential elements for biological productivity. The minerals released by these vents help to sustain entire ecosystems that have adapted to the darkness and high pressure of the ocean depths. Moreover, the geological processes that create vents can influence ocean chemistry and temperature, affecting broader climate patterns. The discovery of hydrothermal vents in the late 1970s revolutionized our understanding of marine biology and geology. Initially found during the 1977 submersible expedition to the Galapagos Rift, these vents challenged scientists' notions of life on Earth, showing that ecosystems could thrive without sunlight. This discovery has also sparked interest in the search for life beyond Earth, as scientists speculate that similar vents could exist on other celestial bodies, such as Europa, a moon of Jupiter, which is believed to have a subsurface ocean. Despite their significance, hydrothermal vents and their ecosystems are vulnerable to human activities, particularly deep-sea mining and climate change. Mining for polymetallic nodules and other mineral resources can disrupt these delicate ecosystems, leading to long-lasting impacts on biodiversity. As research continues, scientists strive to better understand these fascinating environments and develop strategies to conserve and protect them for future generations. Zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic diseases are infectious diseases that are transmitted from animals to humans. These pathogens can be bacteria, viruses, parasites, or fungi. The study of zoonotic diseases is a crucial field within public health and epidemiology because they represent a significant cause of morbidity and mortality across the globe. Some well-known examples of zoonotic diseases include rabies, West Nile virus, Lyme disease, and most recently COVID-19, which is believed to have originated from a zoonotic source. The transmission of zoonotic diseases can occur through various routes. Direct transmission happens when humans come into direct contact with the saliva, blood, urine, or feces of infected animals. Indirect transmission can occur through vectors such as mosquitoes, ticks, or fleas that carry pathogens from animals to humans. Additionally, zoonotic diseases can also spread through contaminated food, water, or surfaces. Factors such as urbanization, deforestation, and climate change are increasing human-animal interactions, which in turn raises the risk of zoonotic disease spillover. The impact of zoonotic diseases on global health is profound. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, approximately 60% of existing infectious diseases in humans are zoonotic. The emergence of these diseases, especially in the face of changing ecological conditions, poses challenges not just for public health, but also for food security, economic stability, and environmental health. Outbreaks can lead to significant healthcare costs, loss of livestock, and economic disruptions, as seen during Ebola or the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Preventing zoonotic diseases requires a multifaceted approach, often termed One Health. This framework recognizes that the health of humans, animals, and the environment are interrelated. Collaboration between veterinarians, doctors, ecologists, and other experts is necessary to monitor, control, and prevent the spread of zoonotic diseases. Effective surveillance systems can help identify potential outbreaks before they spread widely. Vaccination of both animals and humans against specific zoonotic pathogens, along with educating communities on safe practices when interacting with animals, are also critical components of prevention strategies. Research into zoonotic diseases is ongoing and increasingly important as we face a rapidly changing world. Scientists are studying the genetic and environmental factors that facilitate transmission of pathogens between species. The rise of antibiotic resistance in zoonotic bacteria is also a growing concern. Furthermore, the encroachment of human populations into wildlife habitats increases the probability of novel zoonotic diseases emerging, making biodiversity conservation a key aspect of addressing potential health risks. The implications of zoonotic diseases extend beyond human health. They also highlight the interconnectedness of ecosystems. As we continue to push the boundaries of urban and agricultural development, the risk of new zoonotic diseases will likely grow. Understanding and addressing these diseases require a collaborative global effort. Continued investment in research and public health initiatives focused on zoonotic diseases is essential in order to safeguard both human health and biodiversity in the face of future challenges. Coral bleaching. Coral bleaching is a phenomenon that occurs when corals, underwater organisms belonging to the phylum Cnidaria, lose their vibrant colors and appear white or pale. This process results from environmental stresses that cause corals to expel symbiotic algae known as zooxanthellae, which reside within their tissues. These algae are pivotal for the survival of coral reefs as they facilitate the process of photosynthesis, providing corals with energy and nutrients. The loss of zooxanthellae not only alters the coloration of corals, but also affects their health and the intricate ecosystems they support. The primary triggers of coral bleaching include increased sea temperatures, ocean acidification, pollution, overexposure to sunlight, and changes in salinity. Climate change is a significant factor, as rising global temperatures lead to warmer ocean waters. When sea temperatures exceed around 1 to 2 degrees Celsius above normal for extended periods, corals experience stress, leading them to expel their algae. This phenomenon has been observed globally, with numerous mass bleaching events documented in recent decades. Coral bleaching has substantial ecological implications. Coral reefs, often referred to as the rainforests of the sea, support an incredible diversity of marine life, providing habitat, food, and breeding grounds for various species. The loss of coral due to bleaching disrupts these ecosystems, leading to fish population declines, the collapse of marine biodiversity, and altered food webs. Additionally, coral reefs protect coastlines from erosion and act as natural barriers against storm surges, making their health vital for coastal communities. Coral bleaching is not always permanent. In some cases, corals can recover if environmental conditions improve and the original algae return. However, prolonged exposure to stressors can lead to coral mortality, significantly affecting both the reef structure and the associated marine flora and fauna. Scientists are actively researching the resilience of different coral species and developing strategies for conservation and restoration to enhance their ability to cope with climate change. The role of aquaculture and coral restoration projects has become increasingly important in addressing coral bleaching. These initiatives aim to cultivate resilient coral species in controlled environments, which can then be transplanted back into damaged reefs. Some approaches include selective breeding of heat-resistant corals, coral gardening, and using innovative techniques like 3D printing to create artificial reefs that support coral growth. Education and policy measures also play a critical role in mitigating the factors that lead to coral bleaching. In conclusion, coral bleaching serves as a prominent indicator of the health of marine ecosystems and is emblematic of the broader impact of climate change on our oceans. The continued study of coral resilience and the implementation of conservation strategies are paramount for ensuring the survival of coral reefs and the myriad of species that rely on them. Public awareness and global collaboration are essential components in the fight against coral bleaching, as the sustainability of coral reefs directly influences not only marine biodiversity, but also human livelihoods and coastal protection. The science of bioluminescence. Bioluminescence is a fascinating natural phenomenon characterized by the production and emission of light by living organisms. This intriguing capability is most commonly found in various species of marine organisms, including certain types of fish, bacteria, and jellyfish, as well as in terrestrial organisms like fireflies. The light produced can serve various purposes, such as attracting mates, deterring predators, or luring prey, making bioluminescence an essential aspect of survival for many species. The science underlying bioluminescence has captivated researchers, leading to a deeper understanding of the biochemical reactions involved in this natural light production. The bioluminescence process primarily involves a light-emitting chemical reaction that occurs within specialized organelles or cells. At the heart of this process lies a molecule called luciferin, which is a light-emitting compound. When luciferin reacts with oxygen, catalyzed by an enzyme called luciferase, it emits light. Different organisms possess different types of luciferin and luciferase, leading to various colors and intensities of luminescence. For instance, fireflies typically emit a warm yellowish glow, while certain deep-sea creatures may produce blue or green light. One of the most remarkable aspects of bioluminescence is its evolutionary significance. The origins of this phenomenon may date back hundreds of millions of years, with evolutionary adaptations enhancing its utility. In the deep ocean, where sunlight cannot penetrate, bioluminescence can act as a signal among species, aiding in communication and interaction. Some species use bioluminescence for counter-illumination, where their glow matches the light coming from the surface, rendering them nearly invisible to predators swimming below. Other species utilize bioluminescent lures, such as the anglerfish, which uses a glowing appendage to attract unsuspecting prey. The ecological roles of bioluminescence are equally varied and intriguing. In addition to predation and mating, bioluminescence can play a critical role in deterring predators. Some organisms, like certain types of squid, can release clouds of bioluminescent fluid that confuse predators, allowing them to escape. Furthermore, bioluminescence is also seen in scavenging and decomposition processes, where light-emitting bacteria aid in breaking down organic matter in dark environments, thus contributing to nutrient cycling in ecosystems. Bioluminescence has also found applications beyond biology. Scientists are increasingly harnessing the power of bioluminescent organisms for various purposes, including medical research and biotechnology. For example, bioluminescent markers are used in imaging techniques to study cellular processes, track disease progression, and even in cancer research. Moreover, understanding the underlying principles of bioluminescence might lead to the development of novel lighting technologies, reducing reliance on electricity in certain applications. In summary, bioluminescence is a captivating subject that encompasses complex biochemical processes and diverse ecological roles. It represents a beautiful intersection between biology and chemistry, revealing the astounding adaptations of life in both terrestrial and aquatic environments. As research continues to unveil the mysteries of bioluminescence, our appreciation for this natural wonder only grows, highlighting the endless possibilities that nature holds within its grasp. The science of smell. The science of smell, or olfaction, is a fascinating field that delves into how we perceive odors and the complex mechanisms behind this sense. Smell is one of the most ancient senses, deeply rooted in the evolutionary history of humans and other animals. It plays a vital role in survival, impacting behaviors such as foraging for food, identifying danger or predators, and facilitating social interactions. At its core, the process of smell begins when volatile molecules from a substance enter the nasal cavity and bind to olfactory receptors located in a specialized area called the olfactory epithelium. This epithelium contains millions of olfactory sensory neurons, each equipped with cilia that extend into the mucous lining of the nasal passage. When odor molecules dissolve in the mucus, they interact with these cilia, triggering a chemical response that sends electrical signals to the brain. The human nose can detect a vast array of different smells. Estimates suggest it can differentiate between over 1 trillion distinct odors. This remarkable capability arises from the diversity of olfactory receptors. Humans have around 400 different types, enabling the identification and discrimination of a wide variety of odorous compounds. Each receptor responds to specific molecular structures, contributing to the complexity of our olfactory perception. The signals generated by the olfactory sensory neurons are transmitted to the olfactory bulb, a neural structure located at the base of the brain. Here, the signals are processed and relayed to several regions of the brain, including the olfactory cortex, which is involved in the conscious perception of smells, and the limbic system, which is associated with emotions and memory. This direct connection to the limbic system explains why certain smells can evoke powerful memories and feelings, often with surprising intensity. Interestingly, the sense of smell is closely linked to taste, both working together to create what we perceive as flavor. When we eat, odors from food travel up the back of the throat to the nasal cavity, enhancing our overall taste experience. This phenomenon highlights the interconnectedness of our senses and how they contribute to our understanding of the world. Despite the complexity of how we perceive smells, our sense of olfaction can be surprisingly vulnerable. Factors such as aging, injuries, or medical conditions can lead to a diminished sense of smell, a condition known as hyposmia, or complete loss of smell, known as anosmia. These conditions can significantly impact a person's quality of life, influencing their ability to enjoy food or even detect hazards like smoke or gas. Furthermore, the science of smell has profound implications beyond mere sensory experiences. It plays a crucial role in areas such as food industry, perfumery, and even diagnostics in the medical field, where certain diseases can alter an individual's scent profile. The ongoing research into olfaction continues to unveil the intricacies of how smells influence human behavior, memory, and emotions, revealing a deeper understanding of this essential yet often overlooked sense. The physics of sound is a fundamental aspect of our daily lives, yet its intricate physics can often go unnoticed. At its core, sound is a type of mechanical wave that propagates through a medium, typically air, but it can also travel through liquids and solids. The journey of a sound wave begins with a vibrating object, which disturbs the surrounding medium, creating regions of compression and rarefaction. These pressure changes travel away from the source, allowing us to perceive sound. There are two main types of sound waves: longitudinal and transverse. Longitudinal waves, which are primarily how sound travels in liquids and gases, move particles in the direction of the wave's energy transfer. This means that if a tuning fork vibrates, it pushes air molecules in a compressional wave pattern, causing alternations of high pressure, compression, and low pressure, rarefaction, regions. In contrast, transverse waves, which do not typically occur in fluids, displace the medium perpendicularly to the wave's direction. The speed of sound varies significantly depending on the medium through which it travels. In air at room temperature, sound travels at approximately 343 meters per second, 1,125 feet per second, while in water, it can travel at about 1,480 meters per second, and even faster in solids such as steel, where it can exceed 5,000 meters per second. These variations are primarily due to differences in density and elasticity of the materials. Generally, sound travels faster in denser and more elastic media. Another important concept in the physics of sound is frequency, which is defined as the number of vibrations per second, measured in hertz. Frequency determines the pitch of the sound we hear. Higher frequencies correspond to higher pitches, like a whistle, while lower frequencies produce lower pitches, like a drum. The human ear can typically hear sounds in the frequency range of 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz. Sounds outside this range are referred to as infrasound, below 20 Hz, and ultrasound, above 20,000 Hz. Amplitude, on the other hand, is related to the loudness of a sound. Greater amplitude results in louder sounds, whereas lower amplitude corresponds to quieter sounds. Amplitude is measured in decibels, dB, a logarithmic scale that quantifies sound intensity. Prolonged exposure to sounds above 85 dB can cause hearing damage, highlighting the importance of understanding sound intensity in our everyday life. The phenomenon of resonance occurs when a sound wave causes an object to vibrate at its natural frequency, often resulting in amplified sound. This is the principle behind musical instruments, where specific shapes and materials are designed to enhance sound production. For instance, a violin's body acts as a resonator, amplifying the sound produced by the strings. Finally, sound waves can be affected by various factors, including temperature, humidity, and altitude. For example, sound travels faster in warmer air because higher temperatures increase the energy of air molecules, allowing them to transmit sound waves more quickly. Understanding these factors is essential not only in physics but also in areas like acoustics, audio engineering, and even environmental science, where sound can act as a tool for assessment and communication. Electricity and magnetism. Electricity and magnetism are two interrelated physical phenomena that play a crucial role in our understanding of the natural world. Both concepts stem from the electromagnetic force, one of the four fundamental forces of nature. Electricity refers to the presence and flow of electric charge, while magnetism is associated with the influence of magnetic fields on charged particles and currents. The study of these two topics has led to remarkable technological advancements, influencing everything from household appliances to telecommunications. The foundation of electricity lies in the behavior of atoms, which consist of protons, neutrons, and electrons. Protons carry a positive charge, electrons a negative one, and neutrons have no charge. When an object gains or loses electrons, it acquires an electric charge, resulting in either a positively or negatively charged object. The movement of these charges constitutes electric current, typically measured in amperes. Electric current can flow through conductive materials, such as metals, and is driven by voltage, the potential difference between 2 points. Electricity can be categorized into two types: direct current, DC, and alternating current, AC. DC is a unidirectional flow of electric charge, commonly found in batteries and electronic devices. In contrast, AC is characterized by the periodic reversal of current direction, making it more suitable for long-distance electricity transmission, as it can be easily transformed to different voltages using transformers. Understanding these differences is essential in selecting appropriate power sources for various applications. Magnetism arises from the motion of electric charges. When charges move, they generate a magnetic field around them, a phenomenon described by Ampere's law. Atoms themselves exhibit magnetic properties due to the spins of electrons and their orbital motion. Certain materials, known as ferromagnetic materials, can become magnetized, meaning they can retain a magnetic field even when the external influence is removed. The strength and behavior of magnetic fields are quantitatively described by magnetism laws, including the laws of magnetism and Faraday's law of induction. The interconnection between electricity and magnetism is encapsulated in Maxwell's equations, a set of 4 fundamental equations that describe how electric and magnetic fields are generated and altered. These equations reveal that a changing magnetic field creates an electric field, a principle known as electromagnetic induction. This effect underlies how electric generators and transformers operate, enabling the conversion of mechanical energy to electrical energy and vice versa. The practical applications of electricity and magnetism are vast. From electric motors and generators to transformers and inductors, these principles are embedded in myriad technologies. Moreover, the advent of electromagnetism revolutionized communication with the development of radio waves, essential in wireless networks and broadcasting. These breakthroughs paved the way for modern conveniences such as smartphones, satellites, and the internet, fundamentally changing how we interact with the world. In conclusion, electricity and magnetism are integral to many aspects of our daily lives and continue to drive innovation and research in science and technology. As we deepen our understanding of these principles, we unlock new possibilities for harnessing energy, communicating, and exploring the universe. The correlation and interplay between these two phenomena will undoubtedly remain a focal point in future scientific endeavors. The Fermi Paradox. The Fermi Paradox raises the intriguing question: if the universe is so vast and filled with potentially habitable planets, where is everyone? Named after the physicist Enrico Fermi, who famously posed the question during a conversation in the 1950s, the paradox highlights a stark contrast between the high probability of extraterrestrial life and the conspicuous lack of evidence for or contact with such civilizations. The essence of the Fermi paradox lies in the vastness of the universe and the sheer number of stars it contains. Current estimates suggest there could be as many as 100 billion galaxies, each with, on average, 100 billion stars. Many of these stars are orbited by planets, and within the Milky Way alone, there could be billions of Earth-like planets within the habitable zone where conditions might support liquid water, a key ingredient for life. Given these colossal numbers, one would expect that intelligent life should be proliferating throughout the cosmos. However, despite the optimistic calculations about the number of potentially habitable planets, we have yet to observe any signs of intelligent extraterrestrial civilizations. This apparent silence in the cosmic arena raises multiple questions about the longevity, development, and visibility of advanced civilizations. One explanation for the Fermi paradox is the possibility that intelligent life is exceedingly rare. If it took billions of years for life to develop on Earth, and if the conditions required for its emergence are rare, then perhaps we are alone in our galaxy, or even in the universe. This idea is reinforced by the Great Filter hypothesis, which posits that there is a stage in the evolution of life that is extremely hard to cross. This stage could either lie behind us, suggesting that intelligent life is incredibly rare, or it could lie ahead, indicating that advanced civilizations inevitably self-destruct before they reach a point where they could communicate with or travel to other star systems. Alternatively, it's possible that civilizations are common, but they are choosing not to communicate with us. This leads to the concept of the zoo hypothesis, which suggests that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations are intentionally avoiding contact with us, akin to zookeepers observing animals in a zoo. Perhaps humanity is seen as too primitive for interaction, or maybe civilizations reach a point where they transcend physical existence altogether, eliminating their need for communication. Another potential explanation involves the limitations of our technological capabilities and understanding. It's conceivable that we are not looking for signals in the right way, or that extraterrestrial civilizations communicate using methods that are beyond our current comprehension. Our searches for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI, have predominantly focused on radio signals, yet there may be many other forms of communication that we haven't yet considered. Lastly, the paradox may reflect the timing of civilizations in the universe. If civilizations frequently rise and fall over cosmic timescales, it's conceivable that we are simply not coinciding with another intelligent civilization's timeline. The universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, and the lifespan of technological civilizations could be relatively short, meaning we might miss each other entirely. In conclusion, the Fermi paradox remains an unresolved puzzle that provokes thought and discussion about our place in the universe. As we continue to explore the cosmos and develop new technologies, we may eventually find the answer to this timeless question, or we may continue to ponder our isolation in a seemingly vast and lonely universe. Viruses versus bacteria.
Viruses and bacteria are both microscopic entities that can cause diseases, but they are fundamentally different in their structure, replication methods, and the way they interact with living organisms. Understanding these differences is essential for fields like medicine, microbiology, and public health, particularly in the context of infections and disease management. Bacteria are single-celled organisms that belong to either the eubacteria or archaea domains. They have a simple cellular structure and can thrive in various environments, from extreme heat to deep-sea vents. Bacteria are prokaryotic, meaning they lack a nucleus and other membrane-bound organelles. Their genetic material, a single circular DNA molecule, floats freely within the cell. Bacteria can reproduce independently through a process known as binary fission, where a single cell divides into two identical cells. This replicative ability enables them to multiply rapidly under favorable conditions. Viruses, on the other hand, are not considered living organisms because they cannot reproduce on their own. They are much smaller than bacteria and consist of a core of genetic material, either DNA or RNA, surrounded by a protein coat known as a capsid. Some viruses also possess an outer lipid envelope. Unlike bacteria, viruses are obligate intracellular parasites, meaning they depend on a host cell's machinery to replicate. When a virus infects a host cell, it injects its genetic material, hijacking the host's cellular machinery to produce new viral particles. The fundamental differences in reproduction also affect the treatment of infections caused by these pathogens. Antibiotics can effectively kill bacteria or inhibit their growth, which is why they are a standard treatment for bacterial infections like strep throat or tuberculosis. However, antibiotics are ineffective against viruses. For viral infections like influenza or COVID-19, antiviral medications are necessary, which specifically target viral replication processes. Understanding the distinction between viral and bacterial infections is crucial for healthcare providers to prescribe appropriate treatments. Another aspect where viruses and bacteria differ significantly is in their effects on the human body. Bacterial infections can sometimes be beneficial, as certain probiotic bacteria play a crucial role in human digestion and immune function. However, pathogenic bacteria can cause diseases ranging from mild, like food poisoning, to severe, like bacterial meningitis. Viruses, conversely, tend to only cause disease, resulting in conditions varying from the common cold to serious diseases like HIV/AIDS or hepatitis. In summary, while both viruses and bacteria can cause illness, they are very different in their structure, reproduction, and the implications for treatment. Bacteria are living, evolving organisms that can multiply independently, while viruses are non-living particles that require a host to replicate. Recognizing these differences is essential not only for effective treatment, but also for advancing our understanding of microbial life and its impact on human health. The ongoing research into these two types of pathogens continues to reveal exciting insights into their roles in ecosystems, human biology, and potential therapies for various diseases. The science of pain is a complex and essential experience, often defined as an unpleasant sensory and emotional phenomenon associated with actual or potential tissue damage. It serves a vital biological function, prompting us to avoid harmful stimuli and protect our bodies from injury. However, the science of pain extends far beyond this simple definition, encompassing various types and mechanisms that reflect the intricate workings of the human nervous system. At its core, pain is a subjective experience that can be categorized into two main types: acute and chronic pain. Acute pain is a short-term response to a specific injury or illness, and typically resolves once the underlying cause is treated. For instance, stepping on a nail generates immediate pain that serves to alert us to withdraw our foot from harm. Chronic pain, on the other hand,
persists longer than the typical recovery period, often lasting for months or even years. This type of pain can develop from an initial injury, but may also occur in the absence of any recognizable cause, often leading to significant emotional distress and reduced quality of life. The biological basis of pain involves complex interactions between sensory receptors, the nervous system, and the brain. Pain receptors, known as nociceptors, are specialized nerve endings located throughout the body. These receptors can be activated by various stimuli, including mechanical, thermal, or chemical signals. Once triggered, they send electrical signals through sensory neurons to the spinal cord, where they synapse with other neurons that relay the signals to the brain. Upon reaching the brain, pain signals are processed in several areas, including the thalamus, somatosensory cortex, and limbic system. This processing is responsible for the sensory discriminative aspect of pain, location, intensity, and quality, as well as its emotional component, fear, anxiety, and suffering. The brain's interpretation of pain is influenced by various factors, including attention, previous experiences, and cultural context, which can explain why two individuals with similar injuries may report different pain experiences. Furthermore, pain modulation is a significant aspect of pain science. The body has a natural ability to modulate pain through descending pathways from the brain that can amplify or inhibit pain signals. This is why psychological factors, such as stress or mood, can have profound effects on pain perception. For instance, pain may feel more intense when one is anxious or depressed, while distraction can often lead to decreased pain awareness. Advancements in pain science research have led to improved understanding and management strategies. Treatments range from pharmacological approaches, such as non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, NSAIDs, and opioids, to non-pharmacological modalities, including physical therapy, acupuncture, and psychological interventions. Moreover, emerging research on the role of the central nervous system in chronic pain is opening new avenues for innovative therapies, such as using neurostimulation techniques to alter pain processing. In conclusion, pain is an intricate interplay of biological, psychological, and social factors. As our understanding of pain expands, so too does the potential for developing more effective and personalized treatment strategies. Recognizing pain as both a protective mechanism and a complex health condition can lead to better management and improved quality of life for those affected by it. The science of color is an integral part of human perception, influencing emotions, cognition, and even behavior. Fundamentally, color is a characteristic of light, which is a form of electromagnetic radiation. Light travels in waves, and the colors we perceive are determined by the wavelength of these waves. The visible spectrum ranges from about 400 nanometers, violet, to about 700 nanometers, red. Each wavelength corresponds to a specific color, and when light hits an object, some wavelengths are absorbed while others are reflected. The reflected light is what our eyes perceive as color. The human eye is equipped with photoreceptors that allow us to detect light. There are two main types, rods and cones. Rods are responsible for vision in low light conditions but do not discern color. Cones, on the other hand, are sensitive to different wavelengths and enable color vision. Humans typically have three types of cones, each tuned to different parts of the visible spectrum: short, S for blue, medium, M for green, and long, L for red. The combination of signals from these cones allows us to perceive a wide array of colors through a process known as trichromatic color vision. In addition to how we perceive color, the science of color encompasses the properties of light itself. Color can be described in terms of three main attributes: hue, saturation, and brightness. Hue refers to the specific wavelength of light, determining whether it is red, blue, green, etc. Saturation describes the intensity or purity of a color, a highly saturated color appears vibrant, while a low saturation color appears more washed out or gray. Brightness refers to how light or dark a color appears based on how much light it reflects. Various color models such as RGB, red, green, blue, and CMYK, cyan, magenta, yellow, black, use these attributes to represent colors in different contexts, such as digital displays or printing. Color also has psychological and cultural significance. Different colors can evoke various emotional responses. For instance, red can symbolize passion or danger, while blue often conveys calmness or sadness. Furthermore, colors can have different meanings in different cultures. For example, white is associated with purity in some cultures, while in others it signifies mourning. The perception of color can be subjective, influenced by individual experiences and societal context. In the realm of science, color also plays a pivotal role in various fields, including biology, art, and physics. In biology, for instance, colors in nature are often used for attraction, such as the bright colors of flowers that lure pollinators or the vibrant colors of animals that signal danger to predators. In art and design, understanding color theory can lead to more effective communication and aesthetically pleasing compositions. Physically, the study of light and color extends to fields such as optics and photonics, where the manipulation of light waves fosters advancements in technology, from lasers to fiber optics. In essence, the science of color is a multidisciplinary field that bridges physics, biology, psychology, and art. It helps us navigate and interpret the world around us, enriching our experiences and influencing our interactions. As we continue to learn more about light and color, we deepen our appreciation for this fundamental element of life, revealing the intricate connections between our perception and the universe. Space weather. Understanding the cosmic climate. Space weather refers to the environmental conditions in space, particularly in the vicinity of Earth, influenced by solar activity. This concept encompasses phenomena such as solar flares, coronal mass ejections, CMEs, and solar wind. These events can have significant effects on the Earth's magnetosphere, ionosphere, and upper atmosphere, as well as on technological systems and human activities. An understanding of space weather is crucial, not just for scientists and technologists, but also for everyday citizens, as these cosmic occurrences can impact various aspects of daily life, from GPS navigation to communication systems and even electrical grids. The Sun, our nearest star, is a fiery ball of gas, constantly undergoing nuclear fusion in its core. This process generates energy that powers the Sun's radiative and convective zones, leading to the release of immense amounts of energy into space. Solar activity varies in an 11-year cycle, known as the solar cycle, which influences the frequency and intensity of space weather events. During periods of heightened solar activity, such as solar maximum, events like solar flares and CMEs become more common. These events can eject charged particles into space at high velocities, which, upon interacting with Earth's magnetic field, can create stunning auroras or lead to disturbances that affect technology on Earth. Solar flares are sudden bursts of radiation caused by the release of magnetic energy stored in the Sun's atmosphere. These flares emit X-rays and ultraviolet light, which can reach Earth in just a few minutes. The immediate danger lies in the electromagnetic radiation, which can disrupt radio communications, particularly for high-frequency bands used in aviation and maritime navigation. Furthermore, solar flares can cause radiation storms that pose risks to astronauts in space, necessitating careful monitoring and risk assessment by space agencies. Coronal mass ejections, on the other hand, are massive bursts of solar wind and magnetic fields rising above the solar corona or being released into space. When these CMEs travel towards Earth, they can take anywhere from 15 hours to several days to arrive, depending on their speed. Once they interact with Earth's magnetic field, they can induce geomagnetic storms. These storms are of particular concern. They can disrupt satellite operations, including GPS, cause power surges that may lead to failures in electrical grids, and even create problems for communication systems. Space weather forecasting has become an essential field, akin to meteorology for Earth's weather. Scientists use a variety of tools, including satellites and ground-based observatories, to observe solar activity and predict the potential impacts on Earth. NASA and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, operate programs that monitor solar events, providing early warnings for potential disruptions caused by space weather. With our increasing dependence on technology, understanding and preparing for space weather is more important than ever. In conclusion, space weather plays a pivotal role not just in the realms of astrophysics, but also in the day-to-day functioning of modern technology. As we continue to advance into a future heavily reliant on space-based systems, it is crucial to recognize the influence of solar activity on our technological infrastructure and to develop effective strategies to mitigate the risks associated with space weather. The cosmos is a dynamic environment and, like Earth's weather, understanding its rhythm can help us adapt and thrive amidst its challenges. The expanding universe. The concept of the expanding universe is one of the most profound and revolutionary ideas in modern cosmology, fundamentally changing our understanding of the cosmos. This theory suggests that the universe has been continuously expanding since its inception, which occurred approximately 13.8 billion years ago in an event known as the Big Bang. The expanse of the universe grew larger and larger, leading to the formation of galaxies, stars, and other celestial bodies we observe today. The idea of an expanding universe was first proposed in the early 20th century. At that time, many scientists still believed in a static universe, which was a common view among physicists, including Albert Einstein. However, in 1929, astronomer Edwin Hubble made a groundbreaking observation that galaxies are moving away from us in all directions. Hubble discovered a direct relationship between a galaxy's distance from Earth and its velocity. The farther a galaxy is, the faster it appears to be receding. This relationship is now known as Hubble's law. Hubble's law provided strong evidence for the expanding universe theory, indicating that space-time itself is stretching. Moreover, it implies that the universe was once concentrated in a very small, hot, and dense state, and has been expanding ever since. This conception of an evolving universe led to the acceptance of the Big Bang theory as the leading explanation for the origin of the universe. The confirmation of the expanding universe has had monumental implications for our understanding of cosmic structure. As galaxies move apart, the fabric of space also expands. This expansion is not uniform. It varies across different regions of the universe due to the influence of gravity and dark energy. The existence of dark energy, a mysterious force driving the accelerated expansion of the universe, was discovered in the late 1990s when observations of distant supernovae revealed that the rate of expansion is increasing. The expanding universe also has deep implications for our understanding of time and space. The expansion suggests that everything we observe in the cosmos, from distant galaxies to the cosmic microwave background radiation, is part of a dynamic system that is in continual flux. This continual change poses profound questions about the fate of the universe. Will it continue to expand indefinitely, or will it eventually halt and collapse back on itself, leading to a big crunch? Alternatively, are we headed toward a scenario called the Big Freeze, where galaxies become isolated as they drift away from one another until the universe cools into a lifeless state? Moreover, the expanding universe raises philosophical questions regarding our place in the cosmos. As we explore the vastness of space and gather more data about its behavior, we come to better understand fundamental truths about reality. The expanding universe is not merely a concept, it is a testament to human curiosity and our innate desire to comprehend the universe around us. It demonstrates how science continually evolves and adapts, reshaping the narrative of existence and our role within the grand tapestry of the cosmos. The science of taste. The science of taste is a fascinating intersection of biology, chemistry, and psychology that explores how organisms perceive flavors and how these perceptions influence behavior and preferences. Taste, or gustation, is one of the 5 traditional senses, contributing significantly to our overall sensory experience of food and drink. Understanding how taste works begins with the recognition that it is not an isolated sense. Rather, it is deeply connected to the sense of smell, texture, and even temperature, all of which contribute to what we ultimately perceive as flavor. The human tongue is equipped with thousands of taste buds, each containing specialized cells that detect different taste modalities. Traditionally, 5 primary taste categories have been identified: sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami, savory. Each of these tastes is triggered by specific molecules. For example, sweetness is elicited by sugars, sourness by acids, saltiness by ionic sodium, bitterness by various compounds often associated with toxins, and umami by amino acids, such as glutamate. These taste modalities serve crucial biological functions, guiding organisms in identifying nutrient-rich foods and avoiding harmful substances. When we consume food, taste buds send signals to the brain through affiliated cranial nerves. This neural pathway is an intricate system whereby the activation of taste receptors translates chemical stimuli from food into perceptual experiences. The location of taste buds on the tongue, while once thought to be divided by strict zones corresponding to specific tastes, is now understood to be more integrated. All taste modalities can activate receptors distributed throughout the tongue. A significant aspect of the science of taste lies in the role of smell or olfaction. Research indicates that much of what we perceive as taste is heavily influenced by the aromas released by food. When we chew, volatile compounds travel through the back of the throat to the nasal cavity, enhancing the complexity of flavor perception. This interplay between taste and smell explains why food can taste bland when a person has a blocked nose. The ability to distinguish between a wide range of flavors is partly a result of this olfactory input, connecting taste with memory and emotional responses. Furthermore, the sensation of taste is not merely a result of biological processes. It's also shaped by personal experiences, cultural backgrounds, and even psychological factors. Certain flavors might evoke memories or emotions which can bolster or diminish an individual's enjoyment of specific foods. This phenomenon has significant implications in various fields, such as culinary arts, nutrition, and even medicine, where understanding taste preferences can guide dietary recommendations and interventions. The science of taste also has practical applications and implications for industries such as food production, marketing, and gastronomy. Flavor chemists work to create new taste experiences and improve existing products by manipulating flavor profiles that appeal to consumers. By comprehensively understanding how taste works, companies can better design foods that meet consumer preferences, new dietary trends, or health-focused choices. In conclusion, the science of taste is a multifaceted subject blending biology, chemistry, and psychology. It encompasses a complex interaction of taste modalities, olfactory cues, and individual experiences, ultimately shaping our perception of flavor. By studying how taste operates, we gain insights not only into the enjoyment of food, but also into human behavior and culture, revealing a rich tapestry woven from sensory experiences and preferences. Human evolution. Human evolution is a complex and dynamic process that traces the development of anatomically modern Homo sapiens from their primate ancestors over millions of years. This ongoing journey involves not only biological changes, but also cultural and technological advancements that have shaped human societies. The story begins in the late Cretaceous period, when early primates diverged from other mammals, leading to a diverse array of species adapted to different ecological niches. The emergence of the primate lineage includes various significant stages. About 65 million years ago, the first primates appeared, characterized by traits such as flexible limbs, keen eyesight, and a larger brain relative to body size. Among these, the prosimians, such as lemurs and tarsiers, evolved further, alongside monkeys and apes, which began to develop traits that paved the way for human ancestors. Anthropologists generally agree that the hominid lineage diverged from those of other primates about 6 to 7 million years ago. One of the earliest known hominids, Sahelanthropus chidensis, exhibits both ape-like and human-like characteristics. Over time, various other species emerged, leading to the development of the genus Australopithecus, with iconic examples such as Australopithecus afarensis, famously represented by the fossil dubbed Lucy. This species, existing around 3.2 million years ago, demonstrated both bipedalism and some arboreal adaptations, highlighting the transition towards full-time locomotion on two legs. About 2.5 million years ago, the genus Homo emerged, with Homo habilis being one of the earliest representatives. This species displayed significant advances in tool-making skills and a larger brain than its predecessors, which laid the groundwork for the evolutionary development towards Homo erectus. Homo erectus, existing from approximately 1.9 million to about 110,000 years ago, exhibited advanced tool use, control of fire, and evidence of social behavior, marking an important step in the human story. The journey of human evolution also includes the interaction with other hominid species. Homo neanderthalensis, commonly known as Neanderthals, coexisted with early modern humans and adapted well to the cold climates of Europe and Asia. Research indicates that interbreeding occurred between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, contributing to the genetic makeup of present-day non-African populations. Modern humans, or Homo sapiens, emerged around 300,000 years ago in Africa. With their advanced cognitive abilities, they developed complex language, arts, and culture, which spurred the migration out of Africa and colonization of the globe. These innovations have been key in human survival and adaptability, allowing societies to thrive in a wide range of environments. Understanding human evolution is vital, not only for appreciating our biological heritage, but also for grasping the cultural and intellectual advancements that have shaped human history. Today, the study of human evolution continues to be enriched by new fossil discoveries, genetic analyses, and advances in technology, providing a deeper understanding of the complexities and nuances of our evolutionary past. The ongoing research highlights that while we are a product of our past, we are also actively evolving as a species in our changing world. Chemical bonding. Chemical bonding is a fundamental concept in chemistry that explains how atoms combine to form molecules and compounds. At the core of this concept lies the understanding that atoms consist of positively charged nuclei surrounded by negatively charged electrons. These electrons inhabit specific energy levels or orbitals, which are crucial in the formation of chemical bonds. The interactions between these electrons determine the stability, shape, and behavior of the resulting molecules. There are primarily three types of chemical bonds: ionic bonds, covalent bonds, and metallic bonds. Ionic bonds occur when one atom donates an electron to another, resulting in the formation of positively and negatively charged ions. This transfer of electrons leads to strong electrostatic forces between the oppositely charged ions, which ultimately results in the creation of ionic compounds such as sodium chloride, table salt. Covalent bonds, on the other hand, involve the sharing of electrons between atoms. This type of bonding typically occurs between non-metals. The shared electrons allow each atom to attain a more stable electron configuration, often achieving a full outer shell. For instance, in a molecule of water, H2O, the oxygen atom shares electrons with two hydrogen atoms to form covalent bonds, resulting in a bent molecular shape that is critical for its unique properties. Metallic bonding is another significant type of bonding, which occurs in metals. In this case, electrons are not associated with any specific atom and instead form a sea of electrons that are free to move throughout the metallic structure. This characteristic gives metals their ductility, malleability, and electrical conductivity. The positive metal ions are held together by the attraction to the delocalized electrons, creating a stable structure that can withstand various forces. The concept of electronegativity is essential in understanding chemical bonding as well. Electronegativity is the ability of an atom to attract shared electrons in a covalent bond. When there is a significant difference in electronegativity between two atoms, the result can be a polar covalent bond where the shared electrons are pulled closer to the more electronegative atom, creating a dipole moment. If the difference is substantial, an ionic bond may form instead. This principle illustrates how the nature of bonding influences the physical and chemical properties of substances. The formation of chemical bonds not only defines the structure of individual molecules, but also dictates the interactions between different molecules. These interactions play a critical role in determining the properties of substances, including boiling and melting points, solubility, and reactivity. Understanding chemical bonding is crucial for predicting how substances will behave in chemical reactions and in various applications, from pharmaceuticals to materials science. In conclusion, chemical bonding is a vital concept that serves as the foundation for understanding the nature of matter. By studying the types of bonds and the principles governing them, chemists can better grasp not only the composition of substances, but also the myriad ways they interact with one another. This knowledge is indispensable for advancements in numerous scientific fields, thereby enriching our understanding of the molecular world. The science of resilience is the ability to adapt and bounce back in the face of adversity, stress, or change. It is a multifaceted concept that encompasses emotional, mental, and physical dimensions. Scientific research on resilience has grown significantly over the past few decades, shedding light on how individuals cope with challenges and the factors that contribute to their capacity to recover. Understanding the science of resilience not only helps individuals lead healthier lives, but also informs strategies in various fields, from psychology to public health. At its core, resilience is about adapting positively to life's challenges. Research in psychology suggests that resilience is not a fixed trait, but rather a dynamic process that can be developed over time. Factors such as personality, social support, and coping strategies play crucial roles in resilience. People with a positive mindset, who maintain a sense of hope, tend to be more resilient. This hopeful outlook helps them envision a better future, motivating them to persist despite obstacles. The role of social support is critical in resilience. Studies show that individuals with strong social networks, friends, family, and community support tend to cope better with stress and recover more quickly from traumatic experiences. Social support provides emotional validation, practical help, and information, all of which contribute to an individual's capacity to withstand adversity. Additionally, group dynamics can foster resilience where individuals share experiences and coping strategies. thereby reinforcing each other's strengths. Neuroscience has also unveiled the biological underpinnings of resilience. Research indicates that the brain is capable of remarkable plasticity, the ability to reorganize itself by forming new connections. This adaptability is particularly evident following trauma, where individuals can restructure their cognitive and emotional responses. Hormones like cortisol, which are released during stress, also play significant roles in resilience. Some individuals have a biological inclination to cope better, influenced by genetic and neurochemical factors. These biological components interact with environmental influences, making resilience a product of both nature and nurture. Mindfulness and emotional regulation strategies are practical tools to enhance resilience. Mindfulness practices encourage individuals to stay present and engaged, helping them disengage from the cycle of negative thoughts that often accompany stress. Techniques such as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, focus on changing unhelpful thought patterns, promoting healthier responses to challenges. By fostering emotional regulation and mindfulness, individuals can build greater resilience over time. Resilience is not about avoiding stress or challenges, but essentially about equipping oneself to navigate through life's storms effectively. Acknowledging one's emotions, fostering gratitude, and cultivating meaningful relationships are essential steps towards resilience. Importantly, resilience is community-oriented. Societies that promote social cohesion, create supportive environments, and prioritize mental health resources foster resilience on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of resilience encompasses a wide range of factors, integrating psychological, biological, and social dimensions. As researchers deepen their understanding of human resilience, they uncover valuable insights that can be applied in education, mental health, and community building. Resilience is a vital asset for individuals and societies, empowering them to thrive even in the face of adversity. Rocket propulsion. Rocket propulsion is a fascinating and complex field that enables humanity to explore space, sending satellites into orbit and astronauts to distant celestial bodies. At its core, rocket propulsion is based on Newton's third law of motion, which states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. When a rocket expels exhaust gases in one direction, it experiences a thrust in the opposite direction, which propels it upwards and into the vastness of space. The essential components of a rocket include the propellant, combustion chamber, nozzle, and control systems. Propellants can be classified into two main types, liquid and solid. Liquid propellants consist of a fuel and an oxidizer that are stored in separate tanks and are mixed and burned in the combustion chamber. This allows for precise control over the thrust produced. Solid propellants, on the other hand, are pre-mixed into a solid form and burn uniformly, providing simplicity and reliability, albeit with limited control over thrust once ignited. The combustion chamber is where the chemical reactions occur, converting the stored chemical energy in the propellant into thermal energy and producing high-pressure gas. The nozzle then directs this gas out of the rocket at high speed. Rocket nozzles are carefully designed to optimize the flow of exhaust gases, converting thermal energy into kinetic energy efficiently. The shape of the nozzle is crucial. Converging-diverging nozzles, also known as de Laval nozzles, are commonly used in rocket designs to achieve supersonic speeds. Thrust is generated based on the mass flow rate of the propellant and the velocity at which the exhaust exits the nozzle, described by the formula thrust equals sign mass flow rate x exhaust velocity. Rocket engines are categorized based on their design and operation. For instance, bipropellant engines, which utilize two separate propellants, are prevalent in large launch vehicles, while monopropellant engines use a single chemical that decomposes to produce thrust. The performance of a rocket engine is often measured by its specific impulse, ISP, which indicates how effectively a rocket uses propellant. Specific impulse is defined as the thrust produced per unit weight flow of the propellant, and is typically expressed in seconds. A higher specific impulse reflects a more efficient engine, allowing for greater payloads or longer missions. Rocket propulsion has evolved significantly since the early days of space exploration. Early rockets like the V2 use simple liquid fuels, while modern space missions employ advanced propulsion systems, including cryogenic fuels and more efficient engines. Innovative concepts such as ion propulsion and nuclear thermal propulsion are being researched to enhance the capabilities of future spacecraft, potentially allowing for missions to Mars and beyond. In conclusion, rocket propulsion is a critical area of engineering and science that plays an instrumental role in advancing our understanding of outer space. The principles of physics, chemistry, and materials science combine to create the intricate systems that allow rockets to break free from Earth's gravitational pull, providing a gateway for humanity to explore the universe's mysteries. The science of adhesion is a fundamental scientific concept that describes the tendency of different surfaces to cling together. This phenomenon is crucial in a broad range of applications, from everyday activities like sticking tape to surfaces, to advanced technologies such as the adhesion in medical devices and the binding properties of composite materials. Understanding adhesion involves exploring the forces that act at the interface of different materials and how these forces can be manipulated for various purposes. The principles of adhesion can be understood through several scientific frameworks, particularly those of physics and chemistry. Two primary forces govern the process of adhesion: mechanical interlocking and molecular attraction. Mechanical interlocking occurs when the surface texture of one material physically locks into another, providing a strong bond. This is commonly seen in porous materials like concrete or wood, where adhesive substances can infiltrate the surface texture, resulting in a robust bond. Molecular attraction, on the other hand, involves various types of intermolecular forces, including van der Waals forces, hydrogen bonds, and ionic bonds. These forces are crucial when considering how adhesives work at a microscopic level. For example, in the case of glue, the adhesive penetrates the microscopic pores of the surface, allowing for these molecular attractions to take place. The strength of adhesion can often be enhanced by surface treatments that increase surface energy, allowing for better interaction between adhesive and adherent. The specific type of adhesive used is also an essential factor in the science of adhesion. Different adhesives function best under particular circumstances. For instance, epoxy adhesives form strong bonds due to their chemical composition, while pressure-sensitive adhesives, like those found in sticky notes, utilize viscoelastic properties to adhere without requiring a curing process. Understanding these types of adhesives is essential for industries ranging from construction to medicine, where the right choice of adhesive can significantly affect performance and safety. One crucial consideration in adhesion science is the concept of surface energy. The surface energy of a material dictates how easily it can adhere to another substance. Materials with high surface energy tend to be more adhesive, while those with low surface energy are often more challenging to bond. Scientists and engineers study this concept to develop better adhesives and surface treatments to enhance bonding strength and performance. Furthermore, environmental factors significantly affect adhesion. Temperature, humidity, and the presence of contaminants can alter the adhesive properties of materials. For instance, moisture can weaken bonds, while high temperatures can change the viscosity of adhesives, affecting their performance. Therefore, understanding the environmental conditions in which materials will operate is critical for ensuring long-lasting adhesion. In summary, the science of adhesion is a multi-dimensional field that encompasses physics, chemistry, and engineering principles. It explores how materials interact at their surfaces through mechanical and molecular forces, providing insights useful for numerous applications across various industries. As technology continues to evolve, so too will the understanding and methods of manipulating adhesion, paving the way for innovative solutions in both everyday and industrial applications. The EPR paradox. The EPR paradox, named after its authors Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, arises from a thought experiment proposed in 1935 that questions the completeness of quantum mechanics. The essence of the paradox is centered on the phenomenon of quantum entanglement, where two particles become interconnected in such a way that the state of one particle instantaneously affects the state of the other, regardless of the distance separating them. This instant connection appears to challenge the classical view of locality, which states that objects are only directly influenced by their immediate surroundings. Einstein, who famously referred to quantum entanglement as spooky action at a distance, was skeptical of the implications of quantum mechanics. He believed that the theory must be incomplete, as it violated the principles of determinism and locality that were fundamental to classical physics. The EPR paper argued that if quantum mechanics were complete, it should allow for the precise prediction of physical properties. However, if measurements were made on one particle of an entangled pair, the outcome seemed to dictate the state of the other particle instantaneously, indicating that something was amiss. The EPR paradox pivots on the concept of hidden variables. Einstein and his colleagues postulated that there may exist underlying variables or factors that quantum mechanics had not accounted for, elements that could determine the results of measurements without violating locality. Their conclusion was that since quantum mechanics could not provide a comprehensive depiction of reality, it must be incomplete. This philosophical stance spurred vigorous debates within the scientific community and ultimately led to significant developments in quantum theory. The paradox also laid the groundwork for further exploration of quantum mechanics and led to experiments designed to test the existence of hidden variables. In the 1960s, physicist John Bell formulated Bell's theorem, which provided a set of inequalities that could be experimentally tested. According to Bell's theorem, if the predictions of quantum mechanics hold, then no local hidden variable theory can reproduce these results. Numerous experiments have since confirmed the predictions of quantum mechanics, revealing correlations between entangled particles that violate Bell's inequalities. One of the pivotal experiments illustrating entanglement effects was conducted by Alain Aspect in the early 1980s. His experiments demonstrated that the measurement outcomes of entangled photons were instantaneously correlated, reinforcing the idea that either information was traveling faster than light, thereby contradicting locality, or that quantum mechanics inherently describes a non-local reality. These results have significant implications for our understanding of the nature of reality, suggesting that the universe behaves in ways that challenge our classical intuitions. In the decades that followed, the EPR paradox and the dialogue it sparked contributed to the development of quantum information theory, quantum computing, and quantum cryptography. Quantum entanglement is now an essential resource in these fields, providing a foundation for technologies like quantum teleportation and secure quantum communications. The EPR paradox remains a cornerstone in the dialogue between quantum mechanics and classical physics, emphasizing the intricacies of reality and the ongoing quest to understand the underlying nature of the universe. Geomagnetic reversals. Geomagnetic reversals refer to the phenomenon where the Earth's magnetic field undergoes a significant change, resulting in the magnetic north and south poles switching places. This process has occurred repeatedly throughout Earth's history, with evidence suggesting that it happens every few 100,000 years on average. The last major reversal, known as the Brun-Hess-Matuyama reversal, took place approximately 780,000 years ago. Understanding geomagnetic reversals is essential for comprehending the Earth's geological and geophysical processes. The Earth's magnetic field is generated by the movement of molten iron and nickel in the outer core. This movement creates electric currents, which in turn produce magnetic fields. These fields are dynamic and can change in intensity and configuration over time. Research indicates that geomagnetic reversals occur over a period of thousands to millions of years, but the exact mechanism behind these reversals is not fully understood. Some hypotheses suggest they may be related to changes in the convective flow within the outer core, influenced by factors such as temperature fluctuations, compositional changes, or instabilities in the liquid metal. Paleomagnetism, the study of the magnetic properties of rocks, plays a crucial role in researching geomagnetic reversals. When molten lava cools, minerals within the rock align themselves with the current direction of the Earth's magnetic field, locking in information about its orientation at that time. By studying these patterns in various geological formations, scientists can reconstruct the history of the Earth's magnetic field, identifying periods of stability and reversal. The timeline of geomagnetic reversals is captured in the ocean floor's magnetic stripes, which provide a record of the Earth's magnetic field changes over millions of years. As magma rises and cools at mid-ocean ridges, it releases magnetic signals that are recorded by the surrounding rocks. This magnetic striping pattern reflects the periodic reversals and has been pivotal in supporting the theory of plate tectonics. The symmetry of these stripes on either side of mid-ocean ridges provides strong evidence for seafloor spreading. Geomagnetic reversals do not appear to cause catastrophic impacts to life on Earth, but they may have indirect effects. Some theories suggest that during a reversal, the magnetic field may weaken significantly, providing less shielding from solar and cosmic radiation. This could potentially increase radiation exposure on Earth, which in turn might influence atmospheric chemistry and climate. However, the extent and nature of such impacts remain topics of ongoing investigation. In summary, geomagnetic reversals are a fascinating aspect of Earth's geophysical processes, deeply entwined with our planet's magnetic field and geological history. While the mechanisms behind these reversals are not yet fully understood, their significance in understanding plate tectonics, paleomagnetism, and potential impacts on Earth's environment is undeniable. As research continues, our knowledge about the timing, causes, and consequences of geomagnetic reversals will undoubtedly deepen, providing further insights into the dynamic nature of our planet. Thank you for reading. Thank you for joining me on this installment of the In 500 Words series. Please leave a review if you can, and check out shelfindulgence.net if you crave for more knowledge. Quick introduction: the theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, the Big Bang Theory, evolution, by natural selection, DNA and genetics, photosynthesis, climate change, plate, tectonics, black holes, dark matter and dark energy, the standard model of particle physics, the laws of thermodynamics, entropy, understanding the measure of disorder, the double helix string theory, artificial intelligence, CRISPR and gene editing, the theory of evolution, the human microbiome, neuroscience and brain plasticity, epigenetics, the speed of light, the butterfly effect, the Fibonacci sequence, gravity photosynthesis, exoplanets, antimatter, Schrödinger's cat evolution of the universe, the water cycle, nanotechnology, vaccines, and immunology chaos theory, the Doppler effect, superconductivity, the carbon cycle, nuclear fusion, the genetic code, the theory of everything, Higgs boson, the multiverse, time dilation, quantum entanglement, artificial photosynthesis, biodiversity, the immune system. 3. Deprinting in medicine, renewable energy, astronomy and light years, photosynthetic efficiency, the Drake equation, supernovae plate, tectonics and earthquakes, the aurora borealis, the thermohaline circulation, antibiotic resistance, the immortal jellyfish gene therapy, the Kardashev scale, neutron stars, photosensitivity in animals, ferromagnetism, the CRISPR revolution, behavioral ecology, aerodynamics, superfluidity, hydrodynamics, the Hubble constant, symbiosis, the science of sleep, retroviruses, the formation of galaxies, the golden ratio, animal migration, radiocarbon dating, the science of fireworks, the ozone layer, the James Webb Space Telescope, hydrothermal vents, zoonotic diseases, coral bleaching, the science of bioluminescence, the science of smell, the physics of sound, electricity and magnetism, the Fermi paradox, viruses versus bacteria, the science of pain, the science of color space, weather, understanding the cosmic climate, the expanding universe, the science of taste, human evolution, chemical bonding, the science of resilience, rocket propulsion, the science of adhesion, the EPR paradox, geomagnetic reversals. Thank you for reading.